what you want to say, baby. When you're alone into darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio blind. Open your heart and show your eyes that you can take your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that you can take your destiny.
listening, you got everything you need.
I can listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep the radio on. I think about you. You look so tired. Cause of the many heavy look you carry. You should let them go if you wanna do. You wanna dream them too. Come on, and show you understand. Your destiny. You say and cry your life, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show you understand. Your destiny. You think about life, remember me. I can listen to what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give the radio back. Open your heart and show you understand. Your destiny. You say and cry your life, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show you understand. to do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your ray a fly. Open your heart and show your eyes and change your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes and change your destiny.
Hey everybody, you know what that music means? It's time to start the show! Look, I finally made it on the main show! I'm here with JK Kasparian and a former presidential candidate. Is he a former presidential candidate? Is this guy still running? He might be the only one still in the race. We've got Nikki Haley dropping out. We've got Dean Martin? No. Dean Martin's another guy. Dean Martin's part of the Rat Pack, right? With Sammy and Frank. I don't know this stuff. This is before my time, but who's the Dean guy? I never got to know his name. I was assuming it was Dean Martin's ghost running with a glass of martini. A glass of martini? I believe you call it a martini. Juju Juggernaut, thank you for the follow over there on the Twitch side. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Good to have you with me today. Because we gotta deal with some Anna Kasparian shit, and there's a whole lot of it. There's a whole lot of Anna Kasparian on today. You know what? I feel like we could move this in a way, because like when I'm saying there's a whole lot of Anna, like there she is. There she is right there. All right, there we go. Now I really feel like I'm on the... Before I felt like I was on the main show, but I was at the little kids table. Did you ever have the little... Dean Phillips? Okay, it's not Dean Martin. Dean Martin is definitely a ghost. But I feel like a ghost would be cooler to vote for than whoever that guy was. Dean Phillips. Teen YT finally platforms no comment check. I know, it's about time. It's about time you moved me over to the, people didn't realize I was part of the TYT network. I feel like there should be like a show though for haters. Like TYT, get at me if you want to platform your own L's. I'm your gal. But did anybody have the Thanksgiving, the Thanksgiving, the little kids table? Is that just a me thing? When you say little kids table or kids table, wait, do you think of Thanksgiving? Because that's what I think of. I think of like a big ass table and then a smaller ass table that's like sometimes a card table that just folded out for the kids to eat at. What was up with that? Why did the adults not want to eat Thanksgiving dinner? Like, are kids too annoying for Thanksgiving dinner? Or was it, maybe it was just because we had a big family and there's only so much room around the main table. You had a kids table. So that's not just Anna Kasparian's going full Anita Bryant at this moment. My family did not celebrate Thanksgiving. That's probably for the better. It's a kind of fucked up holiday, and the more you look into it, the worse it gets. But did anybody else have the kids table? Maybe it's just like a family gathering thing. Kind of makes sense. And then by the time you're like, there's at some point they're like, do you want to sit at the grown-ups table? And you do, and it's not that good. It's overrated. Adults just don't like kids. Yeah, a lot of times they're supposed to be seen and not heard. And it was definitely hard to not hear me because I was always making up weird stuff as a kid. All kinds of weird stuff. Like, I would seriously see a trailer for a movie and then tell my grandmom about it, but I would make up the rest of the movie. Did anybody else do this? Or is this just me that's like a weird pathological liar as a little kid? I would tell my grandmother all about, like, the plot for a horror movie that I'd never seen. And then she'd ask my parents to be like, are you letting her watch those movies? And they're like, we don't let her watch shit. She doesn't get to eat sugary cereals. Oh, that's the one thing about grandmas, though. I don't know, at least my grandmom. My grandmom did not understand that kids shouldn't have sugary cereal. In fact, my grandmom really didn't have like much of a negative outlook on sugar at all. Like, sugar was just like, it was a condiment. It was sitting on the table. You know, if you eat a grapefruit, which is, I guess, good for you, you got to throw some sugar on there to balance it out. And you got to have the grapefruit spoon. Oh my God. I had to babysit all the kids. So wait, you had to sit at the kids' table to babysit the kids? Or sugar on the egg salad sandwich? I mean, it does make it pop. It does make it pop. It does make that egg salad sandwich so much more. Yeah, you got to have that sweet and sour flavor on the egg salad sandwich. Otherwise, it's not much of a... It's just egg and salad. No, there's no salad in the eggs. What is egg salad? What goes in there? There's something crunchy. Is it celery? It's celery. Yeah, it's just celery? I feel like to make it a salad, you need more than just celery. Oh, there's pickles. There's pickles, right? Pickles go in there. Chop up the pickles. Little bitty pickles. Relish? Yeah, relish and celery. Rellery, if you will. You don't have to put celery in it. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it would taste weird without celery. It's okay without celery, though? Some grandmas smell an awful like pungent moisturizer. Pickles, celery, vegan eggs. Where are you getting these vegan eggs from? I'm a vegan and I don't know where the eggs come from. I've never had the eggs. I wasn't aware that we've developed egg technology, egg tech, as they say. What salads are we making? I guess like egg salad sandwiches, some mustard. Yeah, definitely some mustard. Or at least some turmeric, but yeah, preferably mustard in there. We're making word salads. Yeah, we're making all kinds of salads. I don't know, why did I get off on salads? Because I was sitting at the, look, if I go like this, then I'm on the main show, but it's at the little kids table, you know? And if I go like this, then it's like, I'm on the main show for real. But yeah, no, it's ironic. I mean, I never would have thought, you know, if you told me that a few years from ago that I would be doing a political sort of talk shows type thing, I would say that's wild. No, really? And if you had told me that I would be taking down the Young Turks, if I would be talking negatively about the Young Turks, I would be like, why? Because Jink and Anna were like my mommy and daddy as far as politics went, right? I remember watching these two and like admiring Anna and thinking Anna was so cool. I do not feel that way now. Old folks fart a lot. That's true, but you can't tell with the egg salad sandwich. Ah, that's why they have the egg salad sandwich, because then you can't tell that they farted. You wanted to work for TYT? Yeah, I thought it was so cool. I mean, like the fact that they put it together, there's no... I can control, yeah, the TYT I mean, it's because I'm in good with the crew. The TYT crew. They are loyal to me, not to Anna and Jink. You never had grapefruit without sugar till you were in college? Yeah, I thought you had to eat it with sugar. Look, we control everything. We control Destiny, we control Vosh, we control Vosh's folders, apparently. It's all me. It's all because I put the stuff in his folders. Don't you know I'm the folders gal? Which nobody remembers. Nobody remembers my scandal thanks to Vosh's scandal. It wasn't nearly as interesting. I think even the stuff that was alleged to be in my folder was just supposed to be dirt on all the Debate Bro streamers. Which, I mean, you know, if I had that stuff, you would have seen that coverage by now. We have a lot more to cover. But yeah, Anna had a conversation with this, what are they called? Iced coffee. Has anybody heard of these people? These two? Iced coffee hour. Shall we? Shall we take a look into what they are up to on YouTube? Because I don't know anything about this channel. Graham and Jack, okay, that's the hosts. We got thumbnails. They talk to Destiny. What? They talk to Destiny. Okay, I'm laughing at them. I'm like, you talk to Destiny? Cringe. Frickin' cringe. All right, so wow, there's a lot of evil. There's plenty of evil to go around, apparently. Martin Scully, talk about evil, right? Ghost hunting in the Conjuring house. Sam and Colby. So yeah, it's not just politics, right? Wait, who is Caleb Hammers, like the financial advisor guy, right? They're doing a lot of sponsorships too. Chat, I should be doing sponsorships. I don't want to get sponsored by anything that's not actually useful too much. Did they talk Matt Walsh on top? What? They talked to Matt Walsh. These two talked to Matt Walsh. Yo, cancel culture. We got to talk about becoming the top 0.1%. Yeah, I mean, they kind of evil. Kind of evil here. So they talk about finance. Interesting. Okay. They talk to a Navy SEAL named McBallin. There's a McBallin. How did I not know? Vivek Ramaswamy. Oh, how have I never? Ben Shapiro, Bennie Shabibo. In the house. Patrick Bet-David. Oh, this is what I've heard about them. I've heard them compared to Patrick Bet-David. Which, if you don't know, Patrick Bet-David, so if you're real, like, I'm not sure how close to the line they hew on this comparison to Patrick Bet-David, PBD right here. We gotta watch him at some point, right? Or watch him. There's a video about him talking about where he came from, how his show, because it kind of just popped out of nowhere. And I mean, look, I'm used to YouTube. I'm used to, you know, trends popping out of nowhere. You know, people with formulas that work, getting big out of nowhere. But that's not what happened with PBD. This guy set up what seems like some kind of insurance MLM. Yeah, he worked for like an MLM for a long time, and then he copied the MLM and made his own MLM, which is probably like the only way you're gonna make money with an MLM is to be at the top of the pyramid if you don't know how those things work, right? And then with that money, apparently got like some pretty big guests and just. Okay, so we got Bobby Lee from Mad TV, and Bobby Lee of Jimmy Lee. Anyway, he had Jimmy Lee on. A lot of people have had Jimmy Lee on. Now, Destiny, they've done two. That's just one Destiny or two. The anti-Ben Shapibo Destiny. I don't know about that. I don't know. I feel like it's not that far off from Ben Shapibo. Not as far off as you think. Okay, confronting Hassan Piker. Did they have Hassan on? It's pure evil. They are all about the pure evil. Chat, I need to start putting pure evil on my thumbnails. What do you think about that? I mean, NCC bad, right? I got more claim to the pure evil than they do. It's weird that they're gonna talk about fake gurus and going broke, and then they're gonna host PBD, who I'm sure, like, assholes like this get people to go broke, right? Promise them fame and fortune, promise them something for nothing, promise them this passive income stream that turns out it's not actually passive because they're doing all the work for PBD, and they're not really making that income because he's taking the income. That's how That's how this shit works, right? You're working for this guy. That's how capitalism in general works, but especially, like even more so, a MLM or a pyramid scheme. Okay, so we're to like 1 year ago. Money wife? Money wife? What's a money wife? Ultimate relationship builder, relationship masterclass? Yeah, so it looks like there's a lot of finance going on. I don't know if, does PPD actually do that? Or like he's in... It does seem like a lot of get rich quick kind of shit. Secret to Mr. Beast's empire. Do they talk to Mr. Beast? They do not. They do not talk to Mr. Beast. Spoiler. He's just the Liver King. $100 million per year. Yo, how he made $100 million a year. I'll give you a clue. Okay, it's this old like fitness influencer thing. You get on Sauce. You find a doctor that's very unethical and that will put you on stuff that's not necessarily good for you, but that will make... Right, this is what he did. This is what he did. He ate balls, scrotes, animal wieners, and I'm not talking about hot dogs either. I'm not talking about, you know, beef franks, right? No, he's eating like organs of animals. And he's like, this is why I am so goddamn healthy. Look at this sick physique I have. Look at me, I'm like over 50 years old. I got this sick physique, and it turns out, surprise, surprise, guy was on the sauce the whole freaking time, but he's trying to make a comeback. Like he tried to just lay low a little bit. Anyway, that's the Liver King. We're not talking about Liver King today. We're talking about so many more things, but we got this in unbelievable just drop of content. Wait, I want to know something. Okay, 1 hour and what? 1 hour and 39 minutes is what I'm seeing here. I could swear I saw a 3-hour version of this stream. If anybody can help me with that. Link to that video, which one? PBD, oh, the link to the PBD video. PBD does the Save Ramsey thing. Dave Ramsey. Wait, Dave Ramsey is the guy exposing PBD? You should be making more money. Yeah, there we go. Have you watched the video about the $18 fine? Several of the finance bros you see here have to pay $18. Oh, $1 billion fine. Wait, what? Is that 1B? That's not 18, that's 1B. Oh my god, we got so much finance bros today. We got Anna Kasparian with the iced coffee. It does say the iced coffee hour. I could swear. Did anybody else see this? I thought it was 3 hours. And it doesn't surprise me either, because like here's my theory. Here's my theory, okay? Anna Kasparian sat down with them, right? And didn't notice that it says the iced coffee hour. So an hour is up and she keeps talking. And 2 hours is up and she keeps talking. And 3 hours is up and she keeps talking because she's a hater. She hates Lance. She hates Olamide. She hates Bennie. She hates the left. She hates so many people. She is just a hater. I grew up in a gym, pretty easy to tell who's roiding. Oh my god, Disco Wolf, you got the Shinigami eyes for Natty or not, don't you? No, but I think that Anna talked for 3 hours, and then they looked at their YouTube person was like, 3-hour video is not optimized for watch time. Watch time percentage is gonna go down. Let us cut this video. Let us cut a bunch of the stuff. She hates the trans activists. That's right, the trans rights advocates, or the trans. What do they call? Trans. Yeah, right. How long before she starts saying TRA? How long before she starts saying TIM? Only time can tell. One of those finance bro scammers ran for governor of California. When we had a recall, what was their name? Yeah, hating Olay is a major red flag. Just like getting caught without a sub at the top of the hour ad break, which is not coming at you, don't worry, for another like 10 minutes or so, but I don't know if I'm actually going to remember to tell you, to warn you. I keep forgetting, Chad. I'm not doing my job. It's my job on Twitch to let you know that at the top of every hour, there is a 3-minute ad break. I know 3 minutes doesn't sound like much. Try watching one of those. And if you have tried watching one of those, maybe you'll see what's wrong with it. Maybe you'll see how it disrupts my flow, your flow, everybody's flow, right? You could miss something hilarious. Who knows? Like, a lot of hilarious stuff happens within the frame of 3 minutes, right? So if you no longer want to miss those 3 minutes, you can get out of it for free using a Prime to get a free Twitch Prime sub. Get them while they're hot, right? Because Twitch might be getting rid of these. It's kind of an expensive program for Twitch, and I've heard rumors that they might be phasing it out. So get them while they're still available. You can also pay $5 to get yourself out of the ad break. That is $5 of eyeball ransom money to get your eyes put back into your head instead of taken away and whisked off to the shadow realm of ads for 3 minutes every hour, or possibly through the kind and generous donation of somebody else looking to help a person just like yourself out. Although I will tell you, you're more likely to get gifted a sub, which is what I was just talking about, if you're active in the chat. Chai tea, that sounds good. I gotta get off this coffee. I've been drinking coffee, nothing but coffee. I ran out of my nice, it's not nice, but like my cheap food grade matcha. I don't use the ceremonial grade stuff. I can't afford that. But yeah, I ran out of my green tea, so it's all coffee, and like anything else sounds delicious, especially chai. Chai is so good. It's like drinking a spice rack. Have you ever drunk a spice rack? You have if you've tried. Ow, ow, ow. Chai masala. Ow, damn. The coffee is hot. The coffee is hot. But yeah, that's the iced coffee. The iced coffee. Iced coffee can be nice in the summer. I do like their branding. I do think their branding is quite good. That is a bad picture of Destiny. God damn, that's a bad picture of Destiny on their stream. Okay, oh my god, I'm gonna get in trouble. Chat, you're not allowed to make fun of Destiny as much as I do. It's against the rules. I feel like there's other stuff going on that I've been missing out on. I've been like this, like fired Twitter execs are suing Elon Musk for over $128 million. He is no longer the richest man, chat. I want to say that it's some French dude, Renault. There's some French dude that overtook him, and he's now like under 200. You got under 200 billion, Elon? What the fuck? Elon Musk fired a lot of people after he took over Twitter, but the first ones to go were several top executives. Now former CEO Parag Agrawal, former CFO Ned Segal, former chief legal officer Vijaya Gade, and former general counselor Sean Edgett are now suing Musk and the company now known as X, Twitter, saying that they're owed more than $128 million in severance payments, according to the Wall Street Journal. Under Musk's stewardship, X's aversion to paying those who it owes has practically been a trope. It's referenced in the lawsuit. It's the Donald Trump school of business. He's just applying Trumpian, management techniques to Twitter, I guess. Along with a link to a page that tracks lawsuits against Twitter for non-payment. There's a page that tracks lawsuits against Twitter for, that's their thing. They love taking your services and not paying you for them. And a note that the person that runs the site has been banned by X. Wow, surprising. Not surprising, but this time it's the same execs who forced Musk to pay close to $44 billion acquisition in the first place, who are now claiming his goal was to cheat them out of $200 million before their stock options vested the next morning. Oh, interesting. They also have a remarkably thorough source to explain why he closed the deal and why he closed the deal and fired them when he did. Elon Musk himself, as quoted by Walter Isaacson in his biography, which was kind of like, it was a sad biography, right? This biography looked like it was going to be good. Instead, it was just a puff piece, apparently. There are 200 million differential. There's a 200 million differential in the cookie jar between closing tonight and doing it tomorrow morning. He told me late Thursday. Oh, there's the 200 million. Okay. He told me late Thursday afternoon in the war room as the plan unfolded. Looks like Samantha Banana is not the only one with war rooms. No, that's look, if you're dealing with Twitch politics, right? You've either seen the effects of or heard of war rooms, you know, kind of like just groups of people that get together, maybe even set up a separate Discord. Maybe it's just a section of the Discord or whatever to plan the downfall of one such person as NCC. And apparently there was one, at least one. Probably more than one. Let's be honest. Probably more than one. There's been a few times they've gone after me, chat. So I know about the war room, but this was a war room for what? Closing the deal on Twitter, I guess? Another passage cited from the book calls out conversations between Musk and his lawyer, Alex Spiro. He tried to resign, but we beat him. They said he tried to resign? Specifically referring to Agrawal. By firing Agrawal before he was able to send his resignation letter, they apparently believed it would mean that the company wouldn't have to pay his severance Yo, they're getting out of severance packages? Okay, that does not sound legal. Despite claims made by Elon Musk's ex about negligence, waste, and misconduct, the lawsuit argues it was authorized by the company's board and necessary to do things like pay $90 million to the lawyers. Oh, that's right, the lawyers who forced Elon Musk to, yeah. So that's kind of funny. He still had to pay the lawyers that Twitter used to force him to close the deal. Yeah, it's a weird thing, right? He wanted to this. Buying Twitter was a meme. Like he did not want to actually do it. He made the offer. He made them an offer they couldn't refuse by paying more for the company than its value, than anybody really thought it was worth. And then that forces the board to kind of, you know, okay, we'll sell the company. And then when they said we'll sell the company, he said, just kidding. You're full of bots. I don't want to buy you. How can you guarantee me how many bots versus real accounts you have? I won't buy the company. And so anyway, they had to pay $90 million to lawyers, force him to close. But then once he bought the company, now he owes the $90 million. That's pretty cool. But yeah, cheating people out of $200 million and severance packages, not too cool. But that's par for the course with Elon, isn't it? When Elon becomes a pauper, does that mean that he's going to become a socialist? Yeah, that's right. He'll have his own Twitch show too, and it'll be harder than mining diamonds in Minecraft, apparently. Let's see what else is going on. Oh yeah, Keffel's got herself in trouble. I don't know if we'll have time to go over these videos. She's been putting out a lot of videos, starting with a I can't do this anymore video. And we've seen this before. President Sunday, thank you for keeping track of this. At least 2 of these, right? It's over was a previous video. Now it's I can't do this anymore. This is a video that feels a lot like an awful lot like I'm quitting. But guess what? She's not quitting. She's twitting. She's not quitting because she just put out a video about James Somerton, and it seems like that's what. Yeah, the ethics implications of such a stance would render. What are we talking about? Oh yeah, this is Lily Simpson's post. It's absolutely ghoulish to transform somebody's potential Sudoku into content. This is Kaffel's video. James Somerton may have taken his own life. And look, here's the response, right? So people didn't like this, all right? No, people don't like James Somerton. There is some effort to, we don't know. Oh yeah, that's right. This is what I gotta talk about, right? James Somerton may not be alive. We're not sure, right? There's a private Twitter account that released a message saying, if you're reading this, this means that I have shuffled off the mortal coil and decided to end it all. And, you know, yada, yada, yada. This was like a day or two after James Somerton took down the apology video, changed the channel name to James of Telos, Telos being the weird GoFundMe venture that he started. And we got still no confirmation, so I'll probably wait till tomorrow on that story. A, because we don't have a lot of time today. We got a lot to watch with Anna Kasparian, and B, because the dude stole some content. You know, yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, like, it's a weird thing, because like there is an effort in the right wing to try to be like, this is the excesses of cancel culture, like. Telos means the end in Greek. Like, what is that thing called? Oh no, that's eschatology. That's different than teleology. Anyway, mus is a toilet and a poop. Yes, true. What is on my bookmarks today? Oh, geez, this is a good one. I got some good stuff for you here, okay? Let's take a listen.
The news agents in from London. What do you think the message should be to Nikki Haley tonight?
Well, we've been encouraging her to drop out and
This is my girl, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
support President Trump. And
We gotta support President Trump.
I think tonight is the clear message that President Trump is the clear front runner. He's the winner in our Republican primary, and it's time for Nikki Haley to drop out and support him.
Do you think President Trump, Mr. Trump, is closer to picking his VP, and should you be on that list?
Oh, you know, that's the question everyone asks. And no, I don't think Nikki Haley should be on the list. But of course, President Trump will choose who he wants for VP.
Would you like to be on that list?
He's got a long list. I support President Trump in any way he'd ask me. But I can assure you,
Anyway, he'd want to have me
it won't be Nikki Haley.
And can you tell me why so many people that support
on the kitchen table, wherever.
Donald Trump love conspiracy theories, including yourself? He seems to attract lots of conspiracy theorists.
Well, let me tell you, you're a conspiracy theorist.
You're a conspiracy theorist for thinking that I'm a conspiracy theorist. That's the biggest conspiracy of them all. The idea that Marjorie Taylor Greene is advancing conspiracy theories when she's talking about very important issues like direct energy weapons operated by cultural Marxists. Parentheses, parentheses, parentheses. You know what I mean? Like, come on.
And the left and the media spreads more conspiracy theories.
It's actually conspiracy theory to say that the right spreads conspiracy theories. That's the real conspiracy theory. Why are you blue-and-awning on me?
We like the truth. We like supporting our Constitution, our freedoms, and America first. So
What about Jewish space lasers? Tell
She got to the question we were all wondering about. Yeah, tell us about the...
us about Jewish space
No,
lasers.
why don't you go talk about Jewish space lasers? And really, why don't you fuck off? How about that?
How about that? That's a great way to end it, Marjorie. I love how classy this gal is. Okay, there's Marjorie Taylor Titan Green. Oh, I gotta not call her that. That's what Hassan calls her. I feel like that's mean. Look, okay, Marjorie Taylor Greene is a horrible person, but I am not going to compare her to a Titan on Attack on the Titans. I will leave that. Are you a Southern belle? I mean, a little bit, not like that Southern. I have family that talks like that, but I don't myself. Like, I don't come off here and just like it was real tough sounding like a Northerner for all that time. I can't let them know what my real accent sounds like. Is this like a good accent or something? I feel like I do a bad. Look, I mean, I like I said, I've got people in my family that have Southern accents, and somehow, like, mine is still that bad. Keep classy everywhere she stomps. Oh my God. See, I'm trying not to do that. I'm trying not to call her Marjorie Titan Green. I feel like that's a little too... she does look like one of the Titans, but, like, that's not a nice thing to say. It's not about her looks. It's not, you know, what's physically, you know, it's not the outside that's problematic with Marjorie Taylor Greene. It's what's inside that is truly ugly. So she did go to remedial finishing school. Damn. Like, are there such things in the South? The South is wild, folks. Do you know about this? There are and still remain debutante balls where if you are the daughter of a wealthy Southern family in certain parts of the South, most notably, at least in my memory, what is it, West Nashville? Is it West Nashville that's supposed to be the... I mean, like Nashville is pretty expensive all over now, but I think the thing was West Nashville was like supposed to be the rich Southerners lived there. But yeah, they have the debutante balls and stuff like, right? It's like she's marrying age, get her out to the debutante ball. All I know about debutantes is that Bob Dylan sung about them. Your debutante just knows what you need. Baby, I know what you want. Right? She's a woman on a conspiratorial mission. That's all I meant. Oh, okay. Did I overinterpret that? Oh, I didn't think you were BCAT K. I didn't think you were. No, it's all on me. I'm the one who brought up Marjorie Titan Green. It's my fault for letting that Hassan meme get into my head. So now we have the subject. Now we have the subject of our stream here. Let's give you a little preview. Now listen, you know how this works. We're going to get to this, all right? We got a lot of news, a little bit of news, some news. We got a few things to do before we get to this. Oh no, why is Matt Rife trending? Let's give you a little taste of what we're going to be talking about this. So this is Bennie, former TYT alum. Was Bennie ever on the main show? I'm not sure if Bennie ever... They're pretty stingy in terms of who they do and do not let on the main show. So I'm not sure if Bennie was ever a part of the main show, but Bennie was definitely a part of the TYT network for actually a really long time, a surprisingly long time. That you know, she held out. I don't know, thinking that she could change things from the inside. At some point, it just became obvious that being part of TYT is being Team Turf, and Bennie did not want to be Team Turf. So Bennie took the principled stance at some point and left, right? So let me show you what Anna said about her first, right? And then I'll show you her response.
Because of what I had shared with, the public about how I feel about some of this inclusive language.
That's what I love about JK Kasparian. She's so sharing.
Bennie felt, I don't know.
I was just trying to share. I was just trying to share my opinion.
Why Bennie felt like it was a slight on her. But
oh my God. Anna, let me explain something to you, okay? Can you imagine if you had gone for, I don't know, this isn't an exact metaphor, and I'm not trying to compare different kinds of oppression or different other, like, historical, any other horrific events of history, like, right? I'm not trying to make a comparison directly here, but if Jink had been somebody who continued to, like, deny the Armenian genocide, right, there'd be some pressure on you, and like, rightly so, and hopefully, some desire of yourself to, like, not want to be associated with that, right? Now, like I said, it's not a direct comparison, and I'm not comparing the plight of trans people to what happened to Armenians or anything like that, right? But you got to understand that it's not about, it was a personal slight at her. She thought it was about her. She thought it was personal. She thought it was Anna for some reason blowing up, her, who's not even really on the main show. I don't think it was that. It's that if you're trans and you're working for a company where somebody bristles at the idea of someone somewhere at some point using inclusive language, right? Which is what you did. You weren't freaking out because somebody came up to you and was teasing you with, like, birthing person. No, nobody was teasing you. Nobody was calling you a birthing person. You heard about birthing person. You were like, holy shit, I can't believe that's a thing. That sounds like some liberal, cringe right there. Like, it's called a woman. It's called a woman. What you're looking for is called a woman. And it's, like, literally not. Unless, Anna, what you're trying to say is that trans guys, are you, denying that trans men are men? Are you like what you said implies, like, transphobia in a way that makes it impossible for Bennie to like stay with TYT. Like, she hung with you through a lot. There was a lot of bullshit that TYT did that Bennie stayed with them. And I don't know what her thought, process was. It's hard to find a job in, in news, and, TYT is a pretty good spot to land. There's that. There's the maybe Bennie thought that she might have some leverage. She might be able to talk to people. She might be able to change things from the inside. Some people, try to do that, but for whatever reason, she was so good to TYT, so loyal to TYT, up until the point where she just could not do it anymore. Anyway, this makes me mad.
It wasn't, and there was a group of people on Twitter, and I knew this was going to happen. These people on Twitter who like take up a cause and then they become like weirdly obsessive with the cause. And they were just in Bennie's ear about how,
Bennie's pronouns are she and her. Yes.
Have to hold Anna accountable, and TYT is not the place for you. It's a transphobic community. You need to leave. You need to leave. And they were like urging Bennie to leave. And I just knew to myself,
Look, I know you might not have seen this, but there were probably trans people that were starting to think less of Bennie because of her association with the show, right? I'm a little bit more understanding in terms of, that like if you've got a job, which is what, TYT is, as opposed to what I have, which is a very, very precarious lifestyle, let's just say, right? If you got some kind of a guaranteed paycheck, or I don't know, what she had, right? You can't just like, it's more difficult to just leave, right? So I had a little bit of understanding for that. Also, like the relationships that you might cultivate in a network like TYT. And from my understanding, there are some good people involved with the TYT network. Not necessarily Anna, not necessarily Jink, but there's decent people there that you don't want to just like kind of like, go out on all of a sudden. But honestly, for Bennie to continue to support just by being part of the TYT team, or be silent about what was going on or anything else, like for Bennie to continue to doing that, would make it really hard for her to it makes, like, within the trans community, it would make things hard for her, right? She did a lot for you all. She had a lot of faith in you. She had a lot of hope for you all that maybe you would change or something. Like, she was, if anything, she erred on the side of being like too good faith with TYT.
thought to myself, if Bennie takes their advice,
But like, she's acting like people are like, they're mistreating you, when in reality, it's like the trans community, like any community, doesn't want like a trans person supporting a transphobic organization. And yeah, like that, do you want to be Blair White? No, most people do not want to be Blair White wants to be Blair White, right? But that's not where Bennie is not Blair White, right? Bennie does not want to be, the fig leaf for TYT, the way that Blair White is the fig leaf for the conservative movement for Trumpism, etc., right? That's not who she is. So
she will have no platform and she will disappear. And none of these people who are encouraging her to leave give a damn about her. They're not going to follow her to wherever.
Oh, this is so creepy. This is fucking paternalistic is what this is.
She's going to, do a show or launch a YouTube channel. This is their little cause right now. They think they're in a war. And they're pretending like they give a damn about Bennie. They don't give a damn about Bennie. They give a damn about presenting themselves as people who purport to care about transgender people. But as soon as Bennie's gone, as soon as she makes that decision to leave TYT,
She'll never work in this town again? What, Anna?
Gone for real. From their consciousness, from the media in general. And I think it's just, they did damage to Bennie. And I don't know if Bennie realizes it right now, but these people don't care at all.
You did damage to Bennie, okay? As a trans creator, having any sort of credibility in your own community is contingent on not supporting a transphobic org like TYT. Bennie did the right thing eventually.
At all. They don't care about making society.
And she also was way too, like I said, she was super, she seems to have exhausted every other, possible route, right? Because the other route would be you bring her on the main show and she gets to talk to you about birthing person and what that kind of inclusive language actually means and who that's actually for and how it has nothing to do with fucking Anna. It doesn't take away Anna's womanhood. I can't believe that your gender identity, Anna, is so freaking fragile that, you know, having like people referred to as birthing people to include people that aren't women that give birth is gonna break that. Like it's wild, right?
Better in regard to, like, all my focus would be is how can we ensure that we improve our healthcare system?
What? Wait, how do we get to healthcare?
Don't care at all. At all. They don't care about
Okay,
making
so the trans advocates don't care at all.
society better in regard to, like, all my focus would be is how can we ensure that we improve our healthcare system? Because of what I had.
Okay, can somebody help me out with this? How did we get to healthcare system? How did we get there? The only thing I can think of is that she's like equating, like, you know, is she talking about like yeah, she went on that Chud talk show. I don't know what it is. It's called, oh no, it's called the top of the hour ad break and you just experienced it. It's called iced coffee. And I mean, like, it does look kind of right wing from just from the outside, but I don't know anything about it. Etta, leave all your supporters. They don't care. Come to me, who can be an authority and trample on your words and use you as a token. Why is she still talking about Bennie? This is what I'm saying, chat. Is it like, you know, like trans people get accused of being snowflakes all the time, of being too precious about pronouns and about you know, language, etc., etc., etc. But like what I'm seeing here is a cis woman that is very, you know, fragile and that who's like gender identity seems to be so fragile that even just using inclusive language to cover everybody that's giving birth, whether regardless of what their gender identity is, because yeah, more people can give birth than women, and there are some women that, you know, can't give birth. So if you really want to talk about who's having the babies, women is not the go-to phrase. There's a better phrase. It's like you taking out a Phillips head screwdriver and hammering in nails, and I take away your screwdriver and try to give you a hammer, and you're like, what are you doing? How am I going to hammer in nails without the Phillips head screwdriver, which I'm breaking through using the end of it to hammer nails in? Like, can you give me back the screwdriver? And I'm like, you're trying to hammer a nail, right? Here's a hammer, right? You're trying to talk about people who give birth. Here's a word, all right? That covers everybody that can give birth and no one that can't give birth. That's a better tool for the job, Anna. And you're just so fragile about people taking away your screwdriver. That's why does AK feel so threatened by this? I don't know. It's truly a mystery. It's truly a mystery. One possible look, if I was going to be super bad faith about it, if I was going to jump to the worst conclusion, I would say it's that she sees the writing on the wall in terms of the rhetoric against trans people. And she wants some of that Matt Walsh money, okay? That's on the table. That's entirely possible. And some of you out there, you probably think I'm silly for not jumping to that conclusion. Now, I don't know that for sure, so I'm not going to jump to that conclusion. But, I mean, that's there. That's there. I won't tell you it's not possible. I won't tell you it's not likely. But yeah, that's what we got going on with Anna Kasparian. Speaking of Twitter, let's make some kind of a statement here. A statement out to the world. We're going to tweet it out and blast off what is live and alive, all that good stuff, all right? How about we are live? No, because I'll get in trouble for ripping off Hassan. Hassan will sue me for plagiarism, and H. Bobber guy will come in and I don't want that. Let's see. Irene Kasparian has once again taken to right-wing media to complain about her mistreatment at the hands of the left. She's writing that cancel culture pony into the ground, going after Lance, Bennie, and more. JK Kasparian. Kasparian airs her grievance. Streaming live. Okay, how about just no comment chick reacts? We're gonna start doing that again. All right, now the question is, did I type too profusely on the words? Did I type too deep and too greedily, much like the dwarfs of, what is it called? Where the, oh yeah, thanks a lot. I gotta upgrade my premium apparently. Okay, let's try doing this. The left, and then like that, and comma, and then writing. Oh god, we still need to kill one character. Not like in a movie or a play, chat. We're not killing a character off like that. You know what? We don't need has. Has doesn't serve any purpose there. Anna Kasparian once again takes to right-wing media to complain about her mistreatment at the hands of the left, writing that cancel culture pony into the ground, going after Lance, Bennie, and more. JK Kasparian airs her grievances. Oh, one more. Yeah, grievances. She's got more. Don't think she's just got one grievance, all right? And then we got to hit it with a little bit of thumbnail, a little bit of the Vamps thumbnail, in fact, right? Are you ready for this Vamps thumbnail? Kasparian goes off with the daily TYT. Thank you, Vamps, for this amazing thumbnail. We're gonna hit the button. We're gonna view the post. Wait, what? That's not how it's supposed to go. God damn it. Somebody like that thread if you can find it, because I need it to pop up on my notifications. Can somebody find that and like it? Because that's the only way to get it to appear to me in my notifications. And I'm super lazy. Anna also doesn't mention all the anti-trans bills passing across the country. She is, yeah, it's all about her though, right, Natalie? That's what, is this? Oh, there we go. Thank you for, yeah. I don't know, it went back, okay, Elon, fix your site. Okay, if you're gonna buy the site, fucking fix it, all right? Bookmarks sucks. Bookmarks completely fucking sucks, right? You're kind of like stuck in this mode where it's like you click on something and it comes up in the right window. I don't know, it's weird. It's bad. It sucks. Fix it, Elon. Fix it. I command you to fix it, or else we'll cancel you. Again. There we go. Posting that in Twitch. And then posting that in YouTube. Here is the thread. If you wanna post some weasels, I'm not gonna tell you not to post weasels, okay? We can post weasels. That's okay. We can post if we weasel. We can leave your weasel behind. Okay, I can't take this any farther. This song. It's hit the pesky bots. The pescatarian bots. There we go. Message is pinned. All right. All right, so you got a limited amount of time to post weasels if you want to post the weasels. If that's your thing, if you like weasels, if you enjoy seeing weasels on screen, in fact, your weasels. What's disturbing is that her attacks on trans people are relentless. Yeah, she's got like a special. Oh my god, yo, bounce. No! Oh, into the garbage. Well, I mean, that's probably what the weasel was going for, though. I don't know. What do weasels eat garbage? Chat, I gotta admit, sometimes I eat garbage. Sometimes I'm not eating, like today I'm eating Brussels sprouts, but sometimes I'm eating garbage. Absolute garbage. No, seriously, like as a kid, I can remember my parents going to McDonald's, and it was such a rare thing. Like when they would go out to, get us something, like I was like, oh yes, right? And they got me a Big Mac, but I was sick, right? So like, my mom is out at McDonald's, she picks us up some food, and including a Big Mac, but there's no way I'm eating it because I'm sick. I'm like sleeping, I'm like laying in bed. And then the next morning I get up and she's like, oh, I'm so sorry. We got you a Big Mac yesterday, but you were fast asleep. You were not looking good, And like, I seriously went through the trash can for that Big Mac because it was such a rare thing for us. Weasels, I think that weasels eat garbage. Goats eat garbage, right? I mean, garbage is how we got dogs. Wait, the dogs made the garbage, like eating the, wait, if you feed a wolf garbage, it'll turn into a dog. Is that right? And other animals? Yeah, that's what the dog was saying. Give me that garbage. Yeah, that was what I was saying as a little kid too. Like, because Big Mac is absolute garbage. Although, honestly, the sauce is pretty good. I do like the Big Mac sauce. Okay, that's the one thing I would take. But yeah, oh my god, I can't believe I used to eat like that. The wolves who ate garbage mated. I ate garbage the other night and made myself sick of it. That garbage was Reese's miniature cups. Yo, you know what I really like though? My favorite Reese's cups are the ones that have the Reese's, you know what I'm talking about? It's like the Reese's cups and they got the little bitty Reese's pieces in there. You would have done that too, but I mean, I was a little kid, so I guess it's okay. Like, you don't have to think of me as a garbage eater now, because I don't eat garbage now unless I'm like really pressed for time. What is the most garbagey thing that I eat? Actually, is it just Thousand Island? I thought it was special sauce. I thought there was a special sauce there. Dogs are basically commies if you think about their origin story. Reese's Cups ice cream, or Reese's for breakfast. You missed the full eagle spread dive for the garbage gif? Yeah. Dogs were environmentalists. They just wanted to recycle. Yeah, dogs are smart. Dogs are smart. Unlike Anna Kasparian, who returns to her own bad takes like a dog eating its vomit. What is that from, chat? Is that like a Bible verse? Like, where is the whole, like, returns to X like a dog eating its... What is that even from? Where did I get that from? It's kind of grim. Let's see. What else can I show you while I'm waiting for more people to post weasels? Yeah, the dog vomit thing. Like, where does that come from? It's a weird thing that old white people say. I feel like I heard a preacher saying it or something. It seems like a religious thing. Are there dogs in the Bible that eat their own vomit or something? It is Proverbs. It is biblically based, just like me, biblically based. Bible reading chick. That's right. No, I'm actually non-committed chick right now, right? Oh yeah, we got to go over the uncommitted thing. Let's go over to that. That's a better story than the Fetterman thing. The Fetterman thing, as you can probably imagine, is depressing. Minnesota is sending 11 uncommitted delegates to the DNC. What is uncommitted? Does everybody understand this? So in a primary, like whoever's running in the primary, you can vote for. Whoever gets on the ballot in the primary, you see their option there, you can vote for them. You could also write in like a Vermin Supreme or something, right? You could write somebody in. We saw a lot of examples of that in New Hampshire. You can also vote uncommitted, and in general, uncommitted sometimes is people that just haven't made their mind up. And so they're literally voting for delegates who will show up and make up who are also like have not made up their mind, right? And so that's normally what uncommitted is. But this year there's been several campaigns in states like Michigan, Minnesota, Washington State. There was even a union which backed Washington State's effort to get people to vote uncommitted instead of Joe Biden. Now, does this make it Biden not win the primary? No, Biden wins the primary, even if uncommitted got 80%, right? I mean, unless the uncommitted people are going to go and vote for somebody else, right? And there's like basically everybody's dropping out. But what it does is it shows Democrats how many people are so concerned with Genocide Joe's terrible foreign policy that they're not committing right now. They're non-committed chicks and people, right? They're uncommitted. And just to like sort of give the Biden, a taste of like, hey, here are voters that, would, if you had any sort of reasonable policy, probably vote for you, but, at least at this time are unwilling to commit. Uncommitted is not a vote for Trump. Donald Trump isn't going to win the Democratic primary until at least 2028. That's actually a really good tweet. That's a kind of, I don't know who this person is, but they're a comedian. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You are a comedian. I don't care what other people say. You are a comedian. You are funny. Because like, yeah, at least until at least 2028. I mean, you get that joke, right? Is that the Democratic Party's answer to Donald Trump is to be more Trumpian, is to slide to the right, is to throw more constituencies under the bus, and see if they can just lean right as far as possible. So yeah, by the 2028, maybe Donald Trump will be the Democratic candidate, the way things are going.
In Michigan, what about 40,000 votes right now, 20% of the vote going to uncommitted, and we've seen that already in this primary in
20% in Michigan.
In Michigan.
Okay, what's pissing me off though is that Phillips is getting like 10%. Like, isn't Phillips to the right of Biden?
What message are voters in your
Anna will be the VP. Yeah, Anna will be Trump's VP. Exactly.
state trying to send to President Biden? And what do you want to see President Biden do in response?
So this is the governor. This is the governor of Minnesota.
Yeah, look, they're engaged. We're really proud in Minnesota. Civic responsibility. We have some of the highest voter turnouts. These are voters that are deeply concerned, as we all are. The situation in Gaza is intolerable. And
if only Bernie had been 20 years younger. Scientists, get on that. Get on that, okay? Come on, we need a blood boy for Bernie. Blood boy for Bernie right now.
I think trying to find a solution, a lasting two-state solution, certainly the president's move towards humanitarian aid and asking us to...
What if we use one of those Rick and Morty guns to go like back, to go to an alternate universe where Bernie is 20 years younger and like steal him?
Get to a
and then we'll fuck up the alternate universe. Oh, damn.
That's what they're asking to be heard, and that's what they should be doing. We've gone through this before, and we know that now we make sure we've got 8 months. We start bringing these folks back in. We listen to what they're saying. That's a healthy thing that's happening here. But I would note that that the former president lost twice as many votes here in Minnesota to Nikki Haley. And I've seen some of these exit polls out of North Carolina and others. 80% of folks said they're not voting for him who voted for Nikki Haley. We'll get these folks back. I think it's take them seriously. Their message is clear that they think.
Wait, what? Let me listen to this.
1,000 votes right now, 20% of the vote going to uncommitted. And we've seen that already in this primary in Michigan. What message are voters in your state trying to send to President Biden? And what do you want to see President Biden do in response?
Yeah, look, they're engaged. We're really proud in Minnesota. Civic responsibility. We have some of the highest voter turnouts. These are voters that are deeply concerned, as we all are. The situation in Gaza is intolerable. And I think trying to find a solution, a lasting two-state solution, certainly the president's move towards humanitarian aid and asking us to get to a ceasefire, that's what they're asking to be heard. And that's what they should be doing. We've gone through this before, and we know that now we make sure we've got 8 months. We start bringing these folks back in. We listen to what they're saying. That's a healthy thing that's happening here. But I would note that that the former president lost twice as many votes here in Minnesota to Nikki Haley.
Okay, so the caveat is that Trump lost 40% to Nikki Haley. Yeah, Trump actually lost in Vermont and in D.C. It doesn't matter. Those aren't a lot of delegates, but.
And I've seen some of these exit polls out of North Carolina and others. 80% of folks said they're not voting for him. Who voted?
80% of the people who voted for Nikki Haley said that they're not voting for Trump. Yeah, see, like it becomes hard to tell like what that really means. In states where you're allowed to vote across party lines. I'm not sure if North Carolina is one of those states, but there are states where you can just like register, as a Republican for the primary and then switch back to voting for a Democrat or voting for somebody else as at the general election. But yeah, so it's hard to really tell like how many of the people voting for Nikki Haley were going to vote for Trump or would have been part of the Trump 2020 coalition or whatever. It's hard to read too much into that. In other words. In North Carolina, if you're unaffiliated, you can vote in any primary.
For Nikki Haley. We'll get these folks back. I think it's take them seriously. Their message is clear that they think this is an intolerable situation and that we can do more. And I think the president's hearing that.
Okay, so yeah, we will go over like what the president seems to be hearing. Like what's going on with Joe Biden, what's going on with Kamala Harris, more importantly, in terms of that. But okay, so Fetterman has now withdrawn his support for an LGBT community center in Philadelphia and requested that funding for its expansion be removed from the HUD appropriation bill. Fetterman to be the next Joe Manchin. He actually got like a positive message from libs of TikTok. Wait a minute. I'm putting together a team. What? Is this a real? It's never been more over. You know who Fetterman looks like, though? Oh, no. Oh, no. Wait a minute. Let's take a look here. I want to see. Like, I feel like, chat, I think I might know what's going on with Fetterman. Slow. I thought we had net neutrality, chat. Why is the internet so slow for me right now? What happened to net neutrality? Did Fetterman take that away too? Okay, wait. Tell me this, okay? Do you see? Am I onto something, chat? If you've ever played Kingdom Hearts, you know that it's only a matter of time till every beloved character that you soul bond with is going to be taken over by Xehanort, right? And maybe Fetterman might have gotten Norded, right? Have we seen any X's on Fetterman's clothing? That's how you know if the X's start appearing on this guy. Look. I don't know, chat. Wait, do we have like pictures of like young Xehanort? To see if we can like... Am I onto something? See, because there's not just one Xehanort, there's like many. Okay, so there, yeah, there's... I feel like... I don't know, chat, I don't know. Anyway, I can neither confirm nor deny the rumor that John Fetterman is turning into Xehanort, but this picture, he's really striking a spooky likeness. I'm trying to find the Libs of TikTok thing. Oh, here we go. This is the post I was looking for. So this is Fetterman when he's running for office. I'm proud to stand with the transgender community today and every day. Trans rights are human rights, and if your elected officials have the responsibility to fight for those rights for you. And then here's Libs of TikTok positively retweeting or picture tweeting Fetterman having rescinded his support for, you know, there's like, okay, I kid about the Xehanort thing. Obviously, like, Kingdom Hearts is not real life. Square Enix games are not real life. You know, JRPGs in general, you can't really, you know, not like a one-to-one, you know, relationship. Although, you know, there is the theory that the many universes theory, but let's leave that Final Fantasy house crap behind for right now and just assume that, you know, that's a separate universe from the one that we currently reside in, right? But it is the same thing that's going on with Anna, and it is the same thing that went on with Destiny, right? It's people getting called out and having the most fragile reaction that you can imagine. If getting called out, having somebody complain about you, having somebody disagree with you causes you to change your political ideology to the right and be like, I'm gonna take my marbles home, and like, you can't, you know, like, right, you take your marbles home. I don't know what to tell you. I think that you're a profoundly immature individual, right? Your ideology should have nothing to do with like the feeling of indignation at criticism that you faced, right? Either, you know, you think the criticism is legitimate and you should change something, you should do something, or you think the criticism is not is off base, and, you know, you should be secure in yourself, one or the other. But better, you know, with Fetterman, with Kasparian, with Bunnell, you got a very different reaction. You got, you know, just a shocking lack of emotional maturity there. Mitch McConnell has endorsed Trump. There's not a lot to that story. What's Matt Rife up to? Is Matt Rife trying to get canceled for Cloud again? What? Um, wow. This seems like highly unconfirmed type stuff, right? Wait, what? Okay, this is like a Matthew Rife who pretended to be Matt Rife by responding to posts meant for him. What the hell?
The dark side of Hollywood is finally being exposed.
Oh no. Oh no, I don't want to feed into whatever this is. The dark side of Hollywood is being exposed. I cannot figure out exactly why Matt Rife is trending right now. What is going on? Okay, you know what? Fuck it. I'm going back to my weasels, chat. I'm going back to my safe space with the weasels. Look at this. It is time for stream, and it is... Oh no. Oh wow, Anna's got the guitar solo. Look at that. Anyway, you got limited time now, chat. I'm gonna pivot into the show for today. So if you want to get on here, if you want to help my thread get traction, if you want to bring other people into chat, show everybody that we are live and alive, you got limited amount of time to do so, right? This is your last chance. If you want to post weasels even, you can post those weasels, but they may not be seen if you don't post them soon. So
we are just too weak and incompetent.
I mean, you can post weasels in chat, of course. Of course you can post weasels in chat. I'm just saying if you want to post weasels on Twitter or Anna Kasparian memes, apparently. That looks like a tech support weasel. Is that a tech support weasel? I feel like I need a tech support weasel. Anyway, I gotta get going because, like, honestly, we don't have... Like, I'm thinking that the Anna Kasparian thing might take me an extra long time, so I apologize to those of you who did not get off your asses quick enough to like and retweet that stream to show up in the notifications on stream, who missed that chance for today. Maybe better luck next time, I guess. You know, be quicker on the draw is all I have to say. Look, I'm drinking my Void coffee too. I'm right there with you as far as being tired and groggy and slow to action, but there's only so long I can wait, especially on a day like today when we've got so much to cover and so little time. Like I'm saying, this Anna Kasparian interview, I don't know. You know how I am. I take a long time to react to things.
Ryan, let's talk about what happened in the Democratic primary.
Let's talk about what happened in the Democratic primary
Last night, because some of these results were really interesting. Huge shout out to American Samoa.
Yes, Americans. Joe Biden lost American Samoa to a guy who's...
Shouts out to American Samoa. Does anybody know about the candidate that got elected in American Samoa?
Extraordinarily famous here
in the mainland.
On the mainland. But otherwise, he was embarrassed in a lot of states by the uncommitted vote, basically across the country. We do not have a speech to show you from Joe Biden, because even though he is running for re-election, he did not give a Super Tuesday victory speech. Instead, he kind of stared blankly out at a crowd after mumbling that he would get in trouble if he took questions. It's almost too painful a video to even subject you guys to, so we're not even going to show it, because that would make us complicit in the elder abuse that is being dealt out to Joe Biden. Not that I have any.
I still think this is a huge missed opportunity for Democrats. I think that every time there is even a fake competitive, because it's not. When you have a primary with Trump and a bunch of people kissing Trump's ass, and then at the last minute, they all decide, okay, I'm going to try to criticize Trump. Oops, I got hurt. Oops, it was too much, right? Then if you can't even like compete with that, because like essentially there is no Democratic primary, right? There are, people running, but it's not, they clearly don't want to have a primary. They've decided after, I think, Jimmy Carter getting primaried by Ted Kennedy in the 1980 primary, they've decided that they're not doing primaries for incumbents anymore. If there's an incumbent, no matter how unpopular, no matter how incapable that incumbent seems, they're not gonna really allow primaries. So
Sympathy for him, given what he's doing in Gaza right now. So you kind of guess what he has coming to him, yet it's still kind of painful and sad to watch.
That's for sure.
All right, so let's get to what the voters are doing to him. We can start in Minnesota. Let's put this first one up here. Kind of a shocking to the establishment result in Minnesota, with close to 20% of the electorate voting uncommitted. This is a campaign that had about a week to organize itself, and that's on top of 8% for. So
as far as I know, yeah, Minnesota, Michigan, Minnesota had like 20% uncommitted. Michigan, I think somewhere around 10 to 15%. We're still waiting on Washington State. That's out on the West Coast, and usually those results come in a little later. When I checked this morning, we didn't have the Washington State numbers, but I know there was a substantial campaign for uncommitted in Washington State, led actually by some unions. I believe that MR talked about that this morning.
Phillips,
yes,
by the way. So almost 30%. Just between the two of those against Biden. People were saying, so they spent about $5,000 over the course of a week, something like that, to organize this campaign. Organizers for that campaign were telling me over the course of the week that they actually expected to outperform Michigan, because the phone banking that they were doing was just landing on voter after voter after voter who was telling them, yeah, we're already uncommitted. Like it was organic, that it spread.
There are a lot of people that are not fully, like, I mean, you're all engaged, you're all politically curious, right? And if you're paying attention, at this point that it's going to be saving some big sea change, which we're going to talk about later, the possibility of what might happen still, but saving something outlandish happening. It's going to be a rematch of Trump versus Biden. There's a substantial part of this country that does not want that rematch. There is a substantial part of this country that is tired of Trump. There's a substantial part of this country that's tired of Biden, especially those who, give a fuck about the Gaza issue, right? But it's almost like not until they officially announce it, maybe not even with the way that the Democrats are running their, their PR, maybe not even till the convention are people going to recognize that, yeah, it's going to be Biden versus Trump. And so, when you call people and you tell them like, hey, we're reaching out to voters who might not be certain about, Joe Biden as a candidate, who have some cause for, have some reservations about this guy. Would you consider voting uncommitted? They're kind of like, hell yeah. I want to send some message somewhere, right? They're not maybe supporters of Marianne Williamson. There's a lot about that campaign that doesn't seem super serious. Dean Phillips, like I said, in a lot of ways seems to the right of Biden, right? That's not an outlet for a lot of people, although he is getting like 10%, I guess, in Minnesota there. But there are people still want to register their dissatisfaction with Joe Brandon.
From New Hampshire over to Michigan and then into Minnesota. In Ilhan Omar's district, which is number 5 in Minnesota, they'll win at least a delegate. They may win 3.
I feel like I should run, chat. Could this be my year? I don't know if I'm actually eligible. But we could still, if Jink's not eligible either, like, I mean, that didn't stop him from running. That didn't stop him from getting votes. I should run, you know, non-committed chick 2024. That's right. What did I press the button? The button doesn't do the button thing. Why is the button bad to me today?
3 delegates at least across the state.
I need a button.
That means the party process in Minnesota is going to send at least 3 people to Minnesota who will be representing kind of a free Palestine ceasefire and the war in Gaza vote.
Huge Somali Muslim population, obviously, outside Minneapolis.
But there was
one of the disturbing developments, though, is an expression. I believe it was in a speech this morning. Like I said, or like they said, Biden didn't really give like a acceptance speech or a victory speech or anything like that last night. He did say something this morning to the Nikki Haley voters that there is a place for them in the Biden campaign, and that is the wrong message. Nikki Haley talked about cutting Social Security and Medicare. Okay, that is not like that's not the direction you need to go. Biden, I feel like he's wandering around. You know, it's like one of those things where he gives a speech and then he tries to leave and he can't find the exit, and I'm like, Biden, it's this way, right? You're getting destroyed, okay? You want to, and he's like, oh, well, maybe if I cut Social Security, maybe if I throw asylum seekers under the bus, right? Maybe that'll help. Will that help? Maybe if I act more like a Republican, maybe if I say maybe if I get my own shitty red hat and put it on. Like, wait, no, I know, Biden, endorse Donald Trump. There you go. That'll get him. That'll get you. Just convince them that you love Donald Trump, you love Trumpism. You're Trump's biggest fan, and they'll vote for you for sure.
Also, this, the correlation between age and support for uncommitted was basically 1-to-1. The younger a precinct was, the stronger the support was. There was one precinct that had something like 80% for uncommitted. That must be a fun neighborhood.
So the governor addressed this. We have a clip of that. Let's roll Tim Walz, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz.
About 40,000 votes right now, 20% of the vote going to uncommitted. And we've seen that already in this primary in Michigan. What message are voters in your state trying to send to President Biden? And what do you want to see President Biden do in response?
Yeah, look, they're engaged. We're really proud in Minnesota. Civic responsibility. We have some of the highest voter turnouts. These are voters that are deeply concerned, as we all are. The situation in Gaza is
He'll do the blue hat. Didn't Keffels already claim that one?
Intolerable. And I think trying to find a solution, a lasting 2-state solution, certainly the president's move towards humanitarian aid and asking us to get to a ceasefire, that's what they're asking to be heard. And that's what they should be doing. We've gone through this before, and we know that now we make sure we've got 8 months. We start bringing these folks back in. We listen to what they're saying. That's a healthy thing that's happening here. But I would know.
He'll do like a blue hat with an ice cream on it. It won't have any writing on it. It'll just be like an ice cream.
That the former president lost twice as many votes here in Minnesota to Nikki Haley. And I've seen some of these exit polls out of North Carolina and others. 80% of folks said they're not voting for him who voted for Nikki Haley. We'll get these.
The uncommitted guy, Chad Alpha. What about the non-committed chick?
These folks back. I think it's take them seriously. Their message is clear that they think this is an intolerable situation and that we can do more. And I think the president's hearing that.
All right, let's bring back Crystal and Sagar into the conversation. Crystal, what do you make not only in Minnesota, North Carolina, Colorado, around the country? Minnesota had the strongest.
Yeah, so as much as the governor of Minnesota, wait, was that the governor of Minnesota? Yeah, Minnesota, Tom Walz, was paying like lip service to caring about Gaza as much as like it does feel like there's like a lack of recognition when you say stuff like we'll get him back, it's okay, right? No, like Biden needs to feel the heat. He needs to think about what happens if he doesn't get them back, right? that's the only thing that's going to change the Democrats' policy is an imperative, an electoral imperative to do so.
Performance for uncommitted, but around the country, it was clear that there is like widespread dissatisfaction with Biden and with his war effort. What did you make of it?
Yeah, when you combine uncommitted, and keep in mind that not all of these states had uncommitted on the ballot, which is why you should consider, the votes for Marianne and the votes for Dean and the votes for uncommitted. I think you should count all of those as basically Biden protest votes, and also whatever other candidates, Cenk and the other like unknown candidates that popped up on some of these ballots. So quite significant. The Minnesota performance is nothing short of astonishing. And I heard this talking point over and over again on CNN, like, oh, sure, Biden lost a few votes, but look at Nikki Haley eating into Trump. It is a very different deal to vote for an actual candidate. And also, by the way, for it to be a lot of Democrats and independents who are voting for that actual candidate, than to have voters taking the time out of their
That's exactly what I was saying,
day
yeah.
to show up to directly say, screw you and your disgusting, immoral policy vis-a-vis Gaza. I mean, that is extraordinary. With no money. Think of how much money Nikki Haley spent. There was almost literally no money spent on this effort in Minnesota. It popped up in a week's time and outperformed by percentages what was done in Michigan. So I think it is absolutely extraordinary. And I do think that you have seen a rhetorical shift from the Biden administration directly because of this uncommitted protest vote. So you saw, Kamala Harris with some more strenuous language backing basically the same policy. But you also see all of the Dem flacks out there instead of going.
So yeah, we're gonna take a look at what Kamala Harris said, because there's various schools of thought about it, right? My opinion is that it's not enough, but let's take a look at it anyway and actually game out what it might mean, right? Because the Majority Report covered this, and strangely, they are thinking like, Emma and me. It's like we've done a mind meld or something, right? We're on the same page as far as what Kamala's statement might indicate.
Back to, well, Israel has a right to defend itself. Now the line is, well, Biden is working day and night to, try to secure this ceasefire, and he hears them and he agrees with them. So basically trying to gaslight. But you can see there has been an impact and that they are feeling pressure. You couple that with the just abject horror of the Flower Massacre, and I think you do see that they are feeling some kind of pressure from this movement, which will only continue and grow post Super Tuesday. And once again, the results show this is not just a problem with Arab Americans. This isn't just a problem with Muslim Americans or some other narrow demographic group. If you are a Democrat and you want to win the presidency of the United States once again, you need young people to show up for you and not to stay home.
It's a question of strategy for the Democratic Party. In the past, the establishment party strategy has been thus, right? Take anyone already in your coalition, especially if they have a vested interest, right? If Trump's going after, a certain group, is Trump stoking racism against a certain group, then you're just going to take that group for granted and you're going to do nothing for them. And instead, you're going to move to the right and you're going to try to get the suburban moms is generally the demographic that they're talking about, as the swing voter. You're gonna try to look, they got to stop that. That's not going to work. They've gotten the signal for years and years and years. The fact that Bernie Sanders was able to challenge Hillary Clinton meaningfully in 2016 is an example of that. The fact that Joe Biden, had it not been for, essentially the intervention in the primary, would have lost to Bernie Sanders. Okay. They should be getting that the progressive wing of the Democratic Party is so ascendant that it is they, in the words of the immortal words of Mr. Chapo. Mr. Chapo once said that, yeah, we will still rock with you, Hillary voters, but you got to bend the knee. And of course that got taken way out of context, way the fuck out of context. But it's true. They need to bend the knee. They need to recognize where the future of the party is. And it is not with this Reagan light bullshit that they have been doing since the 80s. The Democrats are afraid of their own shadow and their failures, their electoral failures. They're giving away elections to historically bad candidates like Donald Trump. And that is, I maintain that still. Donald Trump is not some kind of electoral juggernaut. Donald Trump is an historically, poor candidate for general election. Right? But the Democrats manage to lose, or they come close to lose. They cut it way too close. And that it's time and time again, it's a lack of recognition of where the party's actually going. And it is not going to the third way. The Obamas, the Clintons, it's going in a new direction, right?
And young people are sending you as loud and clear a message as they possibly can that this current posture vis-a-vis Israel and Gaza is utterly unacceptable.
And Biden wouldn't have won without a pretty decent surge from young voters in 2020. I mean, his margins.
He wouldn't have the Senate either.
Yeah, absolutely.
What strategy do you think that anyway, I'm not trying to get one chattered here, but we had somebody bring up in chat the fact that young people have the most to lose. Are you really thinking this through? Is this really a good idea? Trump is no, I know Donald Trump is. I'm maybe a little bit more aware than most people how Trump or any Republican at this point, even if Trump were to get whisked away by some sort of condition health condition, some sort of a legal situation, who knows, right? Even if Trump was not a factor, right? Any Republican candidate is going to be a vessel for Project 2025. The problem is that Project 2025 is underway already. And Biden and the Democrats, instead of fighting it, are meeting it halfway, are throwing their constituencies under the bus. Look, you're arguing with me as if I am representative of the part of the party that is reticent about voting for Biden. You're barking up the wrong tree, all right? Changing my mind would achieve nothing. The voting bloc that is unsure, that doesn't feel good about voting for Biden, is not going to be shamed. They're not going to be cajoled. They're not going to be threatened. They're not going to be scared into supporting Biden. You don't want to get those voters? Get Biden to change his policy. Right? If you want to help Joe Biden get elected, right, assuming that's Biden versus Trump, if you want to make it less likely for Donald Trump to get elected, you should be putting pressure on Joe Biden when you say shit like you better fucking vote for this guy. You better vote for this. You don't know how bad it's going to be with Trump. You're fucking helping Biden lose. Stop making him a loser, right? The Democrats have been losers since the 1980s, and they haven't comprehended that it is a different political era now. Ronald Reagan is rotting in the ground, literally getting eaten by worms as we speak. That guy is worm food, okay? That guy is not. Ronald Reagan cannot scare you anymore, right? Do not be afraid of the specter of fucking Reagan. We got Trump to deal with now, and if you want to beat Donald Trump, you need an energized party. The problem is that you've been running these campaigns where it's all based on fear. Like, oh my God, Donald Trump is so bad. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. Oh my God, we gotta vote for this shit sandwich of a candidate because of how bad Trump is. Try to establish some kind of proactive agenda. When you make promises to constituencies, when you talk about forgiving all debt to students who went to historically black colleges and universities, don't fucking pull back on that. Like, don't go through, student loans are a great example, right? Biden had a course to forgive a lot of student loan money. And it's really obvious at this point that he didn't want to. He took the course that was more approved of by centrist, sort of moderate, third way type, candidates, third way type policy, right? He took that, tack. And because of that, he's been able to forgive student loans mainly for constituencies that he already had. In other words, older students who've already been paying their loans back for 20 years. That's who got their loans forgiven. By and large, from Biden, right? There's so much that they need to change if they want to win, if they want to be competitive. They are their own worst enemies, right? They are not up against really strong, really difficult to beat candidates. Yeah, Donald Trump has a lot of engagement. Donald Trump definitely throws red meat to his core constituency. But what makes Donald Trump dangerous is the Democrats that he's running against, right? Historically uncharismatic figures like Hillary Clinton, historically incapable figures like Joe Biden. And the Democrats just, sandbagging anybody to the left at that at every single turn. Because at the end of the day, they represent capital, right? That's the problem with the Democrats. That's where their cowardice comes from. This third way shit has worked out really well for the capitalist class. And it's a great way to use the Democrats as controlled opposition. If you want a party that's going to whoop Donald Trump's ass every single time, and it's going to whoop Vivek Ramaswamy's ass and every single Donald Trump clone that runs after them, all you need to do is stop being afraid of your own shadow and actually represent the workers, actually represent the people, actually represent the constituencies that you pretend to care about, right? If you're worried about Biden losing to Trump, you should not be making arguments at people that are voting uncommitted, right? Well, you better not do that. That's making Biden look bad. You're going to make the press bad for Biden and then, going to depress the vote. No, you're depressing the vote by letting Biden suck shit. Okay? You want Biden to win? Make him win, right? Light a fire under him. And as Jink once said, he will do.
And Ryan, one second, Ryan, can you break down the other states for everybody?
The uncommitted?
Yes, because I know that we have all the other states there.
Do we have the element that we can put up here?
Sure.
I am so frustrated by their sound.
All right, so let's run through these quickly. So there we've got.
Let's make this bigger.
Rocking in at 13%, which is pretty strong performance, at least as strong as Michigan. Move to the next one. We got Massachusetts coming in at almost 10% with another nearly 5% for Dean Phillips. Move on to the Colorado primary. 8, almost 9%, plus then a handful. So you're looking at almost 20% kind of protest votes with about 10% there. And then the Oklahoma primary, almost 10% of Oklahoma Democrats saying uncommitted, like end this war. And if the Democratic Party was,
but also 9 and 9 for Dean Phillips and Marianne Williamson.
Yes, right.
Which is also a protest vote at this point.
Yes, and so if the
Biden shouldn't be such a shitty candidate. Like, part of it is his own fault. He has done some things right. Like, if you look at what he's done with the National Labor Relations Board, I mean, that's good shit. If he'd actually followed through on his promises in terms of student loans, that would have been better shit. He hamstrung himself out of keeping his own promises there, and in a lot of ways it kind of seems like he didn't really want to keep those promises. He doesn't want to forgive student loans, but Biden could, like, the big thing holding Joe Biden back right now, right, the reason that we're talking about massive uncommitted campaigns in these states right now is Biden's policy on Gaza.
Party was an actual power-seeking operation that ran rationally. Somebody like the guy you just saw, the Minnesota governor, Tim Walz, he'd be the nominee. He'd probably waltz, into the White House. Instead,
dad joke.
Yeah, do you like that one? No, you loved it. Instead, to Crystal's point, all we're getting is this kind of change in rhetoric. And if you boil down what their change in rhetoric is, it's we are not complicit in this evil. We are just too weak and incompetent to stop it, which is. Okay, I guess.
Also, Green Eye, it's pronounced Scrotus, but
makes us feel better about.
We'll forgive you for that.
It's maybe, but that's not much of.
And you say that SCOTUS cut away his path. That's because of the course that he decided to pursue, right? There were two options. One of them was going to get him yelled at by the Morning Joes of the world, right? And the other one was going to be easier to, arguing with Chad instead of reading the top of the hour ad break. See what you did, Grey Knight? Yeah, it's Scrotus. It's you're missing an R there, Grey Knight. You're missing an R.
A selling point at all.
Well,
but yeah, no, like Biden had two options before him. One of those options would have pissed off the kind of centrists, like I said, the Morning Joe types, right? And the other option, would have been more sustainable in terms of bypassing the courts. Biden chose the more safe path, and that's what's been getting us cooked over and over again. By us, I mean anybody who doesn't want Trump. Okay, that your fear of Trump is helping Trump get elected, managing your political power, your political leverage over Joe Biden, which only comes from the fact that he doesn't know if you're going to support him or not, right? That's the only leverage you really have. Giving that away and say, oh, no, of course we're going to support Biden, right, is making it more likely for Trump to be elected. What I'm saying, chat, is a few of you out there are afraid of your own shadows. A few of you out there have essentially been groomed by generations of third way Democrats to expect nothing greater than a shit sandwich. Okay, and we already talked about egg salad sandwiches, and those aren't great, but a shit sandwich, come on. You don't have to eat a shit sandwich. In fact, running a shit sandwich is making it more likely for Trump to win.
Actually, this is interesting because in California, here's establishment darling Adam Schiff. If we put B6 up on the screen, the primary, this is a huge primary election in California. People know the high-profile candidates, Katie Porter, Barbara Lee. Now, Steve Garvey.
No, you're missing the point, Gray Knight. You're missing the point. He had an option. He had a path before him to bypass the court. All right, listen.
Actually did better than Katie Porter and Barbara Lee's margins here, or their percentages here put together. So this goes to the jungle primary runoff type situation. Adam Schiff secured 33% of the vote. I'm just curious, Ryan, Crystal, Sagar, what your take is on, with the Middle East weighing so heavily on Democratic voters' minds. Adam Schiff is a Biden establishment ally, also a conspiracy monger and weirdo. But that aside, I mean, that's a.
It did not weigh in here in this California primary. It's very interesting. Barbara Lee, faring terribly. I was actually in California over the weekend, talking to a voter who his primary issue was anti-war, and later in the conversation he said, "I hope Barbara Lee wins her re-election." I was like, actually, she's running for Senate. He's like, what? He's like, no way, that's awesome. That's so cool. It's like Barbara Lee is so screwed. Like,
yeah, she hasn't gotten the.
This is like her base, and he didn't even know that she was running, which goes to the problem for anybody running in California, that it's just so insanely expensive. But Sagar, what do you make of that?
That is really sad that people. So we're talking about the primary in California right now. Schiff and Garvey, the Republican, I think, is that how that works? They said junk. They didn't really explain this, but they said, what did they? The phrase was weird. Come on. Sagar, no. There it is.
Together. So this goes to the jungle primary runoff.
The jungle primary runoff. So wait. Like, they need to do a better job of highlighting. I'm not sure how this works, right? So Barbara Lee is probably the candidate that we want. Barbara Lee came in fourth, though, unfortunately, as they mentioned. Or no, they're talking about Katie Porter. People didn't realize Katie Porter was running. Essentially, it's like Schiff, Porter, Lee. Barbara Lee kind of got screwed by Gavin Newsom, and was expecting a endorsement. Did not get one. And it looks like, oh God, Katie Porter's not even running that well. But I don't know what they mean by the jungle primary.
Now, Steve Garvey actually did better than Katie Porter and Barbara Lee's margins
combined,
or their percentages here put together. So this goes to the jungle primary runoff type situation. Adam Schiff secured 33% of the vote. I'm just curious, Ryan, Crystal, Sagar, what your take is on, with the Middle East weighing so heavily.
Is the jungle primary? I'm guessing what they mean is that it's going to be Schiff, Porter, and Garvey, and they're going to run it again with nobody else in the race. But
on Democratic voters' minds, Adam Schiff is a Biden establishment ally, also a conspiracy monger and weirdo.
But a conspiracy monger? Wait. Oh no, this is, oh my God. So this is Breaking Points, if you don't know. I like Ryan Grimm. Crystal Ball could go either way. I think these two, Sagar and what's her fuck, are on the right, right? But I think what she's saying is that that Schiff, talking about Trump's closeness to Russia represents like a conspiracy theory, which it's not. It's not.
That aside, I mean, that's
blaming Russia for Hillary Clinton losing the 2016 election when Hillary Clinton herself lost the election, from being a profoundly bad candidate, from taking too many states for granted, from taking too many constituencies for granted, for not reading the tea leaves, from the fact that Bernie gave her a run for her money, right? That was information right there that you could have used to say, if I want to win, I'm going to run to the left. Instead, Hillary Clinton ran to the right. She avoided, making any sort of commitments at all, right? Hillary Clinton lost that election. Anybody that tells you different, anybody that blames Donald Trump, blames, interference from Russia, blames Bernie Sanders not endorsing her hard enough, or whatever other bullshit that they want to say is garbage. That was absolutely Hillary Clinton's fault. So that's where I will, draw the line on the Russian thing. But yeah, there's some strange shit up with between Putin and Trump. I don't know what you want to say. That is not a conspiracy theory. That is like using your eyes. That is being aware of reality, right?
It did not weigh in here in this California.
But I mean, this is what we're dealing with here with Counterpoints, is one of these counterpoints. Wait, it's called fucking breaking points. They had the screen confuse me. We're dealing with
your primary.
It's like 25% of the way to the hill, basically, if that gives you an idea.
It's very interesting. Barbara Lee, faring terribly. I was actually in California over the weekend, talking to a voter who his primary issue was anti-war, and later in the conversation he said, "I hope Barbara Lee wins her re-election." I was like, actually,
Crystal Ball is not the worst, Isaiah, and she's been better lately, right?
She's running for Senate. He's like, what? He's like, no way, that's awesome, that's so cool. It's like Barbara Lee is so screwed. Like this is like her base, and he didn't even know that she was running, which goes to the problem for anybody running in California, that is just so insanely.
But just understand what the hill is, right? They were Sagar and Crystal were the rising before Brianna and Robbie were the rising, and they don't pick you for the rising because you are an advocate for the left. They pick you from the rising because you're compromised in some way. Brianna, I would say, less so, but there's still some issues with Brianna. But yeah, that's my kind of reticence with Crystal Ball. I don't think she's the worst. We're watching them, right? We're watching Breaking Points. I like Ryan Grimm, and I don't know, Crystal Ball. Crystal Ball hasn't pissed me off in a while, so only see Crystal being better on select issues, not someone I would support on the whole at all. Ryan Grimm is definitely the guy I turn to for some topics other than COVID. Oh yeah.
Expensive, but Sagar, what do you make of that?
Well, California obviously is basically a rigged, electoral system. So, let's all be honest around that. Especially
Raven G says she didn't run to the right. She was always on the right and never moved. Yeah, I see what you're saying. She was always to the right throughout the primary and never moved. Yeah, the move for Hillary would have been to move to the left, to embrace some of Bernie's policies. And such, and to show up in Wisconsin to solidify her supposed firewall. Remember, she had a firewall. She had states that were like union states, working class states, that she was, instead of having the right attitude, which is like, let me go firm these up because I might need these states, she was like, no, it's in the bag. It's in the bag. New York Times says I have a 95% chance of winning. I'm just going to put this in the bank. Hillary Clinton is her own worst enemy.
With the dynamics that you just highlighted. Also, just to pick up on that, we have a shot here, some of these protesters who are interrupting Adam Schiff. And this goes to the question of how that will play out in the actual general election. Let's take a listen to that. So as everybody could see, this is just going to be an ever-present problem.
So does anybody in chat want to make an argument to me against protesting Adam Schiff's speech? You know, does anyone want to tell me that you know that we're so close in terms of the Senate, we can't afford to lose even one senator, and you're showing up to protest Adam. Wait, what the fuck is his name? Schiff. I was gonna call him Adam Smith. That's the economics guy. I know that. Okay, so yeah, showing up to. Is anybody gonna make the argument that like you shouldn't be protesting Adam Schiff? You shouldn't be. You know, you're making our dudes look bad. We need to win the Senate, because we do. We need to win the Senate. It's so weird how this language works in the U.S. Like, right, you know, in throwing in your lot with a party that has you know, absolutely thrown you under the bus at every junction. But I am also, like many of you in chat, very fearful of a Donald Trump presidency. Actually, I would say I am fearful of any Republican presidency. That scares the shit out of me. And I don't want it to happen, but I know that the best way to prevent that is to shake the Democrats so that they get off their asses and they change their fucking policy, because this is not okay. And this is the only thing that makes Donald Trump a viable candidate. The fact that the Democrats are soulless. The Democrats are passionless. The Democrats are counting 100% on our fear of Donald Trump being the motivator to defeating Donald Trump. And I'm going to say right here and right now, that is not enough. That is not enough. That is risky business, okay? Yes, you know, Trump is a fucking horror show. I know that. You know that. But a lot of people on the edge, you know, they're not aware of Project 2025. Or, you know, they see this shit and they just get dispirited because they look like, okay, so who's our guy? Biden? Oh my God, Biden just screwed you. Fetterman, oh my God, Fetterman just screwed you. All these fucking joker Democrats just keep on screwing their own side. And then they expect to have some kind of excitement behind their campaigns. That's not how it works. If you want Donald Trump to lose, you better make Biden afraid of losing. Because right now he is acting like somebody that thinks he's got it in the bag. That should scare you more than any uncommitted campaign. That should scare you, okay?
I think for many of these establishment Democratic politicians, we covered previously on our show about how Joe Biden.
Or even G, are you fucking serious? Do you not hear what I'm saying?
Is going to like extensive lengths not to campaign and college campuses.
I hate to tell you, but if Donald Trump wins in 2024, it's going to be because of sentiments like that. It's going to be because good people who knew what the right thing to do was and knew that the Democrats weren't doing it were more afraid of Trump getting elected than they didn't show up and they didn't protest and they didn't say anything and they made Biden feel like, yeah, no, we can go along to get along. We don't have to change anything up. We don't have to switch any stances. We don't have to reach out to any of the, like, I mean, look at Michigan. Look at Michigan. Look, there's a situation where I think that, like, I can't imagine anybody not recognizing that, like, Arab Americans and Muslim Americans in Michigan are not going to show up, which is a pretty heavily, you know, Democratic constituency. They are not going to show up in sufficient numbers. And many of them not going to show up at all if something doesn't change with Biden's Gaza policy. I say protest the fuck out of these people. Do you really think that, like, please explain to me the mechanism that, like, oh yeah, you know, there was a lot of protests at the Democratic candidates' speeches, and so they just didn't win. Like, how does that work? How does that work?
Humiliating when you're the sitting Democratic president. You can't go to a college campus. Honestly, Ryan, that may be why he didn't do a victory speech last night, and they're just terrified. As I understand it,
even before 10/7, we were fully invested in ethnic cleansing and apartheid and settler colonialism, and we did nothing. Yeah, and there's that weird we word again, right? And I'm the one who introduced it to the conversation. I'm the one that introduced the whole we thing when it's not exactly us. Look, I am not against, okay, casting a vote for harm reduction, casting a vote for a candidate that you don't love because the, you know, other you're staring down the barrel of Donald Trump. Yeah, I'm okay with that. But I'm also politically savvy enough to understand that fear is not in and of itself a sufficient motivator. And running a campaign based on fear of the shit sandwich on the other side is going to be so much worse is a great way to lose. And the Democrats have been cutting it way too close. Donald Trump's not a good candidate, all right? Getting anywhere close to being beat by Donald Trump is pathetic. And like, there's got to be some, there's got to be a meaningful alternative that's not just like, hey, we're not Trump. You got to do better than that. You absolutely do. Otherwise, you will lose to Trump. You will have Donald Trump for another 4 years, and you will have Project 2025. And like I said about the Republicans, and like I said about the MAGA people, like once they get a hold of the country again, you're never going to recognize it. All right. The stuff that they're willing to do, the stuff that they're ready to do, the stuff in some cases that they're already doing to like no recognition and no fight from the Democrats is gonna fuck up the country like permanently. When they're talking about gutting the administrative state, right? That is not something that you can easily undo. Look at the Supreme Court, like, right? Biden's had 4 years and hasn't been able to undo shit when it comes to the Supreme Court. It's 6-3, conservative to left or liberal or whatever you want to call it, right? Yeah, no, I absolutely recognize the threat of Donald Trump. That's why I'm so insistent on lighting a fire under Biden's ass. If you want Biden or Kamala or whoever they actually end up running with, which we'll get to in a second, if you want the Democrats to win, you got to light a fire under their asses. Otherwise, they're more likely to lose to Trump.
Been contracting some third-party security service to try and screen.
But Nobo, if you would listen to me, you would recognize that you are the one letting that happen. You are the one. It's your fear of your own shadow that's letting that happen. Like, you are being controlled, unfortunately, by the same third way garbage that has run the Democratic Party since the late 80s. And I don't think that's been a winning strategy.
People before you go in. I mean, once we've gotten to that point, things are not looking good for you. And it is humiliating because you've not only got the votes in terms of uncommitted, but you've also got the physical manifestation of that at every public appearance that you make from here on thus far. So overall, I mean, I'm just coming back to the same Trump issue where Crystal is right. Many of those people who voted in the primary are just probably Democrats. Here, though, we have probably a bigger problem just given the gap between like the policy that would actually have to happen to even get maybe half of these people back in the door. It's very likely that he could, if there is a fatal blow in November, there will be many, many reasons as to why that happened, but it's very likely we can trace a lot of it back to here and to this right now.
A Democrat not being able to go to a college campus is like a Republican who couldn't campaign in the Villages, Florida. And underscoring that point, if we could put up B3, and then Chris, I want to get your response to this, the element B3, this polling that shows that even among Republicans, 30% of Republicans want arms shipments blocked to Israel, but 62%.
Do you see what they're saying? This is Politico, right? Politico, if you don't know, is not your friend. All right, like as much as the Hill is sus, Politico is sus too. They claim to be centrist and objective, whatever, yada yada. They're right leaning. They're definitely capitalist leaning, but they are talking about the policy, a policy that Biden isn't questioning at this point. Bernie has finally gotten off his ass and said something about this, right? If you want to end the conflict in Gaza, you need to be able to at least credibly threaten to withhold arms shipments, to withhold military funding from Israel at this point, right? Majority of Biden voters oppose those shipments. 30% of Republicans oppose those shipments. Here's an issue that Biden is actually not taking not taking, like, this should be a win for the Democrats. There's been a major sea change in how the Israeli Palestinian conflict is seen in the United States. And instead of being in position to benefit from that, as you would think a left candidate would be. Biden being the guy that said, back in the 80s, if Israel did not exist, we would have to invent it. For our own political foreign policy priorities, we need a state like Israel in the Middle East, right? Biden is so ride or die for Israel, and has kind of a closeness to Netanyahu. Now he's saying stuff in private against Netanyahu, and there is an effort to kind of make Netanyahu the fall guy and say, we did get somebody like Herzog in there, things will be better. Let's do a ceasefire for 6 weeks. But yeah, these arms shipments are where the rubber meets the road as far as traction. And, Biden's missing a huge opportunity. And I don't know, chat. I don't know if there's any chance of convincing Biden to do something like use the massive amount of leverage that the United States has on Israel to affect that policy, to force a ceasefire.
Of voters who supported Biden in 2020 want the U.S. to block weapons shipments to Israel. Ceasefire and blocking weapons shipments is not a divisive or controversial position. It is the overwhelming majority position of Democratic voters. Yet it is in stark contrast to what the president is actually doing, Crystal.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I continue to bring this up, but I am struck by the poll that found that a majority of Joe Biden 2020 voters say Israel is committing a genocide. I mean, you just cannot possibly overstate the sea change in American politics.
So I ask again, chat, should these protesters shut the fuck up and hide themselves away? Should they wait until the end of the election to protest? Are we risking everything? Are we risking giving the election to Trump by expressing our dissatisfaction with Joe Biden's policies, by expressing our utter disgust in the kind of ethnic cleansing that's going on right now in Gaza? Do we need to bite our tongues? Because there's a certain segment of chat out there that I feel like I'm just getting the most ridiculous, impractical, harmful political message from.
Vis-a-vis the view of Israel and the view of our relationship with regards to Israel. And so when you see, the actions of someone like Joe Biden, who's been in DC for 50 years and has this view of Israel that dates back, hasn't progressed since 1970 and whatever he thought of it at the time. The other thing is that one of his ironclad rules of the road in politics is you never lose by being too pro-Israel, because, there's much more funding on that side. I'm just not trying to be.
And look, Biden, unfortunately, is not the only one who has a very 1990s synthesis of politics, right? Whose political calculation and understanding hasn't changed since 1990. Unfortunately, there's way too much of the Democratic Party that's still like that. The traditions of the Third Way and the Democratic Leadership Council in the 80s and 90s have carried over, have not been defeated yet. That you've still got a lot of those bad ideas still kicking around, and the only way that they're going to move forward on the left in the United States is to transcend that, is to defeat that, is to put that shit to bed. Democrats need to stop being afraid of their own shadow. Democrats need to stop trying to be Republican light. That is not, and this whole idea of always side with Israel no matter what, right? That's a very 1990s, 2000s sort of point of view.
An anti-Semitic comment is just a statement of reality, given the funding behind AIPAC and how in-influential that has been, and how comparatively, there's basically no funding benefit to be gained on the Palestinian side of the equation. And also, typically, the people who vote on that issue are the people who are most vociferously lockstep for whatever it is that Israel wants to do. That particular dynamic may well be changing. I think that's the piece that is different, that Biden and many other Democratic politicians really haven't accounted for. That now you have this very, very impassioned and frankly radicalized group of predominantly, but not exclusively, young voters who are voting directly on this issue. And so I think that's part of, where the disconnect and why they've been so slow to even change the rhetoric with regards to Israel and Palestine, let alone they still haven't changed the policy. So this is a massive issue that, there are videos every day coming out of Kirsten Gillibrand's town hall, so many protesters there, AOC getting chased out of a movie theater because she won't call it a genocide, Adam Schiff getting shouted down at his own victory speech. Every single Democrat is being held to account for this monstrous, abhorrent policy that, again, a majority of their own party says makes them complicit in a genocide. So I think the political landscape has completely flipped in a way that many of these politicians haven't accounted for. Just to throw on a couple things specifically about California, don't claim to be a political expert in the ins and outs of California politics. I do want to mention Adam Schiff spent, I think, more money propping up the Republican candidate than he did even on his own campaign, because he wanted to make sure he wasn't up against another Democrat in the fall, because he feels very confident, of course, in California, he can beat a Republican. He wasn't so confident he could beat, say, Katie Porter or Barbara Lee head to head. The other thing is, my understanding, based on what I've seen of the messaging in that race.
If AOC can't get the word genocide out of her mouth, considering what's going on in Gaza right now, that's not the person that progressives showed up to elect, right? She hasn't changed the system. The system has changed her. Like, don't be so concerned about like people and like nobody should be like harassed, but at the same time, politicians have a certain responsibility to be accountable to their base, to the people that put them in office. And especially with AOC, if you can't fucking get that word out of your mouth, that we are fucked, right? We are fucked.
Is that none of them really put Gaza at the core of their messaging. And yes, Barbara Lee is seen as generally anti-war, but she hasn't been leading the charge in the way that, say, a Rashida Tlaib or like an Ilhan Omar has. And California also, their uncommitted vote, protest vote on Super Tuesday was one of the lower ones of the states that actually went for whatever reason. I'm not really sure why.
I think it's also worth mentioning.
I don't know. I don't want to say what I think about California's
while we're in
Democratic Party.
California, that both George Gascon in LA and Jose Garza in Travis County, which soccer you're obviously very familiar with, held on to their seats in these pretty competitive Democratic primaries. Not super close either. And that contrasts with the mood of the country back in 2022, where it was sort of like, Democrats are going to have to attack to the center in order to make up from this backlash of 2020. Well, then Dobbs came down. And now we're here, and Israel happened. So I think there's so much going on with young voters in particular for Democrats that if there's going to be a wake-up call, you would think the results that are coming in showing, some seriously alarming drops in enthusiasm for Joe Biden that could affect turnout, could affect his margins, could affect third parties. These would be those red flags, those warning signs. But Ryan, there was a glaring red flag last night in American Samoa in the form of Jason Palmer.
Okay, now this is what I want explained to me. Who is this guy?
Jason Palmer ran what is, I think, it's got to be the coolest campaign ever. So he beat Biden for the delegates from American Samoa. Congratulations to Jason Palmer, very, very well known.
Anybody know this guy? I literally have
here in the mainland.
Wait, very well known? Wait, what? Who is this?
Let's play a little bit of the case that he made to American Samoan voters.
I'm asking for your support and vote, and would love to talk to you about why I believe I'm the best candidate for American Samoa, a beautiful and diverse territory that needs much more attention and support.
Yeah, it's Jason Palmer, but what's he from? What's he been doing? What's his deal?
From our federal government. You're probably wondering, who is this Jason Palmer?
Yeah, so that's confusing, isn't it? Is counterpoints. We're talking about Breaking Point, right? This is the channel that we're watching, right? Breaking Points, whatever they're called. Counterpoints is, I guess, their panel show where they have a bunch of people show up with big, different opinions. They're trying, essentially, Crystal and Sagar have tried to, open their own hill, right? Which I will give them credit for this, okay? Where the hill was slanted to the right, I would say that Breaking Points is less so. And Breaking Points does have, good people like Ryan Grimm working with them too.
Well,
you always confuse Breaking Points for The Rising. Yeah, there's a reason for that.
The mainland, I'm
trying to let him cook. I
very well known.
Okay,
I can vouch for that.
So that's the joke. He's not well known, and he's saying he's well known. Is that what we're looking at here? But yeah, this isn't ContraPoints. This isn't Counterpoints or Connor Points or anybody like that, right? This is the Breaking Points,
right? I mean,
yes, he's a
man.
celeb.
That is the man. As soon as I saw him, I'm like, Jason Palmer, the man.
I don't know if you saw Fox News call the race for Jason Palmer, but Brett Baer was really
American Samoa's mad right wing.
Really confused in the video.
Well, see, the dude is like, I mean, like, that's all they showed us of the dude. I wish I could let the dude cook more. Do you want to see him again, chat? Sagar. I'm probably mispronouncing his name because I always mispronounce his name.
He was like, I don't know who that is.
He's out of touch. Jason Palmer's huge.
And Jason Palmer looks like
right.
He's a realtor in suburban Minneapolis or something. He's got the Martin Luther King.
He's never been
I have
to
a dream
American
speech
Samoa
in the
ever.
background. I mean, it's
Ryan Grimm's been on The Rising too. I mean, like, some good people have been on The Rising. I'm just saying that overall, what The Rising is doing is, the Hill is a right wing project, right, with right wing money backing it. Like the Hill is what The Rising is on. And the project of The Rising is to present something that looks like a fair exchange between left and right, but it's kind of, tilted, the thumbs on the scale. That's generally what they do. So, but yeah, I wouldn't shit on anybody for taking a paycheck when you can get one. It's tough out there.
just like if
Sagar like poggers. So Sagar.
If you were watching the video, he really had a framed picture of Martin Luther King giving his "I Have a Dream" speech behind him. I mean, it was just perfect in so many ways, Ryan.
Yeah, incredible. Congratulations to Jason Palmer.
Crystal and Sagar, are you voting for him?
Yeah, maybe.
Absolutely. I'm going to write him in the fall.
He's a very
I wish I had learned more about Ryan Palmer.
well-known figure,
I'm sorry, Chad. I wanted to let him cook. He's apparently a very well-known figure here on the mainland.
For years.
Sagar.
Yeah.
He's big on TikTok, I think. I don't know. Something like that. The Zoomers love him.
It's too good.
Yeah, the kids love him. So good for Jason Palmer. Very, very exciting. Love to see it.
Well, Sagar, I want to toss this last element to you in the block. This is more results out of Texas. Again, I think what the theme of this block, when it comes to how Biden performed last night on Super Tuesday, we can go ahead and put B10 up on the screen. Just some of the signs from the polling that's found Biden starting to flag with Hispanic voters, Black voters, young voters, started to show up in the returns yesterday. Talk to us a little bit about these results from Cameron County.
Yeah, I had big eyes in South Texas just because that was such a big flip that we saw that happened in 2020. In some cases, moving like 40 to 50% of the vote from Hillary Clinton to Trump. What you saw last night was actually pretty fascinating. It's not just Cameron County, but what we tried to highlight there is a lot of the results all across South Texas. Where
Breaking Points is supposed to be a alliance between left and right populism. Yeah, and some of the issues with Crystal are like issues that afflict a lot of like left-wing populism. Now, it's not Jimmy Dore, okay? Don't get me wrong, right? I'm not comparing Crystal Ball to anything like that. And like I said, she has been better recently. I'm actually straining to remember the last time I massively disagreed with Crystal Ball on something.
You actually saw a pretty significant protest vote for Armando Perez Serrato, who is a Democrat. He's kind of an all over the place.
Left and right populism getting together, unfortunately, is also the formula for how do you make a NASBL, right? So, I mean, there's concerns there,
gentlemen, but critically was
or a MAGA communist.
Very hard against Joe Biden, said that he was too old, disagreed with him on the Israel policy, went after a lot of the establishment Democrats. That showed me that he was one of the most polling protest vote candidates, but it was localized to South Texas, where he spent a lot of the time actually campaigning on. And I think what it kind of highlights for us here on the show is that regardless of where people people are. You know, in Minnesota, we saw some Dean Phillips voters and uncommitted voters.
Oh my God.
Marianne actually did
This
quite well.
this segment is going on way too long.
Where Crystal and I are, you know, in certain places where there were younger voters, South Texas, everyone is localizing some of their dissent against Biden. And then that comes down to how are they actually going to come out and vote? And if you couple dissent of the existing Democrats and then the Republican like surge of 2020 and really in 2022 as well in South Texas, I think that it will fundamentally change the electoral map of Texas such that the Republican suburbs will vote Democrat, but they will make up for it with a lot of non-college educated voters. And I found that really interesting in the results last night.
Yeah, and my understanding from what's going on around there is that a lot of this just feels kind of cultural. Like the area is just becoming culturally Republican. Like it's just in the water. Like it used to be culturally Democrat. Like you're a Democrat because you live in this area. Now
they put fluoride in the water.
It's the fluoride. I mean, I think some of it is the media, like the Spanish language takeover by the right wing of the media. You know, that is dominant there. I think is where kind of you get that in the water. Like that's kind of what makes the water is what you consume on Facebook and also.
Or if we were to quote Vosh, it's actually called aqua, or as they call it, aqua. Sorry, I don't know are people familiar with that clip? I saw that clip the other night of Vosh be arguing with somebody about like H2O, and he's like, or it could be aqua, as they call it in Spanish-speaking countries. Somebody had to tell him it's agua.
Through the Spanish language television. But yeah, is that your read, Sagar and Emily, that it's just becoming just like you just are a Republican? Like I think this is going to go from a Democratic stronghold to pretty soon being just Republican territory.
Are they talking about South Texas? Is that what they mean? Because like, yeah, Texas is like a very Republican state, but maybe South Texas is usually a more Democratic voting area.
Look, I don't think the labels are.
It's pronounced agua.
It's just
agua.
Like the Tejano kind of libertarian identity has.
It's not Aqua from Kingdom Hearts.
Been there for a long time. In some cases, longer than even many people who've lived in Texas who are white. So my point is just that trying to apply like national, like it's the right would take over the media and all that. I just don't really think it's accurate. I think a lot of it just comes back to the fact that they truly felt screwed by they felt abandoned by Democrats on a couple of key issues. Inflation was a huge one actually in 2020. I believe, if I remember, gas and COVID checks were a huge reason why people voted for Trump back then. But when you continue into 2022, immigration had become a massive, a massive issue down there. I mean, not just there, really across the entire country. I think last night we saw it was one of the number one things that people were said that they were voting on or was their top priority, especially in the Republican Party. So my point is just that it doesn't come back to media. It comes down to, I think, actually genuinely local conditions and to a broader, more like libertarian aesthetic identity combined with some cultural conservatism that has existed there for, more than 100 years now at this point. It's a very unique part of the country. I encourage everybody to go if you can. It's a pretty fascinating place.
And there's just a ghoulish segment on MSNBC last night. I don't know if everyone saw this, but it was Jen Psaki, Rachel Maddow, Joy Ann Reid laughing about how, yes, exit polls found Republican voters in Virginia were very concerned about immigration. And Jen Psaki was like, I live in Virginia, come on. And then I think one of them, Rachel Maddow, was like, well, it's very close to West Virginia in this just completely obnoxious way. And, it's worth noting that just a few days ago, a Venezuelan migrant.
Oh, my God. See, this is the thing. I mean, I don't know what to say. This is the medium that, and this is part of my issue with Crystal Ball in general, right? She's, she has a show with Kyle Kulinski. I'm sure she does her own stuff too. But this sort of, wanting to replicate The Hill, just prove me wrong, Crystal. Push back on this, right? Because what we got here is an anecdote, Andrea, pushing the lie that immigrants are somehow dangerous. Motherfucker, they are less dangerous than the general population. But they're gonna find any single incident that they can find, and be like, look, an immigrant did this. Oh my God, we got to close down the border. Wow, we're going to be inundated by crime. They don't have to show shit. They don't have any shit. They don't have any statistics. They don't have anything systematic. What they have is a goddamn narrative. And they are running this shit all over, like the leftern, wow. Left pundits, you know, that they like just there's never any pushback on here. Let's see if Crystal says something, please. Or Ryan, somebody say something.
14-year-old.
Somebody please defend, like, you know, the one of the hardest working segments of people living in the United States, massively exploited by corporations. Less likely to commit any sort of crime, especially like violent crime, than the you know, general public. Like, please, somebody.
Virginia. So wherever you stand on the immigration issue, it has changed communities all over the country. So I think that was another. I mean, Jen Psaki is still close with Biden world and representative of Biden world, and that's sort of sticking your head in the sand. You guys have any final thoughts on this before we kick you out and talk about Victoria Nuland?
I'll let Crystal go.
You opened a can of worms with those immigrant comments. I'll just say that, you know, I do think that a lot of the concern which we see spike around election times fed by right-wing media is a sort of like ginned up moral panic, not to say that it's not a legitimate issue, and to respond to.
Oh my God. Look, I mean, like I said before, if Trump wins in 2024, part of it will be because of Biden's refusal to do anything about Gaza. Part of it will be because of Biden, and even like you're getting a little sense of caving from Crystal here. Like, oh no, that is a real concern. I'm not going to say that it's not. No, it's not. It's not. It's a made up fucking thing. Do you remember situation where there was a fight between asylum seekers supposedly and NYPD, and it got filmed, and TYT covered it, and they were like, oh, see, this is why the left should realize that immigration really is a big issue. Oh, you can't allow this. Like, yeah, it turned out that the person that they arrested, you remember the person that came out of the courtroom flipping people off, and people were like, oh, look at this horrible, ungrateful immigrant. They come in, they beat up a cop, they get let go, and they flip off the camera. Yeah, that was a case of mistaken identity. That guy wasn't there. That was a random immigrant that got pulled in and basically, you know, for very racist reasons, you know, got you know, spent some time in jail. Like, it was a case of mistaken identity, right? God, there's got to be more pushback than this.
The MSNBC people treating voters with contempt is always the wrong move.
Oh my God, we don't want to treat the racist with contempt.
I'll say that as unifying comments rather than starting a shitstorm here. Last two thoughts with regards to the Democratic results. Number one, just wanted to flag that the dude in California, David Min, I believe is his name, who is running to replace Katie Porter in her seat. He had $4.5 million of AIPAC money spent against him in that primary, and he still was able to succeed. And
okay, so a little silver lining.
The top finishing Democrat, and will go on to the general election. And one other note about him, this guy is not where I am on Gaza and Israel. He's very pro-Israel, but he was like mildly critical of Benjamin Netanyahu, which, by the way.
And that gets you targeted.
Overwhelmingly, Israelis are extremely critical of Benjamin Netanyahu, but that's the reason they poured all these millions into that race. He was able to overcome that. That is somewhat encouraging. So I wanted to put that on there. And then the last note, with regards to the revolt among.
With regards to the top of the hour ad break, which happens every hour at the top of the hour, it's about 13 minutes away right now. I'm just going to let you know, because I forgot to tell you when the last one was coming, and some people might have gotten swept away on Twitch. If you want to avoid those 3 minutes of ads that you're seeing every hour on the top of the hour, there's even a way to do it for free. If you have Prime, you essentially have a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. If that streamer happens to be me, you will no longer see ads in my chat again. You can also pay $5 to get yourself out of the top of the hour ad break, or if you are lucky, you might be gifted a sub. That can happen. That does happen sometimes, but it's a lot more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
Young people In a number of these special elections.
But yeah, Chad, it's really not looking good for going past 6 hours today.
Where the result really turned on, access to abortion and outrage over the overturning of Roe versus Wade. It was a surge in young people, an unexpected surge in young people in those special elections that helped Democrats secure those victories. If you are dismissing the concerns of these young people, if you are thinking they're just going to get over what they see and what I see as a genocide, you have another thing coming. Shifting your rhetoric is not going to be it.
So instead of trying to lecture young people, instead of trying to lecture, Muslims, Arab Americans, etc., people that are pissed off about what's going on in Gaza, which does nothing. How about you change your policies, Democrats? How about you do something for those constituents? You expect them to vote for you, and you're not willing to do anything.
They see right through.
We'll see what they're trying to do, what they're sort of moving to, and we'll see how it's not much either in just a second here.
Through it, and that was, I think, very clear. In the
you are not getting anywhere like lecturing voters. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like, there's people that come in here and they think that they can lecture me like I'm some proxy. Like, if you berate me, if you beat me over the head, if you tell me that I'm helping Trump, that somehow the masses of voters who may not show up for Biden in the general election are gonna be chastened, and they're gonna show up, and that's how you're gonna get it. You are shooting yourself in the foot there. This is a terrible idea. Lecturing people who are disgusted by Biden's racist foreign policy that they should shut up and eat their shit sandwich is not the way to win. Come on.
Results last night, especially in the state of Minnesota.
You know who you can lecture? Joe fucking Brandon. All right. You can, and you don't just lecture him. You threaten him with leverage.
Yeah, the Dave Minray.
The leverage that you have up until the point that you vote for him or announce that you are blue no matter who. Up until that point, you have leverage, right? Please use that leverage.
It's fascinating because nobody could really understand why AIPAC was spending millions of dollars against this guy who's not even that critical of Israel. The only thing people could land on his campaign concluded that they're just trying to soften him up for the general election against the Republican in a swing district, which suggests that AIPAC is moving very much like the NRA did. The NRA was a bipartisan organization for decades, and then as they're
Anyway, we don't have time for this. We don't have time for anything, chat. I don't know how I'm going to actually get this Anna Kasparian segment off because I want to watch the whole thing with you, right? You may have seen a little bit of this with the Vanguard. They covered it yesterday. A good job on you, Vanguard, for getting the scoop on that story. Very important story of Anna Kasparian doing what she's like on a timer. Like every so often, she comes out and she says something turfy, or she comes out and she attacks the left, or you know what I mean? It's like the top of the hour ad break. It's fairly regular, although instead of at the top of the hour, I don't know, it's like every 2 or 3 weeks, it seems. Wait, what am I looking for? I'm looking for our next story that I got to get off before we can go into the Anna Kasparian thing. We got the Majority Report with Sam Cedar. What am I doing here?
It's irrelevant insofar as you can tell what they're trying to do.
Exactly. Bradley, I'm going to send this here if we want to put this up on the screen.
So I talked to you before about Kamala Harris. I talked to you about the Biden administration. I talked to you about the moves that they are making, the things that they are saying. Now they are able to utter the word ceasefire. Congratulations. That's wonderful. Now, whether that's a meaningful offer or just a empty virtue signal, that's a real question.
So last night, a story came out after Kamala Harris called for a ceasefire at a speech in Selma, Alabama. And then there was a pause, and then she said, for at least 6 weeks. There was mixed responses. One, the fact that she did seem kind of forceful, and that there is a change in tone from the White House. I mean, it's way too delayed. Was notable, but then the
Tim and Chill says they're redefining ceasefire to be not a ceasefire. In my opinion, it's a freak out.
She said that 6 week thing. It's like, or
oh my
at
God,
least 6
I have to pee so bad. Chat. Can I trust you?
Position previously for the past few weeks. That
can I trust you to be good while I pee?
The United States was vetoing.
I'm gonna do the pee dance. Oh, fake out. I see.
permanent as opposed to temporary. It was not enough of an improvement.
Can I trust you with Vriska?
My estimation, and I think many other people's estimations.
I will be right back.
After that backlash happened, which was like I think, not over the top, but still got the attention clearly of Kamala Harris's team. There was a piece last night, an exclusive in NBC News, where clearly her team leaked that she's not been happy with the Biden administration's policy on Gaza, and that they potentially edited her speech to add certain provisions, including potentially that 6-week language. Before Vice President Kamala Harris delivered pointed remarks Sunday about the need for an immediate 6-week ceasefire between Israel and Hamas as a part of a deal to release hostages, officials at the National Security Council toned down parts of her speech. 3 current U.S. officials and a former U.S. official familiar with the speech told NBC News. The original draft of Harris's speech, which is when it was sent to the National Security Council for review, was harsher on Israel about the dire humanitarian situation in the Gaza Strip and the need for more aid than were the remarks she ultimately delivered, according to one of the current officials and the former official. 2 of the U.S. officials said the initial draft speech called out Israel more directly about the need to immediately allow aid trucks in. One of them described Harris's original language as strong but not controversial. The move to soften Harris's comments highlights how reluctant the White House still is to aggressively criticize Israel in public, as President Joe Biden tries to maintain some influence over the Israeli government and secure a hostage deal. The current officials said that the changes were tonal rather than shifts in policy, and that Harris's comments about a ceasefire, which were widely covered, reiterated Biden's remarks 2 days earlier and the administration's position on the war. Now, let's scroll actually to the bottom here, because this quote at the very end is, I think, the most notable part for me. Even before Harris called for a 6-week ceasefire, people inside and outside the Biden administration who are critical of Biden's handling of the war viewed Harris as wanting but unable to take a more forceful stance against the fighting in Gaza, a Democrat who helped elect Biden in 2020 told NBC News.
They're ghost memberships.
The person said Harris had gone to great lengths to show up as a more empathetic voice in her outreach to Muslim and Arab Americans, as well as other Democrats who are disturbed by the worsening situation after months of bombardment.
I was hoping that they would be real memberships, because we're quickly running out of time. I'm almost at 6 hours. Yeah. We are 4 minutes ahead of the top of the hour ad break on Twitch. That means that you're gonna get 3 hours. It feels like 3 hours, but 3 minutes of ads shoved down your throat with no reprieve, other than possibly using a Prime sub to get yourself out of that ad break for free, other than possibly paying $5 to Twitch to get yourself a sub, or other than possibly benefiting from the generosity of somebody who's giving gift subs, which can happen, which does happen, but is more likely to happen to you if you're active in the chat.
Her hands are tied, the person said. People are not attacking her because they know this is not.
Yeah, I knew this was going to be a tight one, and yet I still
not her policy.
Spent way too much time with breaking points.
This is Biden's war. This is Biden's failure. I think she would have asked
Bezos needs
for a ceasefire a long time ago.
Although I will tell you, with the Prime memberships, they're kind of like losing money on that, right? They're actually going to phase those out, or they're going to change what they like. It's going to give you a discount in the future instead of getting you a free sub. So if you've got one burning a hole in your pocket, this is the place to use it.
The person added.
And again, this person is, quote, a Democrat who helped elect Biden in 2020. So
these are people close to her.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in other words, that could be anybody.
But it's notable that she's leaking it. There's a range of outcomes for her, right? She's also thinking about her prospects in 2028. Distancing herself from this is going to be key, and she sees the writing on the wall. I think it's also true that she's more...
Okay, so yeah, this is what I'm saying about Kamala. I thought I peed quicker than that. Okay, so Kamala being the most visible member of the Biden administration, putting forward this notion of ceasefire, I'm reading those tea leaves, chat, and I'm saying that there is a better chance now than before I had this information that Kamala might be replacing Biden at the Democratic convention. My take on the Democrats is that they are either going to try to drive Biden home, park him in the garage with like one headlight, right? They're going to try to just, don't change horses in midstream, right? That's, the obvious one, maybe even you could say the most likely one. But I'd say that after this, after giving Kamala the chance to at least have the optics of saying ceasefire in public, Kamala hasn't done much of anything in public. Kamala's kind of been a very low profile vice president and not a particularly popular vice president either, right? But, it might indicate that there's some chance of Biden, that the Democratic convention could be like a time to praise Biden for all of his accomplishments and give him his gold watch and help him out the door, right? That's possible. It's not likely, but it's possible, all right? And this makes it more likely, I'd say. Also, what Emma said is as far as Kamala having prospects for 2028, regardless of the or possibly taking over for Biden after he's elected. Remember, he is legitimately old and seems to be having trouble just doing the normal press stuff that a president's supposed to do, right? So there's more of a chance that Kamala is looking to possibly take a bigger role. Now that's not great. Like I said, she's not popular. A lot of people know her as Cop Mala. A lot of her, sort of, where she, comes from is being a prosecutor, being like literally involved in the whole, prison industrial complex, right? There's a lot not to like about Kamala, but this seems that. But now there are freaking Shadow Star Ace. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube.
Empathetic towards Palestinians than Biden, because as Democrats go,
I think it's almost impossible.
It's almost impossible to be as like racist, honestly, towards the Palestinians and horrific in your foreign policy than Biden has. But the other side of it is, she's wondering, like, is there an opening? And I know that it's such a slim chance, but if Biden's like, I'm out, dude, and people force him out, is she going to take his place as the nominee? I know it's the...
So, yeah, the responsible thing, if this is what's happening, if this has been the plan all along, which is possible, the responsible thing to do would have been for Biden not to run for re-election and to have a real primary, right? That would have given, like, people, Gray Knight, I think you mentioned earlier, like, who else do the Democrats have? Well, that's part of the problem, right? That anybody that the Democrats would run would need some time to build up name recognition. That could have been done during even someone like Gavin Newsom, like, right? We know who Gavin Newsom is, but does the average American know who he is? And I mean, yeah, there's so anyway, the responsible thing would have been to run somebody in the primary. Now, never count on the Democrats to do the responsible thing or even the most like advantageous, like strategic thing. They would rather manage the results of the primary. How can they do that? By running their classic incumbent primary where nobody gets any attention besides the incumbent. And then once the incumbent is elected, we have a little watch ceremony to give him his gold watch, wish him well, send him out the door, and then we replace him with whoever the Democratic Party establishment wants. Now, yeah, Kamala is probably maybe the most likely. Gavin Newsom is somebody that's been talked about. My fear, okay, and don't take this to the bank, and I don't think it's likely, but is that it could be Hillary Clinton. Michelle Obama has spoken, and Michelle Obama has apparently said that she is not interested in running for president. So unlikely to be Michelle Obama, but don't put it past the Democrats to try to shoehorn Hillary Clinton in one last time. The only thing I think worse than a repeat of the 2020 election would be a repeat of the of the 2016 election. Or so the only thing worse than a repeat of the 2020 election would be a repeat of the 2016 election, right? That's a really bad idea. But don't put it past them. Don't put it past them. Those Hillabots are there. They're still active. They still think that Bernie screwed them. They have not accepted the fact that it is Hillary's fault. It was not, election interference from Putin. It was not Bernie not dropping out soon enough or Bernie not endorsing hard enough. It was 100% Hillary herself.
Mr.
She
Chan.
has no one else. We are definitely headed for a repeat. I mean, very likely. Need some candidate left of Gavin Newsom. Well, that would be nice, Grey Knight.
But
again, like I said, the Democratic Party has no interest in doing like what, we would want done, right? They're very different people. They're people who have found a nice, comfortable spot where they get to get lots of donor money by running just to the left of the Republicans. And they've been doing this for years and years and years. It's a racket, it's a grift, and it's worked so far. It is, end of history mentality. Absolutely neoliberal, strategy there. And they have not gotten off that strategy yet. So
there are a lot of seeds being planted, and she leaks.
You used to be a Hillary liberal.
This other stuff to Politico weeks earlier about.
I used to be I used to think Obama was gonna be cool. Like I really like when Obama ran. I was like, this is different. This is gonna be a revolution. Everything's gonna be different now. Obama's gonna change everything.
How she disapproved of Biden's lack of sympathy towards the Palestinian people and how he was handling.
I was young and I was naive.
This. She understands, I think, that if she wants a future in the Democratic.
That's right. Joe Biden still owes Autumn Leaf $600.
Everybody under 40 is just disgusted by this in the Democratic base. Two, I also think as a woman.
Metal says that Hillary is too unpopular with white people for the Democrats to consider her. They would use, oh my God, chat's moving fast.
She has a different experience in America than Biden has. Biden romanticizes Israel and romanticizes America and has a history.
Is it possible, Grey Knight, that I might not be personifying the Democratic Party as if it is a entity with a personality in and of itself, but the fact that I might know the Democratic Party a little bit better than you do, because I've been paying a little bit closer attention, and that's why I'm sitting up here and you're there in chat.
Of racist remarks about black people, about Arab people, and his actions reflect that as well. He's 81 years old or 80 years old. I forget exactly. He's not somebody who's going to change his mind. He's in fact only now responding to this because of the immense pressure. And so she's trying to distance herself from it for her political future. And then I also think there is a slim chance that she either takes over before November. Slimmest. I am making that clear. But if Biden drops dead in their second term, if he gets elected, she also wants to be able to have some support from a younger voting base.
I think it's obvious, though.
So yeah, this is what I've been thinking too.
That
hard agree with Emma.
Nobody thinks that they can win anything in the Democratic Party with Joe Biden's perspective. I mean, he's already there. He's already the nominee. But anybody who would have any other future in the Democratic Party realizes this is untenable.
Good job to everybody who is unsatisfied, because this response and this further leak after the I thought very cynical Edmund Pettus thing. This is the pressure that needs to be applied, and keep not being keep not taking just words for an answer.
Yeah. All right, we're going to take a quick break, head into the fun half of the program. We will take.
All right, well, there we go, Emma. I'm on the same. I'm thinking the same things. This isn't for sure. Like I said, the most likely outcome is that the convention will come. They'll nominate Biden, and they're going to try to have him drive it home with one headlight. If that means anything to, anyone whose favorite song was that, but there is some chance that they could be thinking about switching. Things have been looking bad for Biden. There's got to be more people, even in the Democratic establishment, who realize this, who recognize this, and who are trying to think of some alternative to, running this incredibly weak candidate against Donald Trump. But then, so, like people have been saying, like there's a name recognition issue. There's an issue that Kamala is not popular. Newsom is not known. Newsom, like neither Newsom nor Kamala are necessarily like a breath of fresh air compared to Biden. But from what Emma said, and I mean, it sounds reasonable, right? I don't have the sources that Emma has, but the idea that Kamala might have intended a stronger statement than we need a ceasefire for at least 6 weeks, which is kind of like not a real ceasefire to begin with. Also, the preconditions that they might be expecting, on the side of Palestine are, might not be reasonable either. There's a lot that can be wrong with this, with this idea. There's a lot that they can do in terms of supporting a ceasefire without really doing anything meaningful. As Bernie has said, as a lot of people have said, the real leverage on Israel is with the military aid that goes to Israel. And most recently, because of the difficulty working with the Congress, Biden has been the one finding the loopholes to get that stuff to Israel, regardless of there not being a vote on it. So there's a lot of leverage that Biden has got that he's been giving up. And until he's willing to play with that leverage,
it was so peaceful up here, but now there are freaking
we don't really know if anything will change. But it does kind of sound like, from the way, listen to how Kamala said that. Let me parse her language a little bit. She said, for at least 6 weeks, right? To me, this is what this sounds like. She wrote a speech about a ceasefire. Somebody at the State Department or somebody, in the administration looked over the speech and said, yeah, you kind of need to say you kind of need to say 6 weeks. Like, let's not get people's hopes up too much. Let's walk this back a little bit, Kamala. You can't actually say that, right? So Kamala got some pressure from somebody to, to make a more circumspect, call for a ceasefire. And that's why you hear her say for at least 6 weeks. It sounds like they were like trying to push the 6 weeks on her, and she's kind of like, okay, well, I want to say something. 6 weeks is better than not calling for a ceasefire. So let me say for at least 6 weeks, right? It does kind of feel like she is wanting to, at the very least, not take on the baggage of the Biden administration, which you do as a vice president, right? You tend to take on the baggage of whatever administration you were a part of. If you were a part of the Biden administration, that baggage is going to look like an absurd pro-Israel policy and a reticence to do just the basic humanitarian minimum. So, it doesn't surprise me that Kamala does not want to be attached to that and would want to try to move forward from that. Anyway, that is about all the time we have, chat, for wow, it is now, usually I try to get to the main feature of the stream before 3 hours into the stream. Chat, I don't know what we're going to do today because I am super late in getting you what you need, which is obviously this Anna Kasparian shit. And I think it lives right here. Okay, so let's take a look. Oh my God. My issues with the thumbnail aside, which I don't really, that's not the point.
Guys, damn, I got that story wrong. Donald Trump will likely go down in history as this country's most moronic president. I have changed my mind on a lot of things recently, to be honest with you. I love being a wife. I love cooking a warm dinner for my husband. I actually love a lot of the so-called trad wife duties.
How equal do you think men and women are in 2024?
This is what no one wants to talk about, and it's super uncomfortable, but it's the truth, and I'm gonna say it.
Here we go. This is what you came for? This is what we're doing. The Anna Kasparian podcast. Wait, why do they call it that? Anyway, this is Iced Coffee Hour. I don't know much about them. They seem to be following kind of the PBD model of political talk shows. And let's take a look at what they've got. They've got Anna Kasparian here for 1 hour and 39 minutes. Now, chat, if I look at my timer, right, I have technically about 2 hours and 45 minutes, right? 1 hour and 39, 2 hours and 45. That should be enough time to cover this all. However, if you are an NCC viewer, if you are an NCC aficionado, if you've been here more than a couple of times, you probably know that I'm going to have a lot to say about Anna Kasparian. So at this point, I don't know if we get through this, like, right, I gotta end this podcast. I gotta end my podcast. I gotta end my stream at 6 hours, and I don't know if we're gonna have time for it. We'll try.
Anna Kasparian, host of the Young Turks podcast with just over 5 million subscribers on YouTube. Thank you so much for coming on the Iced Coffee Hour. Really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. I'm glad we made this happen.
Me too.
Us too.
Yeah. We've been listening to a lot of your debates. You debated Ben Shapiro twice. You're on the Patrick Bet David podcast, and we really enjoy your insights.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
So Raven G's telling me they give financial advice with head empty cultural commentary.
Yeah, it was fun.
Oh my god.
But now there are
freaking communists invading radicals. Thank you for invading my chat, communists invading radicals.
Debating them, and I mean, I debated one person on the Patrick Bet David podcast, and that was Adam. But with Ben Shapiro, it was actually pleasantly surprising how civil and nice he is. You know, you kind of like build up a character in your head based on like little snippets and little clips that are posted online about them. And then you meet them in real life and you realize just how different they really are. And so we disagree deeply on a lot of different issues, but what those two
so like, let me try to describe. Yeah, Autumn Leaf says she's so comfortable around conservatives. Look at that huge smile. Here's where Anna Kasparian is at right now. She wants to do content with people who she knows are not going to hold her accountable in any way. That there's never going to be a time where any of these people that she's working with are going to pop up and say, hey, you know, I didn't like that shit that you said about trans people. Like, right, I didn't like the way that you characterized unhoused people as being inherently criminal. I didn't like the way that you I didn't like your take on this. I didn't like your take on that. She wants people that are going to maybe argue with her, right? So she wants some, right-wingers to argue, to convince people that, oh no, I disagreed with Ben Shapiro on X. I disagreed with the iced coffee guys on like whether Trump is a good president. Like she'll have some like left positions, but she'll know that like nobody that she's talking to, nobody that she's dealing with is gonna say that she's got up and said, cook me the way that Alimi did. She never wants that to happen again. Now, this is familiar to me, right, chat? Because after calling out a larger content creator myself, I saw, kind of how fragile of, Dylan's, allyship really was. And, he had much the same, idea in mind where, he wanted people, right-wing people like Rob Noor and critically thinking veteran, and left-wing people like Destiny and Vosh and Sansol, who he knows are never going to call him out. They can argue, they can disagree, they can think that that each other's takes are ridiculous, but they're never going to do anything that causes like damage to each other's brand, right? So what I call this is kayfabe politics. Just like wrestling, like a wrestler is not going to go hard on another wrestler. A wrestler is not going to, actually, I mean, if they injure another wrestler, it's going to be by accident. They're going to try to, not do that. I mean, there's going to be a little blood for the crowd. There's going to be, this and that. They're going to sell the what do they call them? The bumps. Yeah, you take your bumps and you sell the bump. You're like, oh God, that guy really like punched me super hard. But in reality, you're not punching each other super hard. You're not trying to hurt each other. You're not trying to, do anything that's going to make it hard for the other wrestler to continue their career as a wrestler, because you are not trying to get in the way of each other's bags. When, you're not trying to get in the way of the bag, right? You are, you're playing your plot line, and when Dylan or Ben Shapiro in Anna's case tells you to take a fall, you're going to take a fall, right? This is kayfabe. This is the professional wrestling of politics is what we're doing now with Anna Kasparian. And that's where she didn't like some of the people that she had done content with before, like Olimey, like Bennie, right? We're going to get into that. Apparently she's calling out Lance from the Serfs, right? Anybody that she's ever worked with or had anything to do with that has anything bad to say about her, they have gotten in the way of her bag. And she doesn't want that going forward. So she needs to cultivate, right-wingers, centrists, fishhook centrists, especially. I mean, like, look, you can have Sitch and Adam call themselves centrists. The bar's not very high for what's a centrist. She just doesn't want any principled people out there to tell the audience that she is unprincipled, right? That's the kind of work that she wants to do now.
Debates kind of taught me was that you can still have like a civil conversation and you can avoid it devolving into nonsense as long as it's like two good faith actors who are having that conversation,
So how was Ben different in person than he was online?
And that's what she means when she says good faith actors, that's what she means. People that understand that everybody's here to make money and that there's no reason for us to get in the way of each other's bag. Right. And that puts you in a place where you're really doing kayfabe. You're really doing wrestling, right? You go out and you slay the dragon, at least to your audience, because you're going to say, if you're debating Ben Shapiro, you're going to say vaguely left-wing things. He's going to say vaguely right-wing things. And so to your audiences, you both won, but you make sure that the dragon gets up next week. You're not actually trying to slay the dragon, right? You're trying to put sell the bumps that you're giving to the dragon. And then sell the bumps that the dragon's giving you. So both audiences go away happy. Like, they're playing you. They are absolutely playing their audiences.
I had him on the podcast, and he was very much different than
Really?
what I thought.
It had been his good faith.
Chill. He was so
chill.
easygoing and very respectful. Like, he showed up right on time to the minute.
Right.
Said he had an hour and a half. Gave us exactly an hour and a half.
Mm-hmm.
So very unlike nocommentchick,
and then was kind enough to kind of chit.
Who waits 3 hours to get into the main content. Chad, I apologize.
But
Yeah, he's.
I apologize.
Very polite. What I was surprised by was his warmth. Like, he's actually a pretty warm guy in person, which, you see this caricature of him. And honestly, like, even if you watch an entire episode of his show, he's just very to the point, and you don't see that warmth. So meeting people in real life.
BCatK says this has been strategic for Anna. She knew the backlash she'd get, 100% prepared herself for it. Yeah, and this is Anna's way of selling herself as a lefty that right-wingers can get behind, right? This is her way of saying, those annoying lefties that you hate? I fucking hate them too. Goddamn cancel culture.
I think just gives you a different sense of who they are and what their personality's like.
And also to understand if they're a good faith or a bad faith person. I heard you talking to Ben about this actually, where like some people you feel like they're in it as a bad faith actor, where they're just puppeting or being puppeted by somebody who's just kind of like inserting their agenda in them, and they're just doing it for clout, for fame, for money, etc. Some people, they feel very genuine in their beliefs, and Ben, I feel like, is definitely a good faith.
Oh, 100%.
person.
He believes what he's saying. He's not in any way a grifter. I think that even with the most good faith people, though, in the world of politics, because things have become so tribal, whether you want to believe it or not, there is some element of audience capture, and you feel this pressure to kind of go along with the default talking points on your political side or your political group. So I see a little bit of that maybe happening with him. I can tell that he's not a big supporter of Donald Trump's. In fact, in 2016, during the Republican primaries, he endorsed, I can't even believe this, but Ted Cruz. And then this time around, he was
Lion Ted,
a big fan of Ron DeSantis, but he ultimately had to tuck tail.
Is Dave Rubin with the Daily Wire? I don't think so. I think Dave Rubin, was he at the Blaze? I don't actually remember. Yeah, you're right. Adam Leafs, I think it's the Blaze. The Blaze, yeah, the Blaze. The Blaze even real now? Apparently so. Yeah, Glenn Beck feels more irrelevant than ever, but apparently he still exists and still runs the blaze.
And recently put out an endorsement video for Trump, but I would be shocked if he's genuinely a big supporter of Trump's.
Okay, so here's the deal. With Ben Shapiro, he's kind of getting kicked off the right for anti-Semitic reasons, right? The same groypers that went after like Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA are going after Ben Shapiro, right? They're essentially, they're essentially pushing him out, and they're not going to push him out, and especially with people willing accomplices like Anna Kasparian, right? He's going to have some place to go. But as far as they like, people say that the right doesn't purity test. Oh my God, have you seen the right? Do you know about the right? Do you know how much of the right is being consolidated behind slogans like Christ is King? Anytime you're hearing that, that's like that's a Nazi dog whistle, right? And they're, they would turn, if they heard me say that, they'd turn around and they say, oh, this chick thinks that saying that you love Jesus is being a Nazi. She's all you Christians out there, she's calling you Nazis. No, I'm calling you sweaty groypers Nazis, because you are Nazis and you love Nick Fuentes. You eat the boogers out of his nose, okay? That's disgusting.
Not to make this.
You eat his Nazi boogers because you love it.
It's about Ben, but just curious.
Yeah, I know.
Like, because to me,
I thought Glenn Beck died. I know it seems like it, right?
Nothing that I would like less
Right.
than to be on the other side of a debate between Ben and me. Like,
oh, look at their sponsor. Oh my God. I'm not going to say anything, chat, because I need a sponsorship too, but I don't want to be sponsored by that energy drink.
Like
terrifying. Yeah.
Horrifying.
It's not. I mean, he's totally normal.
Has anybody tried that stuff? You see what the guy in the brown jacket, shirt, I can't tell. You see what he's drinking?
Like, he speaks quickly.
But you could end up in one of those compilations, you know?
True, but I think there's a difference. Okay, so I think there's a difference between someone who's more interested in defending their political group versus someone who's willing to concede on issues or areas where concessions make sense. So I'll give you
They have 0.5 grams of Riz between them.
Example without naming names, someone who identifies as a leftist, fairly recently, like goes on Tim Pool's podcast and debates him on a number of issues. And during that debate, there were just obvious concessions. Like, for instance, no, you don't allow abortions of a healthy fetus. Like,
oh my God. Okay, so she's talking about Lance.
About to give birth. Like, that's a ridiculous hypothetical.
But she doesn't want to say Lance.
Ridiculous hypothetical of him on a number of issues. And during that, naming names, someone who political group versus someone who's willing to concede on issues or areas where concessions make sense. So I'll give you an example without naming names, someone who identifies
where concessions make sense
as a leftist, fairly recently, like goes on Tim Pool's podcast and debates him on a number of.
And the concession that she's talking about is that your body is not your own. That there's some time that the time was given like 3 minutes before a delivery, like that where your body is not your own. Now, this is a silly thing to talk about. It's a hypothetical that Tim Pool brought up that's not realistic, okay? So let me just break it down for you real simple if anybody's confused about this, right? You have carried, you've been pregnant for for all but 3 minutes of 9 months, right? You are at 9 months, 3 minutes away from birth. The healthy, pregnancy, no complications, no problems, no anything. Nobody is choosing that time as the time to have a procedure, as having, terminating the pregnancy at that point, right? It doesn't make sense. It's not happening. It's not a real thing. But this is what the Republicans try to do to get their fucking nose under the door, to get their foot in the door as far as restricting rights, abortion rights, right? It's like, well, what about like 3 minutes before the delivery? Oh my God, the Democrats want to have the doctors, unalive the they just take it to this absurd extreme, right? And Lance is, instead of giving that ground and being like, yeah, well, I guess a woman's like a birthing person's right to their bodily autonomy, I guess that ends like 3 minutes before delivery, doesn't it? That makes sense. That's what Anna wants to say. That's what Anna's saying, like a, you know, meaningful compromise, a sensible compromise.
Issues. And during that debate, there were just obvious concessions. Like, for instance, no, you don't allow.
But yeah, I mean, like if Lance made any mistake there, it was in answering a bizarre and meaningless hypothetical that was designed to portray him and the left in a certain way, right? That is a tactical mistake. That is not a, you know, whatever Anna's trying to sell it as Lance's ideological purity was too much to be able to, you know, say the simple thing of like, yes, your bodily autonomy ends like a short while before the delivery.
Abortions of a healthy fetus, like a minute before the woman is about to give birth. Like, that's a ridiculous hypothetical. I get that it's a ridiculous hypothetical, but don't play into that hypothetical by creating this caricature of what the left is. No one on the left is in favor of aborting a perfectly healthy fetus a minute before it's about to be born. So just say that. You know?
Wait, what got censored on Vanguard and Majority Report? What are we talking about? Wait, what got censored? Please? Lance failed to make the argument for bodily autonomy or make Tim Pool look inconsistent to his liberty-loving audience. You can't convince Tim Pool to believe in the right wing. Yeah, like I went over that debate of Lance's, and I didn't like love that debate, but your Fauci comment, oh, I see. I thought you were talking about something on the stream. Lance's mistake, says Metal, was that he was too nice and forgiving to Tim Pool and his crew, plus not being familiar with American debate culture. I mean, yeah, that's the thing about Lance, is he's not a debater. He's shown that more than a few times. I do think that his heart's in the right place. And I'm, you know, happy for him in cutting ties with the White Leaf Network. I think that was a good move on his part.
I'm saying, but there's like this effort to like provide cover and defend the left or the right, depending on who the person is. And I just got to a point where I'm like, I'm not going to do that. So as long as you're willing to be honest, and as long as you've actually thought through why it is you believe what you believe, these debates aren't scary at all, I don't think.
Look, we talk a lot about financial success here on the channel, but
to watch the show.
When's the last time you changed?
By two extremes. Don't change their political values or anything. Reach out to people who otherwise are
kind of like winding them in.
As long as you've actually thought
BetterHelp.com/
why it is you believe what you believe, these debates aren't scary at all, I don't think.
Yeah, I feel like in these days, it's worse. The feeling is worse to be wrong than the benefit of finding truth, unfortunately, in a lot of debates.
Yeah.
And people try to be philosophically consistent, but it ends up just kind of like winding them into this weird thing where they're defending a position they don't really feel.
Isn't it sometimes you want to win in the court of public opinion, though? Like, even if you might be wrong, if you say the right things, and people are going to be like, no, you know, they won. They said the right things.
Well, so the reason why I agreed to debate Ben was because...
See, I shouldn't have to point out the underlying assumption there that a viewpoint that sounds dominant in a debate is the correct viewpoint, right? This is the battlefield of logic and reason. What is the utilitarian, the marketplace of ideas? Yeah, the marketplace of ideas. The idea that truth is self-evident, and through having debates, we see which point is stronger, not which interlocutor is more rhetorically competent, which is actually what you see, and that's a testing ground for ideas. And if an idea loses in a debate, well, it must not have been a very good idea at all. Like I said, debates are winning and losing in a debate is strictly strictly occurs in the viewpoint of an audience, right? There's, you know, an audience on the left, there's an audience on the right, there are different types of audiences, but in general, the audience on the left is the one that's looking for things like logical consistency and comports with facts, right? Whereas the right is looking for a postural dominance. They're looking for who seems stronger in the debate. So yeah, right out the gate, you're throwing away the idea that debate itself is a finder of truth. So what they're trying to say, I mean, this is just classic debate bro shit. Like, yeah, why can't people bite the bullet when somebody has bested them in the debate and just be like, oh, I guess I was wrong. I guess your bodily autonomy, ends when Tim Pool says it ends, right?
I saw it as an opportunity to...
You could say Sam Cedar's the original YouTube debate bro. Yeah, but even he doesn't get lost in the sauce the way that these guys are getting. Debates like that aren't even a majority of his... Oh, Sam's content?
Display.
Sam Cedar's the Tom Brady of online debating. Send him to the front lines.
My values and where I stand on certain policies.
Well, the problem is that much like myself, Sam is blacklisted, right? And I'm like, if you don't believe me, like I can show you like a post on Destiny's subreddit that pretty much says as much, right? That there was a consensus agreement amongst Twitch poll people not to talk to me, not to debate me. They saw what happened to Dylan, and somehow Dylan was considered to be a good debater. I mean, I didn't find him, like, he didn't know what he was talking about. He didn't come prepared. You come to a debate about platforming, you better know what the fuck platforming even means, right? You better not be saying that you don't think that third positionism is a real threat after having debated a third positionist yourself and just being so obtuse that you see him as he's just some goofy tanky. No, that was a Nazbol that you were debating, Dylan. So just even having a meaningful conversation with him was tough. And when you sort of show these people for what they are, they realize that you are not doing kayfabe, and they blacklist you. And that's what happened with Sam Cedar, right? Sam Cedar's mistake, Sam Cedar's sin, was getting in the way of other people's bag. Specifically, Dave Rubin's bag, right? That's what got Sam blacklisted. He rhetorically annihilated Dave Rubin and Dave Rubinism. And all of the assholes, all of the Tim Pools out there took note, and they talked to each other and like, don't bring this guy on. Don't bring this guy on. He's incredibly bad faith. Yeah, we know what you mean when you say that.
Issues and like introduce that to an audience that otherwise wouldn't hear that perspective, right? I mean, you don't see a lot of people on the left go on Ben Shapiro's show. So I didn't go on his program for me.
Oh my God, do I have to explain National Bolshevism? Okay, so that's when I say Nazbol, the actual word is National Bolshevik, right? It is one example of third positionism. Third positionism is when you try to do something that kind of fuses the far right with the far left, or really like the populist right with the populist left. And it's got a long tradition, right? You could look at the Strasserites. You can look at the Duginites in Russia. There was a National Bolshevik, party in Russia going back into the 90s. In every single case, right? Whatever this party starts out with, whatever kind of weird synthesis they're proposing between far right and far left, it ends up far right. And so that's what, when I say third positionism, that's what I'm talking about, right? And when you want to talk about like, a person's responsibility in platforming, it might be good to consider taking somebody who's got a political ideology that just isn't really well known or well recognized, and giving them like a big audience, giving them a big platform, right? That's what I was talking about with Infrared Haas. And more to the point, like somebody like Jackson Hinkle is more the concern. And what does Jackson Hinkle do? He makes a bunch of tweets on Palestine, on Gaza that are unobjectionable, and then develops this huge following of people that only know him for those viewpoints. And now he's tweeting, this sort of MAGA communist synthesis. So yeah, like a MAGA communist, right? That's a good example, Zara, or Ubafly, of fascism with socialist aesthetics. That's an even better definition. Yes, yes. Bad faith is really code for is really understood. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, like, I don't know, it can mean different things, but it's easy for them to just file somebody who is kryptonite to them in a debate, as I apparently am to everybody in Twitch poll. Like, they are legitimately scared of me. They have been running scared, and they thought that by just like, no, I mean, they seem to know about like not platforming somebody to their left. They just don't seem to have any sense about not platforming somebody to their right. Like, take, for example, Dylan Burns creating a career for critically thinking veteran. This is somebody who, when I met him, he had like 3 people in his chat. Nobody gave a fuck about critically thinking vet, but he served a role for Dylan Burns. He was a right winger. He was a MAGA that would come on Dylan's panels and not say the N-word. Now, like, I mean, he's going to say some racist shit at some point, and he got caught with in a debate with Rose Rist, saying that maybe black people were better off under segregation. He got caught, turning pride flags into a swastika, right? I mean, he got caught, and he became more of a liability for Dylan than an asset. But at the outset, Dylan had to create careers for right wingers who nobody was watching in order for him to have this political panel spectacle, right? And there you see the perverse incentives of kayfabe politics.
I'm super busy.
Anyway,
and, like, doing interviews and debates, like, it can become overwhelming with my schedule. But I saw it as an opportunity to reach out to people who otherwise are unfamiliar with what I actually believe.
I'm not trying to change the subject to me, Chad. I'm just giving an example that some people in the audience might recognize as far as what blacklisting a content creator looks like. And Sam Cedar is a much more prominent example of that, right? What Tim Pool said about Sam Cedar is that he's talked to a lot of people about this Sam Cedar guy, and he's on a blacklist, right? All these conservative and centrist content creators, they know not to bring Sam on. They know that Sam will go for the jugular. And, like, honestly, if you're looking for real political engagement, if what you want is a debate, then you gotta take the net out. There's got to be some stakes to this debate, right? Sam Cedar is unafraid of those stakes. Apparently, everybody else that refuses to have him on is afraid of them.
Have been misled to think I believe things I don't believe. And I wanted to see if there was any possibility in persuading members of his audience to maybe, even if they don't change their political values or anything, to at least reconsider their perspective and perceptions of the other side. And the thing that I've become increasingly interested in doing, although it's been incredibly difficult because there's a lot of resistance to it, is finding ways to bring the two sides together, assuming that we're talking about good faith people who want a better, like, society, better country to live in. I think there are a ton of people who are just kind of politically homeless. And right now the discourse is represented by two extremes. And so I'm trying to figure out.
It's really funny and ironic how concerned she seems for the politically homeless in comparison to her concern for unhoused people, right? It's kind of a dark irony.
How I can uplift people and speak to the concerns of people who are more politically homeless.
Why do you think people should listen to you?
I think people should listen to whoever makes compelling arguments, right?
Oh my God, Crotchy, that's exactly it. Sam and Emma explained, we don't care about being invited back. Yeah, they called me a bomb thrower. But in reality, I was just the only one that was serious in Twitch poll about what I said. Everybody else was playing this game of go along to get along, take the fall when Dylan tells you to, and definitely don't make him look bad when he doesn't know what he's talking about. And it turns out, chat, he doesn't know what he's talking about a lot of times.
Is to just try to make those compelling arguments, to be fair, to be as accurate as I can, to correct myself when I realize, damn, I got that story wrong. And I'm hoping that that integrity attracts people to the message that I have on my show. But ultimately, it really boils down to everyone's values. And if they have values that are just completely different from mine, I don't begrudge them for not wanting to watch the show.
When's the last time you changed your mind on a big idea?
I have changed my mind on a lot of things recently, to be honest with you. But I would say the biggest thing would be the direction the left is going in with alleged criminal justice reform. And I say alleged because a lot of what I've seen them carry out wasn't really about reforming the system, meaning reforming the way we do policing and reforming our prison system. So it's more focused on rehabilitating people so we reduce recidivism. What I did see following the 2020 protests that summer was a more hands-off approach in regard to violent criminals that should absolutely be taken out of society because they pose a risk to public safety.
Do you see this anecdotally in your own life, like living here in Los Angeles?
I mean, I
or is
see
this
it
mostly through the
anecdotally,
news?
but I also see it in terms of the broader picture if you look at overall trends. So California has shut down, I believe, 2, and they're set to shut down their 3rd state prison. And I think there's a huge misconception, and I bought into this misconception that like everyone who's in prison is like low level drug possession, that's all they're in prison for. That's actually not the truth. The reality is when they shut down those prisons without no real plan in place, basically they assume that those inmates would be taken in by county prisons, but the county prisons are too full. And so they're just releasing like violent offenders.
She's using the same talking points she used to make fun of. Yeah, there's somebody's actually put this together. Like I don't remember if it was like a cable news show or what she was on, where she was debating somebody on inclusive language. And she shot down the whole birthing person canard that she's raised more recently.
Well before their sentence is over.
Like, it's not that she doesn't understand this. It's that, she either doesn't, she either, has legitimately like a gender critical viewpoint, or she is just purely grifting.
What percentage are violent offenders versus drug low-level crime?
So I don't have the exact percentages in front of me. I didn't even realize we were going to get into this
neither
conversation.
did I. Yeah, Jack is skipping way ahead. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, they're all about the percentages. They're all about the crime statistics, aren't they?
Towards the bottom.
So if you are of the belief that the majority of people who are behind bars right now are simply there for drug possession and nothing more, you're just mistaken. Like, that is a very tiny percentage. There's other crimes, might be robbery. A lot of violent crime is represented in the inmate population. And so
It's really funny though that, like, as much as when they say crime statistics, like, you immediately think of racially manipulated crime statistics used to justify the racist carceral system, but that she, like, you'd think that she would have some sort of statistics to it. She's like, oh yeah, no, actually a lot of it's violent crime, not much of it at all is just drug crime. It's a lot of it, like, right, she's just characterizing all this stuff with no statistics to back it up, nothing to back it up. It's just, it's feels, it's vibes, it's anecdotes. Anecdote Anna.
that doesn't mean that I think they should be locked away for the rest of their lives.
Zara says 44.4% are drug offenses. Are we talking about California?
But I don't agree with just releasing them without them serving their sentence and without them getting any rehabilitation, so they're no longer a risk to public safety. And so that's the issue that I've been having recently. I'll give you more specific examples of what I'm witnessing and what we're seeing, especially on the streets of like Los Angeles. I have no problem with legalizing drugs. You want to snort whatever you want to snort.
Okay, this is interesting.
You want to smoke, by all means do it. I don't think you should be allowed to just do it on our side.
So was Anna right when she said most are not just for drug offenses? Yeah, I mean, I guess 55.6%. But look at what the biggest category is, right? Boom. Right there. That's drug offenses. I mean, technically, if you add up all the other categories together, they are slightly higher than this. But God, that is not the pictures that she painted. Like, her rhetoric indicated that this was a minor component of the incarcerated. These are numbers, federal Bureau of Prisons, so this is like federal prisons, but yeah, the single greatest category, the single by far more than twice as much as the weapons, explosives, and arson category. Anyway,
walks, it's wild to me that we have stricter laws in place and we enforce stricter laws in regard to smoking cigarettes, but people can just, shoot up on the metro system or smoke fentanyl out in the open. And I think that's unacceptable. And I think that needs to stop. Like, the whole point was to legalize and regulate. But what we're seeing in a lot of liberal cities across the country is the weakest way of responding to the drug epidemic and the drug war, which was a failure. And it's a hands-off decriminalization approach. When you simply decriminalize, you just disempower the authorities to do anything in regard.
And Anna feels like the cops should have more power in the society. That's the problem with our society, is that cops, the prison system, they just don't have enough power.
To drug crimes, when you legalize and regulate, you allow for, people who want to use recreationally to do so, but you can't be breaking other laws to get your fix, or you can't be, shooting up out in public in front of a school.
Buffy Geek says one solution is to give those people homes. Yeah, you don't want people doing whatever in public. How about we talk about housing some people? How about we talk about what Finland's been doing, right? Finland, if you don't know, has adopted something called a housing first policy. And it has been massively successful. And what that means is that, literally, even if somebody has a, addiction problem, the priority number one is to get them into a house. And in terms of being able to get people in a situation where they are no longer addicted, they're no longer, trapped in that cycle of behavior. Finland's policy seems to work a lot better than ours.
That has led to a decay in Los Angeles that I think is pretty undeniable, and people want to deny it, but it's ridiculous.
Yeah, how do we get back to drug shit if we were talking about violent criminals? It's because Anna's a huge hypocrite.
We all see it.
Yeah.
And it's not okay. It's not okay for kids to witness that. I remember growing up and hearing about what it was like in Compton or South Los Angeles, and how these kids had a really tough life because there was a drug dealer on the street corner, selling dope, and people, very clearly high out of their minds on the streets. And now we've just allowed that to spread all throughout Los Angeles County. And by the way, other cities, in this country. And I think it's a failing model. I think people need help. If they're addicted to drugs, I don't.
No, it's really weird though, because what she's saying is, I think it's a failing model. Never mind the failing model of the school to prison pipeline, the prison industrial complex, the carceral state, right? These are models that have objectively failed. Policies like Oregon's, which had some complications upon implementation, are being judged as having failed. The answer is going back to these policies that we know have failed. It's just ridiculous.
I want to simply throw them in prison. I think that's the wrong response to it. But they need help. Rehabilitation's super expensive. And rather than focusing on offering rehabilitative services for people who are struggling with drug addiction, I feel like some of the policies we've implemented only help to continue their drug addiction, because it's more about so-called harm reduction and preventing overdoses, which is important.
Yeah.
But that's not really helping them out. I think there are a lot of people addicted to these hard drugs, certainly things like fentanyl, who want help, but they can't afford it. And I personally know people, good friends of mine who have had family members just die of overdoses, and they just drained everything that they had in, their assets, their bank accounts, to get their loved ones the rehabilitative services they needed. And it's expensive, and it's something that I feel like a lot of people are struggling with, and they're not getting the help that they need.
What was your life like growing up?
I grew up in Reseda, California, which
yeah, that's okay, Crotchy. I can't stand to watch it either. Anyway, yeah, Crotchy's over it, so I guess we're calling it quits. Good night, everybody. Nice stream. See you tomorrow. Did I sell it? Did I sell it? No, but seriously, if you're frustrated by this, just imagine how frustrated I am. I'm doing this for free.
And I still think it's wonderful. It's a wonderful working class community in the
especially once I got demonetized.
Nando Valley, and I was the only Armenian in my entire school, my elementary.
Oh God.
School.
Okay, so
Community.
this is some biographical.
Growing up was like 98% Latino, and
some biographical information that we could probably skip. Many of you have already heard this.
We air 2.5 hours Monday through Friday. That is a monster of a program to research and produce and host. So when I'm done with work, and I work from 5 a.m. till like 5:30 p.m. when I wrap the show. So it's 12 straight hours. When I wrap the show, I should probably stop listening to political podcasts or reading books on it's all political stuff, right? But I want to know, I want to know more about what I'm talking about. I want to make sure that I have considered all the perspectives. I listen to a wide range of political podcasts.
What political podcast do you listen to?
So I just started listening to, it's actually a radio show in the UK, but it's called LBC. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it. Just came across it. James O'Brien is one.
Yeah, I think LBC is actually pretty legit.
The hosts on this LBC network, and he's definitely more liberal. In terms of
more liberal than what, you? No, I was just teasing Crotchy. I'm sorry. I was just like
conservative content. I will listen to Ben Shapiro's podcast, Joe Rogan here and there, although some will argue he's not conservative. I don't really think he has a set political ideology, to be honest. Yeah.
Brainworms. Okay? Brainworms. I don't think that he's conservative. Some would argue that I don't think he has a set political ideology. Look, I don't think that he's very knowledgeable, okay, about politics. And so if you see an inconsistency in Joe Rogan's perspective, that's where it's coming from. It's not because Joe Rogan is legitimately up for grabs, as a lot of people like to treat him in terms of it's not anything like that. It's essentially that he's not aware enough of also Soul Life, thank you for the membership, the gifted membership to Computer Bailey. He's just not savvy, right? He doesn't pay attention. He's not that interested in politics, but he's interested in political figures. He's interested in the soap opera of it. He's I guess, yeah, it's more of like a parasocial interest. It's more like, I like Jordan Peterson. Let me listen to what he has to say and adopt. Oh my God, Sarah, thank you for the gifted membership to Dusty Den. Let me adopt a few things here and there.
There's a YouTube show that I've been on twice that I actually really love, and I think they're more centrist, but it's called The Sitch and Adam Show. Are you guys familiar with that? Yeah, so I listen to
yeah, more centrist, right? Like Sitch and Adam.
Mainstream stuff, a lot of independent stuff, but different perspectives. Another conservative thing I'll listen to, it used to be the John and Ken show. Ken retired. Now it's...
Wait, are these the dads of the coffee hour people? The iced coffee hour? I don't know why. I don't know why I think that, but...
It's the John show. And it's a Los Angeles-based radio show.
Yeah, Sitch and Adam, centrist, according to...
Definitely conservative.
Well, listen, sadly, Anna's not the only one who will say that. I mean, Sitch and Adam will tell you that. Sitch and Adam fans will tell you that. Destiny fans will tell you that. Right? They've got just a different, I mean, if that's centrist, then this country is fucked. Just like you will be if you don't have a sub when the top of the hour ad break comes up on Twitch, right? You've been watching me, then you might have experienced this already. It's that little annoying 3 minutes of ads, which seems like a lot. 3 minutes out of nowhere. YouTube doesn't get 3 minutes of ads. What's up? Well, Twitch causes us to see 3 minutes of ads every hour on the hour in order to get rid of pre-roll ads, which are even worse, right? Pre-roll ads are the ads that happen right when you click the button. So to get you out of having to see an ad right off, we do an ad at the top of the hour. I serve those ads up to you for 3 minutes at a time, which seems like a lot, but it's what we got to do to get rid of the pre-roll ads for the entirety of the hour. You can get rid of the ad break, the top of the hour ad break, with a Twitch Prime sub. If you have Prime, you can use it to get a free sub. You can also pay $5. That's what it costs in the US. It might cost other amounts in other countries. I've heard Canadians kind of get screwed as far as this goes. But you can get yourself a sub from Twitch, or possibly, maybe, if you are lucky, you might just be gifted one. That can happen, that does happen, but it's more likely to happen if you are active in the chat.
Conservative. And I don't agree with them on everything, but
don't forget, Anna Kasparian brought Vosh on TYT as a leftist she liked. Brought up Vosh, or did she actually have Vosh on TYT? I do remember her talking to Vosh. I just don't remember, was that TYT or was that on Vosh?
Every once in a while, one of the hosts would make an argument that would make me want to dig a little deeper. And then I would realize, no, they've got a point. I think I agree with them on this matter, right? This one matter.
So when did you realize politics is something that you want to get involved in?
After 9/11, I would say. I was in high school, a freshman at the time. And obviously what happened on 9/11 was terrible. But then
what Hassan Piker said was even worse.
Similar to what
I can't believe that Hassan Piker would take an American hero like Dan Crenshaw and speculate about the reason for his ocular injury.
I think Israel is experiencing right now. Suddenly you have the people in charge making...
I'm surprised. Oh my God.
But now there are
freaking communists invading radicals. Hey, this is a good thing. More communists invading into our space here. That's got to be good. Darcy Wasserman, thank you for the follow. Your sub, that's what it's called. I guess it's mixed. It's backwards on Twitch versus on YouTube. So I have to reverse my thinking sometimes. The young man not being placated by young men. Oh yeah, you're right. That was what Vosh and Anna were, because they were talking about men. They were talking about this little thing that we call misandry, that a lot of people like to pretend doesn't exist. But if you're on the left, you know that it's all misandry all the way down. It's perfect. There's no misogyny left on the left. Everyone is perfectly fine to women. It's the men that get the short end of the stick. We just gotta think about the cishet white straight dudes out there and how they're being oppressed by the leftists right now.
Some pretty irresponsible decisions that obviously did.
Does she talk about her dad being a landlord? I think that does coming up. That does coming up. Wow, I'm speaking greatly right now. That does coming up soon. Yes, indeed.
Drag us into wars that we shouldn't have been fighting in for as long as we fought in them. Invading Iraq was outrageous to me. I remember in English class, I would have like a newspaper. I would hide my newspaper in like my binder or a book. And as the class was doing whatever assignment, like I found high school like not challenging and super boring. So I was reading the New York Times, and I remember this one article I was reading in English class was quoting Bill Kristol, and he was a huge continues to be a huge war hawk, but back then he was really pushing for us to invade Iraq. And I just remember being like so like irritated by him and frustrated by him and feeling like I have no voice. And then fast forward to, I believe it was like 2018 or 2019, I had an opportunity to debate him at like Politicon, which was nice. So I've always been into politics as soon as I was like old enough to even understand what politics is.
But when did you decide to turn that into a career?
I had never really thought I was going to have a career specifically in political news, but I wanted to be in media and journalism starting from like middle school. My mom asked me like, what do you want to be? And I thought I wanted to be an actress. And she's like, nope, you're not, we're not going to let that happen. Right. And my parents are, they're Armenian immigrants, and they're very
good thinking, Mom. Otherwise, Anna Kasparian might have ended up on the Daily Wire, right? That's what happens when you go into acting. You end up as a Daily Wire host. But she'll find her way there anyway. Is Billy Crystal? Oh no, Billy Crystal's the actor. Bill Crystal, the pundit. I believe he's still alive. He's pretty old. He's pretty old, but definitely an establishment media figure from the days of terrestrial media. Whatever. What is the name for that? Television media?
Very conservative in some ways, and that's
There's still time. Yeah, exactly.
Conservative. They're like, you'll be it's called puchatsats, which means like ruined, right? You'll be a ruined woman, like if you become an actress. So they're like, no, we're not going to allow that. So then I was talking to my mom more about like what kind of careers I might be interested in. She mentioned that I loved watching ABC's 2020 when Barbara Walters was a host. And once she said that, I was like, oh yeah, journalist. I want to do journalism. And from that moment on, that was what I pursued. And then, you know, that all manifested in ways that I didn't expect. But
do camel toe react vids count as the news? Wow, somebody's an old school, aware of old school TYT clips.
Ultimately, I guess I'm happy.
Are these the Nelk brothers? I don't think so. Wait, are they? I know about the Nelk brothers, but these are the, I mean, the show is called Iced Coffee. I apologize, chat. This is what happens when sunlight hits the green screen. It turns iridescent. Oh well.
Be doing what I'm doing.
So what was your first gig in journalism?
First gig in journalism was for KNX 1070, which at the time was a news radio station.
I remember that.
Yeah.
My mom would listen to that.
Yeah, owned by CBS.
On the way to school. My God, KNX 1070,
Yep.
news radio, whatever. I still remember that.
They hired me
My gosh.
out of college as like an assistant producer. It was awful. It was
Was
an
it
awful
good pay?
job. No, it was terrible. It was like $10 an hour.
$10 an hour. When was this?
This was I guess at the time it wasn't that bad, but it was 2007.
Okay.
Yeah, so $10 an hour. But the worst part about it was I always got the night shifts. So I would have to be in at 3, and I'd work from like 3 to about 10 in the morning.
Wait, 3 a.m.?
3 a.m., yeah.
Wow.
It was bad. And like the editor that I had to work with was really mean and like would like curse me out over any little thing. He'd ask me to print something for him, which of course I'll oblige. But in the middle of that, I'm taking a live feed from a reporter who's on the field. So I have to finish that before I print out his papers. And I remember one time, I guess I took too long. He started like cussing me out in the middle of the newsroom. And I emailed the news director about it. I was like, hey, you know, I don't really like being treated like this. And she's like, you need to be an adult. This is an adult workplace. You know, this is a newsroom. And I was like, okay. I thought that's what it was supposed to be like. Then I find out that this show called The Young Turks needs like a temporary fill-in for one of their producers. One of my colleagues at KNX reached out to me about it, asked me if I was interested. I was planning on like a month-long trip to Europe. And then after that, I was going to go to grad school and try to figure out what I wanted to do after that because my experience at KNX was so awful. I didn't think I wanted to do journalism anymore. But then I decided to take that temp job at TYT because it was just 2 weeks and I needed a little bit of extra money for my trip. And I loved it. I really, really enjoyed it. And I didn't want to leave after that.
So what was the difference working with TYT than KNX?
Well, it was creative. The news coverage was more honest. There were no scripts, which I appreciated. You know, at KNX, you have
Okay, so wait, we got some kind of explanation about. Oh my
stories
God.
from
Button. We got some kind of explanation about these two. Somebody knows a little bit about Iced Coffee Hour. Graham Stephen, dude on the right. Let's like put it forward so we can see them again.
or Reuters, the wire services. They just rewrite it for broadcast. And then like 15 minutes before the broadcast, the anchor shows up and just regurgitates, reads
Does
what
the
was
anchor
written.
know?
Okay, so the guy on the right, the brown jacket, is Graham Stephan. Tells people to invest in stocks and real estate, not financial advice type of creator. And then the guy on the left is Jack Selby, a fledgling financial advice bro, currently attempting to orbit Graham to the top. Okay, wow, that's more than I knew.
Anything about what they're saying?
I don't want to throw the anchors under the bus. They might be super knowledgeable, but they don't need to do any of that grunt work of actually writing what they're going to be reading themselves.
Oh, I get it. They use the not financial advice tag to avoid SEC regulations. Nice.
But
What happens if they disagree with something that they're given to say?
Well,
So they're the not financial advice type of Fin Bros.
that time, remember, opinion journalism was a lot more rare. So there was no opinion or analysis. It was just straight news, like a straight news broadcast, which I also found kind of boring because at that time, especially, no one was willing to outright criticize what Bush was doing. This was during the Bush administration. And I was like, there are war crimes being committed. Also, there's illegal wiretapping into Americans that shouldn't be happening. Like, there were all sorts of crazy things happening. And I feel like if it got any coverage in the media, it would be in print news and no one would read it. Or it would just be like a straight news broadcast.
Wait, so we got an example of the kind of
presented as if it was
groundbreaking journalism Anna was doing back in the day at TYT, World's Strongest Cheerleader.
So I don't know what this chick's name is, but I saw it independently on the internet. And I was like, oh, geez, Lord mercy. At first, I was wondering if it was Photoshopped, right? But it turns out it's not. She's real, right?
It looks Photoshopped.
What are you talking about? Like, yeah, she's got some nice guns, but and like actually her lats aren't bad either. Deltoids are well developed. Damn. But it's not anything I haven't seen before. It's not anything that you haven't seen if you've, ever seen like if you've ever seen female bodybuilders.
I mean, her arms look unbelievable.
Take a full screen on it, yeah. Oh, no. And I heard there was a debate on this. There's no debate. I'm ending the debate.
Oh, no. What's the debate? Is it a transvestigation?
I don't have my gavel with me.
Or is it a natty or not?
But I'll use my fist. 999! No way. No way. Not even close.
No way what?
No way what? Like, there's a
Not
debate.
even like, I'd be worried that she was going to break something of mine during sex. And I'm much more worried that she's going to pull out a jammy on me.
She actually does.
Pull out a jammy? What? Wait, what is pull out a jammy? What does that mean?
No debate. I'm ending the debate. I don't have my gavel with me, but I'll use my fist. 999! No way. No way. Not even close.
No way what? Like, there's a
Not
debate.
even like, I'd be worried that she was going to break something of mine during sex. And I'm much more worried that she's going to pull out a jammy on me.
She actually.
What is pull out a jammy? Is he saying what I think she's saying? Jink is talking about a dick. Yeah, we are transvestigating, I guess. Now remember, this is like TYT from a long time ago. Like, when is this? 12 years ago? Not that long. I mean, TYT's been around for a long time. This was, what, 2012? That this got made?
Doesn't. Oh, yeah, she does. Never mind.
She does what?
I'd be worried that she was going to break something of mine during sex. And I'm much more worried that she's going to pull out a jammy on me.
She actually doesn't. Oh, yeah, she does. Never mind.
She doesn't what?
I was going to say, she doesn't look so bad in that picture, but this one.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, there's an excellent chance she's a male.
No, come.
Okay.
Okay, look. Here's the thing. I'm not going to go quite as far.
So if you don't know the old lore about TYT, TYT, like, their foray into transphobia is not their first. Right? This is one example of it. There's other examples where you can see when trans people first start to come up in the news that TYT is covering, Jink starts using transgendered as a way to say, like, ugly woman. Like, when he's like, I don't know, she's starting to look a little transgendered there. Like, I mean, like, Jink is very transphobic. And a lot of this stuff is buried, but some of this stuff is not. I have heard this clip mentioned before. This is the infamous cheerleader a clip where basically Jink is trying to use her being trans as like a which she's not as like a dunk or something like that. But yeah, TYT has been they weren't great back in the day. There was like a small space of time, right? I don't know, around Bernie Maybe, no, I swear to God, I've seen something from like 2018. I don't know when TYT was good on trans issues, but I will tell you there have been a lot more times when TYT was not good on trans issues than when they were good on trans issues. But again, this is 12 years old. I'm not trying to claim that this is representative of what they're doing or what they're thinking right now. But this is not the only clip. This is by far not the only clip.
Her arms up.
I'm not gonna
pull out a jammy. Yeah, what the fuck?
Go quite as far as you
Oh,
have.
I don't want to find out what's under that skirt.
Okay, just okay.
A lot of jammy on me.
She actually doesn't. Oh yeah, she does. Never mind. I was gonna say she doesn't look so bad in that picture, but this one.
Oh no! Oh, there's an excellent chance she's a male.
No. Okay, look. Here's the thing. I'm not gonna go quite
Look
as
at
far.
how long her arms are.
I'm not gonna go quite as far as you
Oh,
have.
I don't want to find out what's under that skirt.
Okay, just No, okay, look. In 11 months, she actually increased the size of her arms by 4 inches. So there's a whole debate about whether or not she's taken steroids.
Yes.
And now there's this
That's the real debate, natty or not.
whole story about how she turned down a modeling contract with a fitness magazine.
But I gotta say, okay, those results are achievable without any use of performance-enhancing drugs. All right, that is an attainable physique.
Because the fitness magazine would require her to take like legal steroids for the photo shoot, and she's like, no, I don't want to do that to my body. But
Are we sure this isn't Photoshop? That looks like the longest arm in the world. And right there's no way I would hook up with her. I think, no.
I mean, she's not asking Jink, and also there's probably no way that she would hook up with you. Why would she want to be with Jink Uger?
No way, man. I don't want to find out what's going on downstairs.
just calm down. You're being too mean. Look, I was gonna.
No, she's so much larger than everyone else. No, there's an issue, man.
She's got a great stomach.
How large are her hands? No, I'm telling you, man. We're gonna find out something. I don't want to say anything, but
First of all,
you guys were saying this woman is attractive.
Okay, so you see Anna kind of operating as a little bit of Jink's conscience there. I mean, she's not great. She's saying, she's calling this cheerleader ugly, but you know, she's trying to kind of push back against Jink's transvestigation at least.
First of all, Jink acts like he's never seen a woman that's taller than 5'3" or something. She's like 6 feet tall, and she hits the gym. I don't see the crazy freakiness about it.
I see how you roll.
What is the thing? It's like, well, yeah.
Oh my God! Now we're gonna shame JR for what?
And I see how you roll. You're afraid of women. You're ready to whoop their ass.
Okay, so I gotta say this. Okay, I have always wished that the crew, the you know, producers of TYT could switch places with the hosts more often. I never have gotten enough of J.R. Jackson. And I feel like his takes are like reliably better.
Apparently in the bedroom, somebody gets dominated.
Wait. No, wait. He pulled a Republican move there. That makes no sense. It's the exact opposite. Apparently, he likes a woman who wrestles him to the ground. You see what I'm saying? I like a nice, delicate woman because I'm a man, you know? But I like how he turned it around, though, you know?
Oh, my God.
Okay, anyway, last point on this nonsense story. On the steroid issue, I'd be shocked if she wasn't dating, but I'm just making.
Okay, well, Jink, I'm sorry. Nobody's hiring you for their personal trainer. I don't think you're the one to assess natty or not.
Normal, right? Like, you know, the Bush administration's doing this, and
JR has his own show now.
All right, next story, that kind of thing.
Sure.
It's just
no. I mean, JR should take over the main show. Like, why are they messing around with Ben Glebe and all the rest of these jokers when they should be bringing out JR more?
Felt hollow. All of it felt hollow and boring. No creativity, nothing to look forward to or work toward. Like, the best thing that I could hope for is that I would work really hard, move up the ladder, and be that anchor who shows up 15 minutes before the broadcast and just reads on a microphone. Like,
okay, so what I'm looking at here, this is Anna on being host of the Young Turks. Next is Anna on transgenderism and the hate she received for her views. So, like, Anna wants to claim this, that she is an ally of trans people. She's an ally of the trans community. She only disagrees with things that make the trans community look really bad. and having this inclusive language, it makes the trans community look really bad, right? She's gonna say that birthing person is, they're trying to get rid of the word woman. No one could say woman anymore. There's no such thing as a woman. Woman is a hate word. Woman is a slur, right? We can only say birthing person, and that we mean woman when we say birthing person, except for the fact that the whole point of having the word birthing person is that you're not necessarily talking about women. You could be talking about trans guy. You could be talking about a non-binary person. You could be talking about like anybody who's capable of birth is a birthing person. And if you want to speak about people who are capable of birth, instead of just using, women, which is not what you're trying to say, unless you're AK Kasparian and you insist on using a screwdriver to hammer in nails, you're using the wrong tool for the job, right? What you're trying to describe is people who can give birth, but Anna's hung up on this idea of like, no, we cannot come up with better language for that. No, never. We are forever going to say that that's woman, even though there's women that aren't capable of giving birth, and even though there's people who are capable of giving birth that aren't women. We're going to keep using the word, even though it's fucking wrong. That's what she'll say. But she's not against trans people. And yet on this show, how do they characterize it? How do they title the segment when she talks about trans people? Anna on transgenderism. They're using right-wing language, and I don't think Anna cares. I don't think she minds, right? She's not an ally.
I don't want that. So TYT was totally different. It was irreverent. It was so unique at the time. And I was treated really well. I was treated as a human being. Like, my opinions mattered from the beginning. I was a temp. And there was none of this, oh, you have to pay your dues before you go on air. Like, the first day I was there, Cenk Uygur, who's the founder of the Young Turks, and he was also, the main host. He's like, oh, we have a new intern. Let's bring her on. And I was like, I haven't paid my dues. I can't be on air. But it was great. I really enjoyed it. And in the beginning, it was just a tiny crew of people, 5 in total. And it really did feel like a loyal family that looked out for each other.
Let's see if I can make my lighting a little bit better.
Days, but I miss
Oh my God, don't knock down.
I'm curious if you think people need to gain more experience and authority before they start showing their opinion to a bunch of people, because I know Ben Shapiro, not to bring him up again, but he always says that the dumbest stuff that he ever wrote was when he was young and in college at UCLA, and he was writing articles for the UCLA newspaper. Like, he was saying some stuff that if he could go back in time, he would remove all of that stuff. And I know a lot of young people, like when I was between the ages of like 16 and probably 20, I thought I knew everything.
Of course,
and I was 100% happy to share that information with anybody that would listen to me.
Yeah.
And I think it's a little bit concerning now that anybody can go and purport to be an expert on anything and talk to thousands or hundreds.
That has been a problem. And there is a distinction between people who might think they know it all and they're opining on things in a ignorant way versus those who are just like literal scammers and they're presenting themselves as experts when they're really not.
And how do you tell the difference between the two for a viewer?
I'm a big fan of Oppo research, so I'll research the hell out of someone before I trust them or trust what they're saying. And what I mean by that is, okay, well, what's your background? What is your experience that gives you the expertise necessary to comment on these things? Oftentimes, you'll see various people quoted in print reports on various stories, and I'm like, this person certainly has a take. I wonder who they are and who they work for, because unfortunately, today's journalism doesn't disclose some of the conflicts of interest involved with the sources that they rely on. So a lot of times people from think tanks get quoted and it's like, okay, well, this think tank has a partisan bent and the audience or the reader should be aware of that. So I look into that, like, what are the affiliations? What are the associations? Does this person have a take that's informed from a political ideology? Doesn't mean that what they're saying should be thrown out the window, but at least you know that it's coming from a very specific perspective, and you should look out for opposing perspectives to have a more holistic approach to the story or understanding of the story.
Do you ever feel like you need to subscribe to some of the ideologies that the Young Turks, like the organization as a whole, subscribes to? You don't feel like that at all?
There's been pressure. By the way, let me just be clear about this. In terms of TYT's leadership and management, absolutely not. I love how hands-off they are in that regard. I have never been told by anyone in a position of power at TYT that I need to believe something or I need to say something. I feel so deeply respected there, which is why I've been loyal to TYT. I've been there for 17 years. And a lot of people are like, oh, why don't you leave and do your own thing? I don't know if you guys are familiar with Jonathan Haidt. My moral foundations certainly include loyalty. I score very high in the loyalty area.
Who is Jonathan Haidt? Should I look into this person? Who is this? Did anybody know Jonathan Haidt?
So like I feel very loyal to TYT given how wonderful the leadership and management.
I feel like I've heard this name before. A professor at Seattle University. It's not Brett Weinstein. It's not the guy from the other school in that area. Moral foundation theory argues that there are 5 basic moral foundation: harm / care, fairness, reciprocity, in-group / loyalty, authority / respect, purity / sanctity. These 5 foundations comprise the building blocks of morality, regardless of culture.
Certainly include loyalty. I score very high.
He's a conceited centrist. Is he like a philosophy? Like, I mean, that sounds like a philosophy professor, but maybe, is he poli-sci?
In the loyalty area.
He's a centrist type who thinks he's above everyone.
So like I feel very loyal to TYT given how wonderful the leadership and management has been to me. But they are different from some of the past employees we've had who want to force me to believe certain things that I don't believe. So I'm obviously a woman, female, and I think I should be allowed
who want to force me to believe things that I don't believe. Now, I think we're about to segue into her, she mentioned Lance before without naming Lance. She does name Bennie. And I think she's talking about Bennie. She's talking about somebody that, like, I mean, I've never seen Bennie on the main show. I'm not convinced that they ever had Bennie on the main show. If they cared about trans rights, that might have been a good idea. But Bennie was there to tick a box for them. Like, Bennie was there in a lot of ways. The way they were using Bennie as a fig leaf. Like, Jink would literally say shit like when people would say, like, I don't know about the TYT, their takes on trans issues kind of worrying me now. They'd be like, oh, well, we have transgender employees. And how is Bennie supposed to feel when she hears that? That's what I'm talking about. You put pressure on her, Anna. She's about to say that former employees we had that tried to force me to adopt their viewpoint. How the fuck is somebody who won a contest on Twitch, right, for getting added on to, TYT's roster and really, that TYT has been using as a fig leaf, how is that person going to have the power to force her to change her viewpoint on anything, right? You are forcing Bennie to go along with the perception that TYT does not have horrible takes on trans issues when she could tell that they did.
To engage in conversations about how language changes in order to be more inclusive to any community, but certainly lately it's more about like the transgender community. I have no ill will towards the transgender community at all. In fact, if you look at
your body language really reinforces what you're saying here, Anna. Clearly, no ill will towards the transgender community.
Body of work, I've always been
oh my god, we just saw one where you were, you're not as bad as Jink, but like
vociferous in defending them and calling for them to be treated equal to anyone else in society. But I think sometimes you'll have those who want to like push the limits, and it's never about the important stuff. It's more about things like language, right? And they were turning a lot of
Soul Life says Bennie has tried talking to them in good faith. Everyone did. They reacted in a bad faith way. Yeah, exactly.
people off, including people who are on their side.
So let's get specific about what you're talking about. Because
Yeah.
we know what you're talking about, but I'm sure a lot of the viewers are.
So like just really goofy rhetoric, like birthing people and
Right. So someone called
chest feeder. And
Did someone call you a birthing person?
That's not rhetoric. It's language. It's language. Like, look, we could say woman when we mean people capable of giving childbirth, but then we're using a word that's not quite right. There are women who have had hysterectomies, for instance, that are never going to, to whom childbirth is not a relevant topic, whereas there are people who can give birth that are not women, right? And Anna never bites the bullet, right? Either she thinks that trans men are not men, that somehow, I don't know, either she's got a really like transphobic viewpoint in that regard, or that, that people who can give birth that aren't women should just suck it up and be okay with being referred to as women, even though like you're like literally telling like a trans guy that, or a non-binary person, or anybody, like, right? Like, she says she's down for the transgenders, right? She's supportive, she's an ally and everything like that. Well, the very basic foundation of being an ally are trans men, includes trans men or men, right? She's got a problem, with that idea. And I don't know how else to parse this. That is fucked up.
Yeah. Okay. So yes. Okay. It happened. Yes, in a medical setting, but I don't care. Like, I don't need to be called a birthing person.
Is that from a doctor?
Yeah, and it's on medical forms too now. Like I don't know if it's all throughout California.
Because Anna, they don't want to know if you're a woman or not. They don't care. What you being a woman does not matter. When the question is, could you get pregnant? Then a better way to phrase that, come on. That's why it's on a medical form. God damn it. She acts like this is somehow like some ridiculous point of rhetoric that like that trans people are going through, like trying to be like, use it as rhetoric, that it's like a agitprop or something like that. It's like literally medical language, which more accurately describes a person's birthing, status, ability to give birth, etc.
Your gender anywhere on this sheet, or was it just birthing person checkbox?
It was
or
no. It wasn't a checkbox situation. It was a full.
To be fair, it's likely that Anna doesn't even think about transmasc folks because she's a cis bigot. Yeah, the transmasc erasure is a real thing.
Form that I had to fill out, and in the language of the form,
Unfortunately,
rather than using the word woman, birthing person was used. Another form used a person with a uterus, and it's just like, I just felt like,
yo, do you not understand that? It's right there, person with a uterus. Like, you're literally talking about, okay, so child, like, that's very specific exact language that doesn't like futz around with stuff that doesn't matter. Your gender identity is actually not what's being asked about in this case, right? You should be on, as a gender critical person, you should be on board for this, right? Of like, we're talking about the biological, do you have a uterus, right? And can you give birth? That's like, usually bigots like Anna love to concentrate more on the purely physical aspect of sex in order to deny the existence of the construct of gender.
And I didn't like it. That's all I was saying, by the way. Like, I don't like this, and I think it's goofy, and I think it turns people off. And that led to...
We've seen this, explain this on her show years ago. Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, Natalie. There's a clip of her talking to, basically arguing with somebody who had a very similar viewpoint to what she's expressing here.
Like an insane firestorm that I did not expect.
Who is getting upset at you for saying that? We always talk about this massive cohort of people that will just attack you if you say the wrong thing. But I feel like, honestly, they hardly exist. Maybe
you are a chud, right? In your world, there's probably not a lot of people that give a fuck about using medically accurate language. You'll be lucky if you find somebody that doesn't believe that, like, in a bunch of, pandemic conspiracies, like with the people this guy's hanging out with.
That's not true.
Well, they're very loud.
They're very loud.
It's a
Yeah.
loud minority, but the
One
people
has
that
the
get
voice of 100, I feel like.
But to call you a birthing person,
Oh my God, I can't believe they called you a birthing person just because you have the capacity to give birth, which is separate from your gender identity. Holy shit, my mind is blown.
like something that I would have like done in like kindergarten. Like not trying to offend
What would be
anybody
the
here. I don't
male-
want them to come after me.
What would be the male equivalent of that? Does that exist?
Penis wielding person.
No, it's got to be some
Ejaculating
sperm.
person.
That would be hilarious.
I am an ejaculating
But
person.
but it is interesting because none of that conversation exists when it comes to inclusive language in the male realm. Like a lot
Yeah, I
of
was about
that
to
is
say, there's not really a male
it's really interesting, and
equivalent
I don't
of
know
that.
why it is. But anyway, like
Yeah.
at this point, I don't care. Like I don't care about any of it. Like I don't care about any of that stuff. I don't care about the criticism I'm getting. But the reason why I bring it up
So
is
yeah, I mean, there it is. Like, oh my God, freeze frame on Benny. There, Anna's Zara said before, there's some chance that Anna's not even thinking about trans guys when she says this stuff, right? But like, I mean, trans guys are a subset of, who are implicated by the word that you just described. Does she not realize that?
we had a transgender fill-in host at TYT. Her name's Bennie. When Bennie began at TYT,
a fill-in host,
she hadn't transitioned yet, and so I met Bennie before the transition and before Bennie was even out about her identity. And I was always super nice to Bennie. We never had any problems. Honestly, I barely even hosted the show with Bennie. I think I might have done it once. Never really had any personal conversations. Remember, this is during COVID.
So wait, she was on the main show at least once, or?
So a lot of us were working from home. A lot of us didn't come into the office. I've never met Bennie in person. And because of what I had shared with, the public about how I feel about some of this inclusive language, Bennie felt, I don't know why Bennie felt like it was a slight on her, but it wasn't. And there was
no, Anna, it was a disgrace for Bennie to be employed by an organization with somebody like you at the top. That just the mere acknowledgement of people who can give birth that do not identify as women is too much for your fragile bullshit ego, right? Is threatening your gender identity somehow, right? That is a bad look. And do you understand that a trans media figure has credibility within the trans community by virtue of things like, whether your employer is some fucking weirdo, gender critical asshole. Continuing to work for TYT would have ruined any credibility that Bennie might have in the trans community. You put her in this place without even thinking about what you were doing. Because apparently all she was there to do was to run cover for you. And when she stopped wanting to run cover for you, when she stopped wanting to shut up and sit down and go along to get along, and consider herself lucky to be, hired by such a large media organization, when she decided finally it's not worth it, that's her stabbing you in the back. No, Anna, you're the one that's stabbing her in the back.
Was a group of people on Twitter, and I knew this was going to happen. These people on Twitter who take up a cause and then they become weirdly obsessive with the cause. And they were just in Bennie's ear about how, you have to hold Anna accountable, and TYT is not the place for you. It's a transphobic community. You need to leave. You need to leave. And they were urging Bennie to leave. And I just knew I thought to myself, if Bennie takes their advice, she will have no platform.
I'm pretty sure Bennie wanted to leave. I don't know Bennie like super well. I believe I've talked to her once, but I don't think she'd want to stay, right? If she was staying, it was for one of two reasons, or probably a combination of the two, right? One is that she had friends there. She made connections there. There were people there that she didn't want to, cut ties with. And two is because, yeah, in like news, media, it's very hard to have a gig that is a job that potentially, might, pay you for, make you able to get healthcare through, like, right, like having an actual solid gig like TYT is very rare in this game. Most people, before Bennie was part of TYT and after, Bennie didn't have, that, worked as a independent contractor for Twitch and a partner for YouTube, right? That's a lot less secure of an existence than being an employee of an organization like TYT, right? It's one of those two reasons, more likely the combination of the two, that Bennie had not left before. Because yeah, it's got to be difficult to especially when you see somebody like Jink trying to use you as a fig leaf, trying to be like, oh yeah, we have a transgender, yeah, she got no problem with us. No, she did have a problem with you. She was maybe not in a position to say it right away, but when Anna doubled down and doubled down and doubled down, Bennie did the right thing.
She will disappear, and none of these people who are encouraging her to leave give a damn about her. They're not going to follow her to wherever she's going to, do a show or launch a YouTube channel. This is their little cause right now. They think they're in a war, and they're pretending like they give a damn about Bennie. They don't give a damn about Bennie. They give a damn about presenting themselves as people who purport to care about trans.
To be fair, it's not about Bennie. It's about trans people. And Bennie's decision, in many ways, was probably more about trans people than about herself, but also about herself and her own like self-respect. Like, this issue has much more broad implications than a single person. We're talking about the dignity of people who can give birth that aren't women to be fucking acknowledged instead of being erased constantly. That's what was at stake. And that's probably a big part of why Bennie made the decision that she did.
Transgender people. But as soon as Bennie's gone, as soon as she makes that decision to leave TYT, Bennie's gone.
Yeah, SM says, you mean you don't give a damn about Bennie?
For real. From their consciousness, from the media in general. And I think it's just, they did damage to Bennie. And I don't know if Bennie realizes it right now.
You did damage to Bennie's, credibility within the community. I'm sure that you did damage to Bennie's own personal sense of dignity. You're the one that hurt her. All right? Yeah, she's in a place where she doesn't have the reach that she had being part of the TYT network, but that should tell you how important this was to her.
But these people don't care at all. At all. They don't care about making society better in regard to, all my focus would be is how can we ensure that we improve our healthcare system so people who do decide to make that transition, because remember, once you transition and if you go through the surgeries and everything, it's not a one-time thing. You need medical attention for the rest of your life.
That's parallel to gender critical TERF ideology, right? This is something that TERFs bring up a lot.
Priority should be, if you actually give a damn about transgender people, how do we reform our healthcare system so someone who does choose to transition doesn't go into bankruptcy because of the medical attention he or she is going to need for the rest of their lives?
I've always been curious, who pays for that? Does that come out of pocket, or
We
is
pay
that
for
something
that. We pay
insurance?
insanely high taxes.
Now, here's the thing: if you manage your own solo small business,
oh my God, they're so good at. Look, chat.
Tax season coming up.
I want you to notice something. I want you to notice how much better they are with their calls to action than I am. Right? I always forget to mention this, but you can support me in a great number of ways, whether it's through super chats, whether it's through super stickers, whether it is through becoming a member on YouTube or a sub on Twitch, whether it's through bits on Twitch, through donations, which, oh my God, once again, I haven't put into the I haven't put into the description, but I'll fix that right now. Or supporting me over on Patreon. All these things keep me coming to you day after day for 6 hours most of the time, 6 hours a day. And we need that in order to continue. So thank you to everybody who supports me in whatever way that you do support me, even if that's only through hitting that like button, because believe me, it's more powerful than you think. Let's fast forward through their call to action and see what we could do.
In full swing. I bet you have a
is the only escrow
on 100 is coming up.
Pay
Insurance.
insanely high taxes. I mean, look, let me just be clear. Right now, the way it gets paid is through private insurance. If you're lucky to have it, 20 million Americans don't have any insurance, no coverage at all. I think our healthcare system is broken, and a lot of times, you might get stuck with insurance. Let's say you get insured through your employer. You might get...
I'm trying to catch her angle here, right? When she says we pay it for it through taxes. No, it sounds like she's complaining about what, trans people getting healthcare through Medicare? Or sorry, through Medicaid? I don't know how else to read this. Yeah. So if you don't know, chat, there's a program called Medicaid. It was expanded after Obamacare. It is, different depending on what state that you're in, whether the governor in that state has accepted the Medicaid expansion or not, right? But in a lot of states, people who are not able to afford to get healthcare are given healthcare through Medicaid, right? And this includes trans healthcare. So not, anything, that not everything that, not all medical care that a trans person would need, but some of it at least is paid for it through that. When she says we're paying incredibly high taxes, I don't know how else to read that, but her saying that she's resents having to pay for trans people's if there's medical care that trans people require that cis people wouldn't, then she's that sounds like what she's saying she's resenting. Natalie just sent me, is this Anna refuting her own talking points? Is that what this is, Natalie?
She dismissed him. And he, along with other Republican lawmakers, deserve to be dismissed on this issue.
This is only 1 year ago. Wait, what?
Because it's bad faith. They know there's a difference between gender and sex. They know that it is very possible for someone to be born a biological male or a biological female, but in terms of gender, identify differently as a male or non-binary, but they still have the biological capacity, the physical capacity to get pregnant. So that's why the language, the rhetoric is inclusive to include those people. It is not a big deal, but they make it a big deal. They manufacture it into a big deal because that.
And now Anna is part of that transphobic grifting industrial complex. Now she's making money off of that. Now she's part of that industry.
That's all Republicans are. That's all.
And that's all that you are now. Because you sold the fuck out, Anna. You sold out.
All they do. Endless bad faith arguments meant to fearmonger and direct hatred.
This is why, even though some people want to cut Anna a break of maybe she's not thinking of trans guys, maybe she's not thinking of this, maybe she's not thinking of that. This makes me wonder, because it does sound like she knows this isn't an issue of ignorance on Anna's part, right? Here she is shooting down. This is 1 year ago, or maybe you know how YouTube works. It could be 1 year, it could be 1 year and 6 months. It could be 1 year and 9 months, but it's sometime between 1 year and 2 years ago that Anna is essentially refuting the talking points that she's now advancing. So don't get confused and think that she just doesn't understand some of this stuff. She's never had it explained to her. She's never heard this stuff. Anna absolutely knows.
And fear toward other Americans, typically powerless Americans, while they rob you blind, by the way, while they enable corporations to rob you blind.
Yep.
That's what this is about. I'm so sick of it. I'm so sick of it. I'm so freaking sick of it.
Yeah, the one blessing we have is that
So the real question is, Anna, were you lying here or are you lying now?
he's particularly bad at it. He thought he came equipped. He thought he was loaded for bear. Do you mean women? And she had no, like you think that your live questioning of this expert is going to be like Matt Walsh's like carefully edited little thing that he put together? You think that's how that's going to work out for you? No, see, you're a pretend intellect. She's an actual intellect. There's a difference between the two. It's just demonstrated in that video. He can't dispute anything that she says.
This is like a Missouri senator that I guess when the witness said birthing person because they were being specific about abortion access, right? People that would need access to services like that, birthing people, right? That's the appropriate term. You could say women, but again, you'd be including some people that don't fit under that rubric, and you'd be leaving out other people who do.
And much more importantly, he knows the difference between sex and gender. There are some that are so stupid that they can't actually grasp the difference between biology and a social construct of gender, but he understands it, but he also understands what party he's in. And there is a lot that you have to pretend not to understand to be a successful Republican. Yeah. He's not great at it. He's not even great at doing the pretending. And he's doing it for the reasons that you identified. Like if you're a Republican, if you're a conservative, you're watching this, and maybe you clicked on it because like your whole life has become hating trans people, like a guy who would spend his time doing what you just saw, do you think he gives a damn about your wages? Seriously. Do you think this is a person that cares whether you're ever able to own a home? Or like really, do you think he cares if you retire? Like please don't tell me that you actually believe that Josh Hawley cares if you suffer medical bankruptcy someday, if you can afford insulin month to month. You know that he doesn't. You know that this is a substitute for all of that. A poor substitute, poorly delivered, but that's what it's intended to do.
I can't stomach how easy it is to manipulate Americans with this garbage.
Yeah. I mean, the Democrats have their own version.
Oh, she eventually did stomach it. She swallowed it hook, line, and sinker.
Understandably, yes, of course Democrats have their own version of that. I'm working on an entire book about it, okay? So I'm not gonna promote it until there's some realistic dates that I can throw your way. But nonetheless, moving along. No, I mean, people are angry right now.
Yeah.
People are furious. People see the country falling apart. Our institutions are failing us. Our institutions have been gutted, dismantled. People are terrified about the future. Inflation is definitely impacting people. Like, these are very real concerns. But I just want Republican voters, listen, you're scared of transgender people? Okay, they're not doing any harm. They're not causing any harm, but sure, fine. You're scared.
But apparently they took your womanhood, Anna. You don't get to be a woman anymore because somebody asked you if you were a birthing person. And so your gender identity is now in question because of trans people. Trans people are awful, admit it. They're terrible for existing. That's what this is so ironic.
Scared of them, but you should be like the frustration you're feeling in America right now, the stuff that actually impacts your life on a daily basis. Those are issues that are caused by the Republican lawmakers you support and allow to scare you about literally the least powerful people in the country. Literally, like what?
The people that Anna's attacking right now, yeah. Like she said that Bennie like made a power move on her or something, like tried to change her opinion, tried to force her to adopt an opinion that she didn't actually hold. Like Bennie, you're talking about a trans person. You just described trans people as the least powerful people out there, but apparently you misunderestimated. And Bennie is actually super powerful and can like force you to change your opinion with transgender magic.
This is what I want to understand. Why is it so hard to just refer to someone the way they want to be referred to? Why is it
good question, Anna?
So hard?
Good question.
It takes no effort. It takes zero effort. But somehow, Republican lawmakers have manipulated the minds of American voters, particularly those on the right, to think this is an issue.
But apparently not just those on the right, Anna.
They should fight to the death.
Some in the soft center as well. Yep.
This is the most important issue. You are being robbed. You're being robbed by the very lawmakers who are.
But now Anna's concerned that she's being robbed of her femininity. She's being robbed of her womanhood by the fact that a doctor asked her if she was a birthing person.
Distracting you with nonstop culture war garbage. Nonstop.
Yeah.
Nonstop. It has no effect on your life other than maybe briefly being a little bit of an inconvenience, I guess, by referring to them with the pronoun they prefer.
Yep.
That's it. That's all it is. You know, you probably pay a lot more percentage-wise in taxes than the wealthy people that fund Josh Hawley's campaign. Do you know about that? Do you care about that? Why is it that the wealthiest people in this country pay way less in federal taxes than you do? Why? Why is income inequality a massive problem that disparity continues to explode in this country?
Yep.
Why is the middle class disappearing? Is it because of transgender people?
Yeah.
I'm just, listen.
Well, apparently it's why she's paying too much in taxes. That's anyway, that's Anna from a year ago, a year and a half ago, somewhere around there.
Insurance that won't
Here's Anna for now.
Authorize a ton of your medical needs. So it really depends on what your specific situation is. But, you know, when you think about transgender youth, a lot of them do get disowned by family members. A lot of them do end up homeless, you know. And so my priority or my top concern in terms of improving their lives would be.
Natalie says this is July 13th, 2022.
Okay, what kind of safety net are we going to have in place to catch them if and when they fall? You know? Mm-hmm. And I always thought, like, obviously I'm good faith about that. And these are things that I've been talking about, not just this year, not just last year, but like almost the entirety of my career. And I was just under the assumption that people know that I don't have an anti-trans bone in my body, but some of this stuff, some of this language stuff is a little goofy.
How do you not get overly defensive over something like that? Somebody calling you transphobic, how do you not just explode or want to like counter that and say, no, that's ridiculous? How do you develop a thick skin?
Well, in the beginning, I was defensive. And then this job is already really difficult.
In the beginning, I was defensive too, Anna. And that's when I realized that at the top of every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break on Twitch. And that's 3 minutes of ads without stopping, without ceasing, not split up in any way, just 3 minutes of ads. And that if I no longer want to see those ads, I can get out of that by using a Prime sub at no cost to myself. That I could also possibly pay $5 if I don't have Prime, or that I might even be gifted such a sub by a kind person in the community looking to do a good deed. But that kind of thing would be more likely if I were active in the chat.
Incredibly difficult. It would be impossible for me to enjoy any of this if I were just sucking up to people bullying me and saying things I don't actually believe. So whether the audience likes it or not, I'm going to tell them what.
But not on YouTube's.
And we lost like some paying members to TYT over this whole drama, and that's okay. God bless. I mean, do you? You know, you don't need to be supporting the show financially if you think, you know, the biggest injustice is that I don't want to be called a birthing person. But I just don't want. I have a tough time lying about what I really think. That's like the hardest thing for me to do.
But how
well, that's good. I mean,
Michael says Anna's going to fit right in at Rumble when Peter Thiel hires her.
But how do you not take these comments to heart? How do you not let that affect your day?
What makes you think she doesn't take these comments to heart? Oh my God. That's all she does.
Inner peace. And I know who I am. And I think since I know exactly who I am, the opinions of others that I know are inaccurate, I just don't let them get to me. I can't control what other people believe about me. I can control my own behavior. I can control how I feel about myself. And I don't want to say that I like love myself or feel great about myself. I think I'm a flawed person, just like anyone else. And I look back at some of the things that I've done and said in my career, and I like deeply regret some of it. But I have slowly
like, I wonder if what we just watched is one of those clips that she deeply regrets. Like, did she not mean any of that stuff? Was she like, oh God, I can't believe I have to suck it up and act like I care about inclusive language for trans people. I can't believe, oh my God, okay, let me just, okay. And then she just like does this, belts out this perfect like job acting, or, you know, did she ever care? Yeah, who are you, Anna? Exactly, Danarchist.
Surely like made an effort to correct some of my previous errors. A lot of them were like during the pandemic, and I kind of got like wrapped up in some of the narratives that were coming from
she got diagonalized. She got
during that time that turned
she got
out
Bannonized
to not be so accurate. And so to me, what's the most important thing to me is getting my audience accurate information.
Jules says, I really think she has changed. Something happened.
Then being honest with them about,
I mean, she's definitely giving us a narrative of you know, the whole pandemic and
what I actually feel.
And yeah, it does seem like something changed with a lot of people during the pandemic. It's not always political. But you know, yeah, obviously the
genuinely feel about these stories. And if I get something wrong, ensuring that I correct those errors and do so as loudly as I can and openly as I can, because I want to do good in the world through the work I do. And I don't think you can do that if you mislead people or misinform people.
Yeah. You've been very open about the times you have gotten some stories wrong.
Right.
Yeah, some people got more left during the pandemic.
Over extended periods of time as well. Like I see you continue to reference from things you've gotten wrong.
I feel like some people recognized what is left over the pandemic as far as like what that actually means. You grow up in this country and get sold these ideas of like, yeah, you're like a Democrat or you're a Republican, but anything beyond that is just like, whoa, that's where the wild things live. You don't want to be out there, right? And it's you don't really have a sense of what is like, you know, like, because you just have two sides of capitalism, like a side that is like I guess, you know, tuned to save capitalism from its own excesses, right? In terms of being able to provide somewhat of a social safety net, some regulations, stuff like that. And then you've got the other side that is like, tear down the regulations, tear down the social safety net. Let's have the, you know, let's be governed by capitalism itself.
Which I also deeply appreciate.
Thank you.
Speaking of sharing how you feel do you feel about California? Because we were talking earlier and we were saying we drove in from Vegas because we left.
On the way here, I mean, we were off of a freeway for maybe 10 minutes and we saw how many tents?
Oh gosh.
Dozens. I mean, like, and here's the thing too, in this neighborhood that we shoot this podcast studio in, there has been like this colossal sized tent, like a tent mansion, not to make a joke out of it, but like a big tent. And
man, those homeless people, the unhoused people out there, they're just completely spoiled. They got the mansion tents. What do we got? Like a Hassan out there living in the mansion tent, you know?
It's been there for probably 2 years.
And it takes up the entirety of the sidewalk.
Right.
So you can't walk on the sidewalk. You'd have to go into the street.
Yeah, and there might be something that like a rational person would think about that. They might like analyze the current mode of production and say that it seems to me that what this mode of production produces more than anything is inequality. It takes the wealth, concentrates it from the base, concentrates it from the workers up to the capitalists into fewer and fewer and fewer hands, from more and more and more hands. And there's more people that are driven to the edges of existence. There's more people that are having to get a tent and try to find some place to put it and hope that they can put it, you know, anywhere and not have like the cops like raid it and burn it or something like that and have all their worldly possessions like thrown away. You might think that it's time for a change. Or you might just start a financial advice podcast that guarantees that you're not actually giving financial advice, so you don't have to register with the SEC, but is still telling people to, you know, about real estate and other such things. There's different options. There's different options.
Same exact tent. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the tent, Gran.
So let me just start off by saying, as someone who was born and raised in Los Angeles, I actually politics aside, failed policies aside, if I just think about the landscape here, the nature, the mountains, you know, the beaches, I love California. I think California is the most beautiful and wonderful. We pay very high taxes in California. We get very little as like working people in return. It's full stop. Okay. The amount of money, I mean, even with the gases, right? We pay a higher gas tax in California. And what is that money supposed to be used for?
Roads.
Well, for
That's
roads. They're gonna.
not. Oh my God, the potholes are horrible. They don't fix them.
The roads are like, they're just terrible, right? There's potholes everywhere. You're correct. There's trash everywhere. You know, I think the Department of Sanitation is in need of more workers, and that's like playing into it. But what's also playing into it is this, honestly, the homeless issue, yes, and the fact that the city just allows them to like hoard like literal garbage. And they say, no, it's not garbage, it's their belongings. But I'm sorry, like fast food bags from a month ago, those are not belongings. It's literal trash. These are people who have mental health issues.
If you don't have a cup and somebody buys you McDonald's one day, right? You get a paper cup. You might kind of keep that around for a while if you don't have any other way to drink water, right? But she's not thinking of that. It's all about her. I'm made uncomfortable by the fact that there's a tent here. I'm made uncomfortable by the fact that I don't see, like essentially they're allowing homeless people to exist. I wish that capitalism would create the crisis, extract the wealth, and then absolutely eugenicize their victims out of existence. Is that what you're arguing for?
And you're just allowing them to wallow away and die on massive piles of garbage. And I say they allow it because this is what no one wants to talk about, and it's super uncomfortable, but it's the truth, and I'm going to say it.
Okay, she's going to conflate the homeless, the unhoused, lessness. Like she's going to conflate the unhoused crisis with the mental health crisis. And both of those exist. But, oh my God, Anna. Like, there's no logic at home here. There's no light on, like, thinking about what she's saying. Is she just an auto-grift? Is that what's going on? Are we just auto-grifting here? She's essentially being like, yeah, if you're unhoused. Yes, Jink would say cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, right? Oh God, I forgot how bad the TYT, I don't think they say that anymore, right? But she's literally gonna take two issues that are real issues and just be like, yeah, they're the same thing. If we can take all of the unhoused people and just declare them mentally, not of sound mind and body, and just warehouse them over here in these facilities. Congratulations, Anna, you invented One Flew Over a Cuckoo's Nest, Nurse Ratchet.
When there is housing and shelter available and they're offered the housing and shelter, no is not an answer. No is not an acceptable answer. You have to take the housing, period. I'm not allowed to do whatever the hell I want to my own property, right? I have to take out permits. I need to get permission from the city. I can't just do it.
No, like, again, there's no understanding here, right? In terms of, I don't think she's talking about housing. I think she's talking about shelters, right? And there is a issue where shelters have certain requirements of their residents, and they're real strict, right? If the residents are not home by a certain time, if they don't, you know what I mean? If they're ever seen using any kind of substance, right? They're just out, right? They're just 100%, it's like there's no, so it's kind of like that's the situation. It's not that people are refusing. Nobody's offering like housing that's being refused.
Whatever I want.
Like that doesn't make sense
to me how when it comes to working Americans in this state, when it comes to people who pay their taxes, have worked hard, have done everything right, whole host of rules for them, okay? But for some reason, it's a hands-off, no-rules approach.
Where are all these magical housings being offered to homeless people? Look, they are doing something like that in Finland, actually, and it's very successful. They have a program called Housing First, where they take people, even people with substance issues, and they put them in a house first, all right? And some of those people might go into the housing and they might use. But you know what they're not doing? They're not using on the street, right? You've got them into a house. You've got them some stability. You've made a first step. And, you know, addiction is a complicated, convoluted issue. And if you want to solve it, you got to start at least from you know, solid base, right? So they do housing first there. Like, it's something that the US might want to look into.
For people who are living on the streets. And the reason why they've gotten away with it for so long is because some of these people are really struggling, right? And you feel bad for them. And I certainly feel bad for them. But a lot of these people are struggling with severe mental health issues, or in some cases, they, you know, are addicted to drugs. They don't want to take the housing. They like the freedom of living outdoors. Not everyone.
And the problem is when you get late stage capitalism and the, you know, model of continuous extraction and continuous, you know, like building upon itself extraction, then you get a situation where you've got a stream of people becoming unhoused from like economic issues, right? From, you know, lack of the ability to, you know, afford housing. And you've also got people, you know, when Reagan closed down a lot of the mental health establishments, particularly the involuntary stuff, a la One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, you know, there wasn't any help. You know, it's Reagan, right? So, you know, somebody that does not believe in any kind of welfare state. So there's no real, you know, soft landing. There's no like transitional housing. There's none of the programs that would have been needed to take people, you know, that were institutionalized and you know, put them in a stable situation. And so, you know, you've got two sources for the unhoused crisis. And what Anna's doing is something that Republicans have been doing for a really long time. It's just being like, no, it's like one thing. If you don't have a house, it's because you're effed up. And like Anna's unironically, you know, arguing for a return to that like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest mentality, almost like she's saying like on the basis of your house status, like, you're right, the assumption being that if you are you know, if you don't have a home, it's because you're you know, mentally, you know, unable to take care of yourself. And I don't know, it's weird. But in reality, what this is the same liberal bullshit that's going on in all the coastal areas, right? This is the same like rich liberal turned, you know, economic conservative liberal kind of mentality that's going on in a lot of coastal cities, right? Where the rents are going up, the cities are becoming unaffordable, and instead of doing something about that, instead of like looking into a model like Finland's model for housing first or whatever, they are essentially trying to, you know, sweep the problem under the rug. They want unhoused people out of sight and out of mind rather than actually doing anything for them. Hey, Nebule, some of us just get kicked out for being queer. There are many reasons why people are unhoused. None of them are excuses to keep them unhoused. Exactly. The reality is anywhere in the world, if you allow it, you will fall through the cracks. Yeah, her solution feels like, yeah, that's the thing is, I don't think she's even thought this out. I don't think it's even like, I don't think like, right. I was attributing like, you know, wanting to return to pre-Reagan, institutionalization models. But I don't even know it. Like I don't even know if she's thought it that far, right? I think she, like you're saying, she just wants unhoused people out of sight and out of mind.
Yeah. But we have a massive homeless population that's actually staying with loved ones, or they're couch surfing. Those are the people who we don't see. The homeless people we do see, for the most part, on the streets are those battling with addiction and mental illness. And so this idea of like, oh, well, we offered them housing and they said no, so now we're just going to leave them on the streets. I don't agree with that.
So I've always believed this.
Jules says the kind of housing is important too. Studies show that how neighborhoods and homes are designed shapes our society, shapes how people are. I think it says a lot that TYT doesn't cover discourse that includes food not bomb style activism in Los Angeles. Yeah, some of the people that are actually doing something out there would be a good topic. And yeah, Food Not Bombs is an excellent organization to get involved with, whether you are on the side of being able to provide transportation for food, provide your skills in the kitchen, cooking, or you are in need of the goods and services that Food Not Bombs is offering, right? It's definitely a good organization to look into for many, many such reasons. Is that Graham? Yeah, wait, do you know about this person, Shakespeare? Food Not Bombs in LA. Yeah, there's local Food Not Bombs all around the country. They love and help, and they love all the help. Yeah, they can use all the help they can get, because a lot of the challenge behind some mutual aid organization like that is just logistics, just getting they've got food that they can secure, but getting it to the place that it needs to go is important.
A real issue and not a state issue, because it seems as though a lot of states, their solution, including Las Vegas, is simply, we'll give you a bus ticket anywhere you want to go, and that's our solution. And so a lot of homeless people in Vegas, for instance, will say, I want to go to Santa Monica. And
a lot
so
of people
they'll
come here from all over the place.
Right.
Yeah.
So to me, it doesn't seem like it should be a state issue, because you look at California and you say, why should California bear the burden for all the other states where people migrate to?
Totally what's happening right now.
Wait, explain Graham to me.
Wait, that's happening because, I mean, if you're homeless in another state and you're dealing with lawmakers there making it very difficult for you to camp wherever you want, you're going to want to go to the state where they allow you to camp wherever you want, and that's California.
Well, also the weather.
And the weather, of course,
fantastic,
but weather is warm and nice in Florida too. They don't have the same issue we have here.
So what's the difference between Florida and California? Is it that Florida enforces stricter policies on sleeping overnight?
Yes.
And how do they combat that in terms of, let's say is someone going to go to jail because they don't have a place to sleep? Or
no,
how do they...
let me be clear about something. I don't want to put anyone in jail
Right.
because they have nowhere to sleep. Like, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I'm specifically talking about instance where they're offered housing and they deny it. And people think that that's a myth. That doesn't happen. Remember, California...
I explained it, right? That there are shelters that have requirements that some people are unable to meet. And so they, in order to be, like if you... Like take addiction as an issue. If you're not able to go cold turkey, there are shelters that essentially will kick you the fuck out the second that you mess up, and so that becomes an unusable service for some people. There are weird restrictions about like what time you can be there, what time you have to be back. It's this whole thing that not everybody can follow, and when people don't follow the rules, the weird like unimaginable rules, like in terms of like what you're allowing to how you're allowing like your life to be like constrained, like it's hard for somebody who hasn't been through that to imagine what that is. But yeah, it's essentially a failing, I would say, in the shelter, not a failing in the person.
Yeah, or Los Angeles specifically.
Don't they arrest homeless people in Florida? And well, she talked about before the practice of busing, of literally offering like a bus ticket to anywhere that the person wants to go, as long as they get out of the the city trying to get rid of them. And so there is a lot of that. I don't know what Florida does.
Specifically, under the leadership of Mayor Karen Bass, has been purchasing like old hotel buildings. And the whole point is to shelter and house homeless people in those hotel rooms. And I remember reading a story by the Los Angeles Times just a few months ago about one of these hotels in downtown LA that's like sitting vacant. And it's like, why is it sitting vacant?
That's what happened in Venice. Remember
Yes!
they did that thing in
Yes!
Venice, and I think it was at the peak, it was like 60% occupied. But there were hundreds of people around it.
Yes!
And I remember reading something. Someone did an interview.
So Shakespeare says Graham's got it backwards. The LAPD would send unhoused people on buses to Las Vegas.
And they were asking people, why aren't you going and using it? And they say, there's no alcohol, no drug policy.
Yeah,
and
tough luck.
I can't comply with that. I don't want to comply with that. And I think there's
It's not fucking tough luck. Oh my God, Anna. It's not tough luck. It's physically impossible. Okay? You know, most people know a little bit about how addiction works, and that there are different kinds of addictions. Some of them are behavioral patterns. Some of them are, chemical addiction. And especially with like a hardcore, like, chemical addiction, like the answer being that, oh yeah, no, just go cold turkey in this super restrictive shelter that is looking for a reason to kick you out. That's it just shows no knowledge of what she's actually talking about, right? It's like tough luck. Go fuck yourself, Anna. It's not tough luck. That is not a way forward. That is not a possibility. You're taking some people that are in that situation, which you know, and just making shelter inaccessible to them. Huge legal issue, and this mental hospital got shut down because they would admit unhoused people who would arrive on those buses without actually any sort of vetting, processing, like seeing if they're, even in need of those services.
Which that to me, I feel like,
I don't know, Shakespeare, I would like to cover more, but it looks like we are coming to the natural conclusion of this stream.
It makes a little bit
pretty
of sense,
quickly.
That's not the biggest percentage of the pie.
No.
The sucky part is it's
but
not sympathetic at all to let people just sit on the streets. And people are saying like, oh, they can come here and they can live for free and they can do all the it's like the worst possible thing, unethical.
No one lives for free.
Yeah, that's why you should do housing first.
Let's be clear about that. No one lives for free. Okay? We pay for that.
Yeah.
We pay for that in every way.
Oh yeah.
So I'm not. That's the problem that I've been having because.
Well, see, here's the thing: you could pay for it through taxes, through establishing, something like a housing first program, or you can deal with the fact that you're forcing people to essentially, use like public areas as their living space, as their everything space, right? And then you complain about the rules of that. Thank you for the follow, Energy. But people should, yeah. Housing should not be a commodity.
We pay insanely high taxes in this state. Our schools are garbage, okay? Our communities are falling apart. We spend literally billions of dollars every year in this state on the homelessness issue, and it's only gotten worse. So these policies are failing. And so the idea that they're living for free, no, we're subsidizing what's going on.
Where's the money going?
I don't know. Oh, well, actually, I do know. Let's talk about where the money's going. It's my favorite topic, my absolute favorite topic. Money's going to these garbage, and I mean it in every sense of that word and meaning, okay? Garbage nonprofits. A lot of these nonprofits are run by friends and family of elected lawmakers in this state, and they just pad their pockets with millions in government grants and do nothing to fix the homelessness problem.
Wasn't there the case of the place downtown LA that they were renting $60,000 a month? It's been vacant since like 2011.
Yep.
Because they claimed there was like a foundational issue or something like that, so it wasn't safe. But they were doing all this like investigation for the foundation for a decade, and the city was paying $60,000 a month for shelter. never got used.
That's
And then
right.
it came out that he was a friend of somebody on the board or something like that. Maybe they made a handshake agreement or something, but nothing has happened.
Yeah, these policies and the failure of these policies is it can always be traced to the corruption, to the fact that the people making the decisions are less interested in solving the problem and certainly more interested in, giving handouts to their buddies who run these gross nonprofits. I remember one of these nonprofits, there have been a number of investigations into them. It's just that no one takes the investigation seriously because it's conservative outlets that do the investigations. And it really pisses me off because some of the reporting's been fantastic and they show their receipts. And so one of those investigations into an LA-based nonprofit dealing with homelessness followed them around in downtown to see like what do their workers actually do. And they were literally just handing out crack pipes.
Oh my God, I don't even know if that's like they got the Fox 11 report ready to go.
People who are struggling with addiction. I get the need and I'm in favor of safe injection sites because you don't want to spread.
What's wrong with Alf says energy? Normally nothing, energy. I don't think that normally Alf is you can chill, like Alpha's chill. Alpha's chill normally. I'm just saying that when he gets a little bit, faded, he might eat your cat.
AIDS and
that's all.
And that makes all the sense in the world.
He gets the munchies, you know what I'm saying?
Why are we spending taxpayer money on crack pipes?
Was that Project Veritas? That's the first thing I thought too, SM.
Exactly. Like what was the point of that? And why are we like just
maybe because it's called harm reduction, right? It's like I mean like with certain stuff like that there could be the other option is for people to I don't actually know I know sometimes it's about having something that's not going to spread disease. Yeah, like with needle projects, right? It's the more common example.
Spreading them out onto the streets. Like that's not what I wanted my tax money to go to.
Is there a solution? Because it doesn't seem as though anybody has any reasonable solution that could actually take place.
I don't know what our solution is, chat. We are almost down to the last 30 minutes of the show, and I'm going to have to cut it at 6 hours this time, as I do when I don't have, support to essentially counter the monetization problem. Just because if I get demonetized, the only way that I can take out whatever got me demonetized is to be streaming for less than 6 hours. So on nights like that, we definitely can't go extra long on this. Although this is interesting, there's a lot of stuff here. Anna on squatters, landlords, and eviction. Is rent control a good thing? Anna on the culture moving right. Okay, let's go there first because that seems most interesting. I just want to make sure we get to cover some of that just in case. It's looking like we can't go past 6 hours.
I want to talk about the cultural political shift because you see people like Joe Rogan, like Elon Musk, and other people of influence seemingly moving a little bit towards more conservative principles. You see Elon replying to End Wokeness on Twitter, which is a popular conservative publication, which is interesting. He's interacting with
So that's what they're saying, right? The culture is moving right. What do we have as our example? Well, Elon Musk is moving right. Joe Rogan is moving right. There's the culture right there. There's the microcosm. Elon Musk, Joe Rogan. Say you're a privileged white dude bro without saying you're a privileged white dude bro. That's the depth and breadth of your cultural context.
Conservative things. Elon recently collaborated for an hour with Ben Shapiro. More people appear to be aligning with conservative views. How many people are moving to the left these days, do you think?
I think the left is in a really bad place right now. And I think it's because they kind of lost the plot. And rather than focusing on the genuine economic concerns that I think we have.
And we showed you, right, Anna's take from a year and a half ago, how it essentially refutes her current political, her current take, right? She's a grifter. Why are things moving to the right? Why are certain, because we're talking about public figures. We're going to name 2 public figures, Rogan and Elon, show that they're moving to the right. Okay, I got you on that. Or at least they're being more open about their, right-wing affiliation than they used to be. And then we got Anna. Why are they doing it? Because that's where the fucking money is. Because that's where the money, because a bunch of rich people don't want to pay their taxes. And they found lots of little loopholes, like funding political campaigns and now funding astroturfing journalism. And just like the Daily Wire is astroturfed, Anna Kasparian, for all we know, is astroturfed. What I mean is, if you say the right things, you will get backers. You will get whales. You will get Oilers to fund you, where it doesn't even matter, if you lose half of your audience because people can't stand to look at you anymore, you'll still get that money. You'll still get that bag.
Some proposals to improve. A lot of the focus ended up being, and unfortunately, it's just representative of what you experience on social media. It's a small group of people who I think have hijacked the, for lack of a better word, branding of the left and what the left represents. And all they do all day is scold. Scold, 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 right? We're super pure, we're the best, we're the kindest, we have the biggest hearts. You have to use this rhetoric, you have to use this language, you have to believe this, that. And if you question anything, if you ask the wrong questions.
You want to know if there's a drift to the right, why it is. Part of it is because of selling out like this. Part of it is just that.
You're a bad person. Everyone's a right-winger, by the way. I'm a right-winger, according to the online left. It's absurd.
So I've seen that picture.
It's not going to be so absurd in a year and a half from now, right? At that point, I will guess that calling you a right-winger will be as obvious as calling Dave Rubin a right-winger.
Elon tweeted where he was right in the middle. You have the right and the left, but then all of a sudden the left moves way far down, and then he's staying in the exact same spot, but it seems like he's more conservative just because the left has moved this way. Do you find that to be...
But wait, is the cultural moving rightward or not? You just contradicted yourself within the space of, 5 minutes? Either the culture is moving rightward, right? Because you said Elon, Joe Rogan, yada, 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 right? And so that was supposed to stand for, I'm assuming, because you said the culture is moving rightward. You didn't say certain celebrities are moving rightward. You didn't say that social media figures or however else you want to typify or draw a line between Elon Musk and Joe Rogan are moving right. You said the culture is moving right. So if the culture is moving right, then what is that graph? What is that that cartoon that Elon showed with oh no, actually it's moving to the left? Yeah, these people are such hypocrites. Depending on where you get them, they'll say that that they're not right wing at all. It's just everything's shifted to the left and is in crazy town, and people have this gender ideology. Which way is it? Did the culture shift to the left or did it shift to the right?
Accurate or true?
I find Elon to be a marker of any political
The truth of the matter is the culture isn't shifting.
Ideology, a big mistake.
The AstroTurf money is getting laid down, but nothing's fundamentally changing. I mean, you could say that maybe if there's any trend at all, it's that there are more people occupying, further right and further left positions. You could say that there's more people that are mask off about their far right, political ideas. There's more people willing to be anti-Semitic, racist, Christian white nationalist on Maine. There's more people willing to own up to, to call themselves a communist or a socialist or an anarchist, right? You could say that that's a trend, but overall, there's not a trend. You've got a portion of the country that wants to, that wants to move left. You got a portion of the country that wants to move right. And then you've got, 20-25% of people that are I don't know, maybe it's the right way. Maybe Andrew Tate's got a point. No, wait, no, I think Andrew Tate's actually bad. Right, they're just, kind of, maybe not super engaged, maybe not super informed. That kind of flip back and forth. There's not a movement. that they're trying to describe?
I don't even really know how to answer that question by thinking about Elon Musk. Like Elon
Yeah,
Musk.
but I think a lot of people seem to relate to that, where, you know, they always say, I'm right in the middle. But lately, I've been aligning a little bit more because the left has moved so here, and I've stayed in the middle. It seems like I'm more conservative than I am.
You're called things that are like alt-right conservative.
But do you understand like the difference between, like that there is, okay, anyway, I don't want to get bogged into, this is a silly cartoon and it's not super important for me to engage with, especially considering that we've only got 30 minutes left.
For saying the same thing you've been saying for the last 25 years of your life.
I just think the left needs to focus on the issues that have broad appeal. And those issues tend to involve economic anxieties, stress about our financial system, stress about our healthcare system. Those are issues that appeal to people across the board, including...
Now, this is going to get kind of weird, though, at the... no, we already passed it. I want to go back and look at the landlord segment.
By the way, Trump supporters who found his pro-labor messaging...
Yeah, it does sound kind of class reductionist, doesn't it?
However hollow it might be, very appealing. And so if you focus on the issues that would help to build a broad coalition as opposed to sitting behind a computer and just scolding people all day, I think you're going to do a better job, you know, building support for your movement. And there hasn't been a lot of focus on that. There's also been like a little bit of a war within the left, where you have identitarians who want to make everything about personal identity. And then
it's a weird thing to say identitarian, right? Especially considering how the right has co-opted that language for like white identitarian. And so it's like essentially what she's saying is conflating anybody that stands for any issue of an identity that's been marginalized. Any intersectional leftist essentially is gonna be seen as morally lacking by her, or is gonna be defined as an identitarian. Right? You're not like on board with the left, as Anna sees it, the class reductionist left. You are for this identity. And in the reality, the answer is to lock arms and have solidarity and support all identities. Because when we start getting peeled apart and saying, oh, that's too identitarian for me, I support a better economic policies. And again, that's like so weird. Like, I want to see what she has to say about like landlords, right? Because that's at the heart of, if you really give a fuck about the economic situation that people are in, the commodification of shelter should be first and foremost on your mind.
So-called, economic essentialists who just want to focus on economic issues without getting too bogged down by allegations of racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia.
Yeah, Dusty Den says, I'm into class awareness, but it's all connected with everything else. Exactly.
All that stuff. Now, those isms exist, and I do find them to be a problem, but I think that the way the left talks about that problem would have you believe that it's like so widespread and it's like destroying everything. I think that they overemphasize those things. I think that they're also very quick to call people racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, and then you end up losing the meaning of those words. And I've gotten to a point where if I see the online left accuse someone of being one of the isms,
she's already to the point where she's talking about the online left.
I'm like, but are they? Like, I'm way more skeptical now.
Why does it seem like both sides are getting more extreme? Like, you have the right just going crazy right and the left going crazy left. Why do you think that is?
Because
is it just an echo chamber?
I think the extremes are overrepresented on social media.
Okay.
Everyone else, all the normies, all of the critical thinkers, all the people who haven't bought into extremism on either side, and I think that's
She sounds a lot like Vosh here.
Representative of the majority of the country, they're not engaging on.
We're going to get it back into Vosh tomorrow.
Because they don't want to be dogpiled. They see what the rhetoric is like. They see what the discourse is like. So they just stay out of it. But if you talk to normal, everyday people, they've got some views that are conservative, some views that are definitely like on the left. People tend to be a mix of both, which is why I think most Americans, if they stop and think about it and they're not forced to take a side or feel pressure to take a side, they're probably somewhere in the middle.
Let's talk about feeling forced or pressured to take a side.
Oh my God, chat. We're not going to get through all this. This is frustrating the fuck out of me.
A lot of these media publications is that they are financially incentivized to make the other side.
I wish I could stay on a little later tonight because there's interesting stuff here that we're not going to get to, but
look as evil.
But again, I can't justify going past 6 hours when I don't have like a certain level of support. So
as possible, because that's how you make money. That's how you stay alive. And a business is
I knew this was going to be cutting it close.
Or die type thing. You have to be growing. And unfortunately, it's gotten to the point where
I'll try to make it faster.
Like the most vile, inhuman type stuff. And I'm concerned that when I see, titles from the Young Turks that are just like ad hominem attacks at certain people, the same thing that I see on the right, it's not actually helping the problem. It's more so now I feel like for a lot of these publications focused on lining the pockets and getting views and making money than it is actually about like pursuing truth.
Well, as I'm sure you all know, the titles of videos have a huge impact on how many people end up clicking on that video and watching it.
This is interesting.
Really make an effort to
This is interesting.
Not get upset at video titles because our publishing team is
so yeah. She's been downright like friendly with them and friend like just all kinds of. She's blowing a kiss to the online right is what she's doing with this whole thing. And yeah, but they gotta hold her feet to the fire because the TYT is supposedly a liberal institution, and there's something really irresponsible about being a liberal institution, and we got to find something to criticize them for. So we'll say there's the far right and there's the far left, and they're all criticizing each other. They're all being bad faith. And TYT does that too sometimes. What do you think about that, Anna?
doing what they're supposed to do. By the way, like people think hosts title and choose thumbnails for videos. We don't. Like that would be a full-time job. In fact, it is a full-time job. We have a whole publishing team.
No one who knows better than us on titles, thumbnails.
Yeah, I couldn't do that job.
I mean, that's true too, but you do give your your editors and your thumbnail artist or whatever, YouTube managers, whatever you want to call them, you do give them certain guidance, right? So if you wanted to say that, like, hey, let's be good faith with Dave Rubin, then you'd be able to give them that directive. You'd be able to draw lines. You'd be able to say, hey, after this thumbnail, I actually don't like how this one went. I thought it was a little bit too much invective. We're not trying to, we're not trying to be the, we're not just, going after people. Let's be a little better faith. Let's be a little bit kinder. You could do that. Yeah. Does it maybe cost you a few clicks? Sure. But like, I mean, if you want to talk the talk, you got to, 2022 Tulsi vibes.
I would be the worst at it. But anyway, they work really hard and they're doing what they're supposed to do. And their performance is judged on how well those videos perform based on the titles and the thumbnails. Yeah. So I think that there is a problem with those.
So it's not my job, it's other people. And they are doing it to get that good algorithm.
Kinds of extreme views being rewarded by the algorithm. I don't think most people have that in their hearts naturally, right? Like where they want to just demonize the other side. But I do think that there's something about the way YouTube, Facebook, these platforms work where that kind of divisive content for some reason or another rises to the top. And I hate that. And like, if you click on the videos and you watch it, like certainly years ago, I like played into it, but it wasn't a strategy. It was what I actually.
Anna opened the second half saying border crisis isn't fake. She went hard.
Believed, and I was totally ignorant, and I was an unhappy person because I totally bought into this notion that like everyone on the other side is a fascist and they're all evil and they're all coming for us. I was so wrong about that. And
there's so much money over here on the right, and I didn't know. All I had to do was say a few things like the border crisis is real, homeless people are dangerous and you should be afraid of them, and like she's never eaten shit for what she said about the video of the cop getting kicked, right? Like when that issue got looked into more, the cops started the fight. Like the cops came in and grabbed this dude, started arresting him for no reason, and then people unarrested him. And then the people that they took in, the people that they charged with it, the people whose names I believe TYT, if I'm not mistaken, reported. Turns out some of them weren't actually at the scene. They were falsely identified because of, being Latine. They essentially they just found somebody that,
So I try to focus on people as individuals, and even within, the MAGA crowd, there are gradations, there are differences. So it's awkward because sometimes when we cover stories about Trump supporters, sometimes I feel like the audience doesn't like that I'm trying to be like fair to them and try to consider where they're coming from. So you'll click on the video and you'll think you're going to get like a very hardcore anti-MAGA view. And, sometimes that is the case. But a lot of times, especially...
Okay, I gotta say this, all right? I've been holding this back because I don't want this to sound like I'm being mean. I'm not trying to be mean. This isn't about anything like that, but I feel like, and it's like mainly her makeup and mannerisms that are doing it, but is Anna morphing into Hillary Clinton? Am I just imagining that? There's something about her affectation, or not affectation, there's something about her mannerisms, right? Her gestures and such, right? And like, I don't know, maybe her makeup? I'm not sure. What about this is giving Hillary Clinton? Like, I'm trying to make sure I'm not just being like, weird about something, but
fairly recently, it's not the case.
You thought I was going to say Ann Coulter.
Kind of like disagreeing with my...
Yeah, I guess with the makeup, you could see.
And trying to provide a more fair perspective, because I want to understand what drives people.
What changed? What caused that?
Honestly, the cruelty that I've personally experienced from the left and how it was so incredible.
Like, I'm not trying to make a comment. I'm not trying to like talk about like her, the way she's aging or anything like that. I don't mean it like that. I just mean like mostly gestures and facial expressions and such.
Hypocritical to, on one hand, claim that like all
the blonde hair,
horrific treatment of others comes from Trump supporters when they themselves were engaging in pretty awful behavior. When I was sexually assaulted by a homeless guy in my own neighborhood, one of these leftists who worked on AOC's campaign quote tweeted me and basically made fun of the assault. Like, I was sexually assaulted, and he just made fun of it. And I'm like, oh.
Yo, I didn't realize Vosh was going to get mentioned. Oh, he's going to love this. Wait, did he actually call her the Arsler? Wait, this doesn't show Vosh making fun of Anna's assault, though.
Oh, like, these are the people that I had been identifying with, and I was totally blind to the fact that they engage in the very behavior that they find so disgusting on the other side. They might believe in different policies, but the behavior is similar. You know what I'm saying? So that woke me up, and it made me think, wait, do I really have a fair perspective of every side? And so it made me want to be a little more skeptical and investigate things more than just go along with a tribe.
No, it made you angry at like people on the left, as if you're talking about like the way you get angry about another person, like, right? You did a Destiny. You did a Fetterman, you get called out by your own side for being shitty, and your response is like, well, fuck this side of things. I'm going over to the right to grift for a while.
Where have you noticed, if you've noticed it at all, yourself sliding on that political spectrum? Have you recognized maybe you're getting a little bit closer to the middle, or do you think that you've stayed solidified and similar to what Graham was saying, the left is just pushed so far that way that it feels like you're in the middle, but you're still where you were?
I don't know where I am. That's the hard part, right? Like, one of my really good friends, Ben Burgess, he's he's a socialist. We agree on a lot of like economic policy and stuff like that. And I was on a podcast once last July, and
Ben Burgess, you are fucking cringe.
Said, I don't know what my label is.
I've never said a bad word about Ben Burgess before, but holy shit.
He's like, you know what your label, you're on the left. It's just that you reject some of this, for lack of a better word, some of like the woke stuff that we're seeing on social media, which is true. But the truth is, I have some views that are pretty far left, and then I have some views that are relative to where the left is today, kind of conservative. I'm
sorry, but Ben Burgess, get the fuck off the internet. You are too cringe for the internet. Get the fuck out of here.
I don't know.
I think that's good, because we had someone on the podcast recently that said that you should never look at things through an ideological lens, which I think is exactly that. And yet another, I think it was Chris Williamson, said, if you know, let's say 5 things about somebody, and then you can pinpoint every single other belief that they have,
right,
they're an ideological thinker, and they just subscribe to something. And I think that's really good, and it makes your words have a lot more weight when you say something. And I'm like, wow, I didn't really think that she would have thought that.
Yeah, and like there is truth to, the left has gone further left and the right has gone further right. There is truth to that. But I think ultimately the biggest thing that has been like a phenomenon in political discourse is the tribal mentality and how you're kind of expected to be an ideologue. But if you're an honest thinker and if you're really searching for truth, it's impossible to be an ideologue because it would be ridiculous for one side to always be right and to know the right policies in response to societal issues. That's a ridiculous, like when you stop and think about it, that's a ridiculous thing to think. But there are things about the right wing that really bother me, the rhetoric.
Or there could be a possibility, let me just entertain this for a second. There could be a possibility that both sides, Democrat and Republican, are fucked up and both sides are biased towards capitalism. And that the right side is something that is marginalized and not represented and absolutely squashed out of the convenience for those that are powerful within our current system. That's another possibility
that I hear on the Daily Wire, typically from,
why did she bring up Ben Burgess? I guess because Ben Burgess, she always goes to Ben Burgess to cope. We've never watched one of those streams, but I swear to God, if she goes on Ben Burgess again, we're going to watch them. We're going to make fun of them. Okay. This is Ben Burgess. You're on the menu.
I know you guys had Matt Walsh on. I think Matt Walsh goes way too far in demonizing pretty powerless people. Like the transgender community, sure, culturally.
Sure, they can make you change your viewpoint when you don't agree with them, even if you're their boss, but
they have some power, but they're still dealing with horrific discrimination. They're still dealing with, on a personal level, families that might disown them, depending on what state they're living in, a medical system that
I've just ignored Ben Burgess because I kind of feel sorry for him. He's been on the internet forever. He's never really gone anywhere. He's tough to listen to. I feel bad for Ben Burgess, but with this simping for Anna shit, I'm starting to not feel so bad for Ben.
Respect.
Granted, he's a larger, social media presence than I am. Technically, I don't know if it's true by concurrence, but at least in terms of subscribers, he is. But I've always just kind of pitied him and ignored him, and I don't know.
Needs. So I don't like dehumanizing people, and I see a lot of that taking place, and I don't subscribe to it at all. And so I definitely don't fall on the right. I don't identify with leftists at all anymore. I just have very left-wing economic policies, and on some social issues, I've become a little more conservative.
Let's talk about gender roles. Switch the topic for a second, since you just mentioned Matt Walsh. Do you believe that gender roles exist?
I think increasingly gender roles
I thought they were going to ask, what is a woman?
Have changed and probably will continue to change. And I'm fine with that as long as people are able to identify with gender roles that make them comfortable. So I can talk about my personal experience and my personal preferences. On some level, obviously, as a person who has a career and I enjoy being an independent woman, that is not a traditional gender role. But at the same time, I love being a wife. I love coming home from work and cooking a warm dinner for my husband. I love cleaning. I actually love a lot of the so-called trad wife duties, and I do them on a regular basis. It's a huge part of my life. It's a huge part of my identity. I love femininity. I deeply, deeply, identify as someone who's feminine, and I love it. But it's not for everyone. So if you're a woman and you reject all that, I think you should have the right to reject all that and live your life in a way that makes you comfortable and happy. In terms of, the traditional male gender role, I like it a lot. I like the idea of a man who wants to protect his family. The whole thing about a man needing to provide, I'm less concerned with that, for lack of a better word. I mean, it's nice. My husband does provide. But when I met him, he was couch surfing. He came to LA to be an actor. He had been a professional baseball player. That career ended. And he was kind of lost. He didn't know what he wanted to do. And he was still lost and didn't know what he wanted to do when we got married. He was working as a bartender. And what I love is that we have been building a life together. And now he has a career.
What drew you to him when you guys first met?
That ass.
It was the ass.
And with that, let's see. We've got a few minutes left, chat. Let's talk about squatters, landlords, and eviction.
So I have a quick question about squatters' rights, because this is something I've never understood. And I would assume that it's more of the progressives, the liberals that would be in favor of such a thing. There was something that was going viral on X today, which was this guy in New York who went out of town for 3 weeks. He got a water bill, and when called to turn off the water, the company told him that he couldn't. Turns out random squatters moved into his house. New York law forbids a homeowner from shutting off utilities or locking out the squatters. After 30 days, unwanted squatters in New York become classified as tenants.
That's insane.
Who is in support of squatters' rights? Is there a single person on this planet aside from squatters that are in favor of that?
I think young people on the left probably, and then you grow up and you realize what property rights mean and what being stolen from actually entails. Because remember, when someone's stealing from you, they're not merely stealing a material object. they're stealing all of the time, energy, and hard work that went into acquiring that material good. And in this case, we're talking about, a property. Now, look, I think, will probably think of the private equity type people or the corporate landlords and think like, F them, who cares? But a lot of times that's not the case. And look,
if you got a property that you are not living in, I don't know. I mean, I guess like it's possible that you're not, one of the people that like you're not some, I don't know. Like at a certain point though, you're talking about a landlord, you're talking about somebody who maybe even has a property that is, that they've essentially taken off the market because they don't like the market. They don't like the prices. They're waiting for that value to appreciate, and they're going to sell it off, right? This is a factor, like, and look, I don't like the idea of like, somebody that is, not super well off, having, to pay for water that they're not using, like, to somebody that doesn't have, somebody's on the borderline as far as having enough money to pay for themselves. Like, I guess, could that possibly happen? Sure. But, the overall thing is that housing needs to stop being a commodity. Housing needs to be a human right, and it shouldn't be the owners that, pay for it, because it's kind of like with property. Like, I feel like ownership at some point has to be tracked back to like need. And when people are owning more property, more domicile, more housing than they need, I mean, there's something not right with that when it becomes an investment, and the you're doing everything you can, including who you're supporting for like city council, to increase the value of that investment. Like, that bubble is having some really harmful effects on the people that are least able to defend themselves.
Don't have a lot of love for squatters. I
So
just don't.
my thought, and I have tenants and I'm a landlord. I think there's a lot of overlap.
Oh, here we go.
Between squatters and tenants, because you could have a squatter that says, no, I have a signed lease. And you could have a landlord with a tenant and say, I don't like them. They're a squatter. Let's get them out of there.
Oh, interesting.
And if someone just moves in and they're there for 5 days, but they signed a year-long lease, the landlord gets a higher offer, how do you not call those people, they're squatters, I want them out. So I think
that's a really interesting perspective.
Well,
you see?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right.
So I kind of think that
I don't understand what Graham is saying. Right? If they're paying, then how the hell are you declaring them squatters?
They're squatters to begin with, which means going through the court system. And differentiating between a squatter and a tenant isn't something. But the police aren't the ones to say they're a squatter or they're a tenant.
But the problem is
there's
the
so
cost,
much overlap,
right? And that's in and of itself will be a disincentive enough for a landlord to be like, all right, I'm going to go belly up.
But to do that, I think you have to make it easier to evict tenants. And instead of having it be a 90-day process or up to like 6.
Whoa, chat! This is wow. What a good rhetorician you are. This is great stuff. These are some high level ideas that we're getting, chat. I'm gonna have to leave you in oh my god, like less than 5 minutes here. But we are getting some high level ideas here. Like, wouldn't it be nice to make it more easy to evict somebody? You gotta wait 90 days. Oh my god. Wouldn't it be nice to have a situation where you think you've got a place to live and it gets pulled out from under you, and you have less time to make other arrangements? Oh my god, wouldn't that be fucking nice? God damn, these dudes are disconnected. You want to talk about normies and not understanding normies? Here we go.
6 months has to be a lot quicker, because right now squatters, when they move in, they could draft a police agreement themselves and say, no, this is it. What are you talking about? This is it. They signed it, and they could download free forms online. Just sign it. The police aren't going to enforce it, and automatically that's 6 months. And just from what I've seen, a lot of them have the free resources for public defendants, and they're happy to go after landlords because everyone deserves equal representation. So they assume the benefit of the doubt. These people aren't squatters; they deserve the same rights to be defended. But that's a 6 month process.
That
so that's
is a
where
good
I see
perspective
the
that I hadn't
difference.
considered.
Yeah.
Look, when I think of squatters, I'm not thinking about tenants who are getting screwed over by their landlords. And we might disagree. It really depends on like the details. But in terms of like making it easier to evict people, I think that right now LA is making it very difficult for all landlords to evict, even more difficult than what landlords have experienced historically here. And some of that I think goes a little too far, because again, you can't discount the mom and pop landlords who put all of their investment into an apartment building for their retirement. There are more people like that than people realize. But in terms of squatters, I always just think of, and maybe this is wrong and I need to reconsider what squatter means. I just think of someone who's on the streets, probably addicted to something, breaking into someone's unit or home and just hanging out and like refusing to leave. That's what I think of.
Yeah, there was a story on YouTube that went mega viral because a lady just closed on her home and had the moving trucks out front, and she goes in and she sees a couple in there. And she's like, I'm moving in. I just closed on the home. And they say, nope, we're living here.
I know
Yeah,
that story,
that was
and
wild.
it inspires, because look, I can't help but, I guess I'm a bit of an empath because I
Yeah.
can't help but think about how I would feel. I put myself in the shoes of the woman who worked really hard to be able to afford a home in this like unbelievably difficult market. I would be furious. Like, I don't know how I wouldn't get like violent, to be honest. Like, I'd be very upset. So I think that right now, the ways the laws are written could potentially lead to some unsafe situations, because how being stolen from, like right in front of you, and it's like so brazen and they don't care. And then you don't really get much help from your elected officials. Like, it's kind of messed up.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on rent control?
I think that rent control to some extent has been really important, but I do think it kind of, it creates this perverse market to some extent as well, because if you have a rent controlled unit, you're not going to want to leave it, right? And I think that it limits your opportunities. Like, if you're more willing to move around and chase a job that's going to give you better benefits and better pay, I think that's a better situation. At the same time, though, in a state like Florida that has no rent control at all and like very few protections for tenants, you see your rent go up out of nowhere to the tune of like $500, $800. I have family in Florida, and my cousin actually just experienced that, and she loved her apartment.
All right, chat.
Issues like, you know, paying on time, had a good relationship with her landlord, but as soon as COVID was over,
That's as much as I can give you for today. If you're on the Twitch side, we're raiding into Levelhead. Go say hello and give my love to Levelhead.
there should be some regulations in
help
place that
help them have a good stream tonight. If you're on the YouTube side, for both of you, I'll see you both tomorrow. YouTube, Twitch, I'll be on tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel. We'll be talking about Vosh and Ethan Klein and what they agree on. Yeah, Vosh reacted to Ethan Klein's whole Aaron Bushnell thing, and it turns out they agree on some stuff. And it turns out that a certain loaner box is still a sussy baka. Anyway, chat, I gotta go. I'm gonna raid you in, and I'm gonna say good night. Much love to everybody. Thank you for all your support. I appreciate you all so much.